think it is live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is November 14th, 2024, and we have a wild day ahead of us. Not only are we dealing with the bonds and the long duration and the Trump trade and all of that good stuff, but we already had data in the morning. It was a little bit surprising, again, along the lines of inflation ticking back up. No big surprise with jobs. It wasn't as high as some of the other weeks, but now we have Jerome Powell at 12 p.m., first time since the whole rate cut and all of that. I guess his second rate cut. And then that's probably going to drive things. And by the end of it, we see where the yields are at. Now, here's the deal. If you are new, I'm glad that you're here. If you don't know what you're watching, it is about to be 7 hours of the stock market. So we're going to go over everything. You got bonds in the bottom left, S&P in the top left. You have a momentum indicator right here. This is going to show you all of the highs and lows. Then you have a live news wire. And then best of all, you got the beautiful chat. Here they are. It's a great chat. I love them, man. They're great people. But now here's the thing. You cannot chat for about 24 hours. Why? Because I want you to learn how to make an investment in the community. I want you to build that patience because you need to own stocks. If you can't sit here for 24 hours, it will be hard to hold stocks for a minimum of 10 years, and that's what we have built. We have two other accounts. We started these with only a couple $1,000, and have been building them over the years, and every play is done live on this stream, and we have posted it as well. So get a long term, and remember, your capital will always outpace the labor, so you got to own some investments. But Chad, I hope you're ready for it. We got a big day ahead of us. I'm excited for Powell. I hope you guys are excited for Powell, but what's going on, baby? Good morning. How we living? Oh, hold on. You guys gotta give me. I gotta make sure everything up and running. We got multiple streams now. That's it. I gotta make. Okay, it's live. It's working. Oh, everything is working, baby. Everything is working. This is amazing. This is amazing. All right, so we're good to go. What's up, baby? What up, Rico? What up, Mark? Alaskan answer. Dos Nacho, baby. What's going on, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. How we living? What up, Serbo? How we doing, Jay? What up, Hypno? Ali, Choi, Lucky Soldier. Good morning, baby. What up, Battleborn? Oh, Gus Gonzo in the house. Big Curly, Dino, Thebe. QXL, Noah, what's going on, baby? How we living, PNC? Oh, he in the house. He got Bruce B. Tiger Man ready to go. KC Race, Ghost Pimpos, Aliska, Hell Trapato, Jerry, William. Good morning, baby. How we living, Uncle Terry? I got King Kong in the trunk. Oh, hi, Dad. What up, baby? Good morning, Mr. Malone, Marcelo, Martin, Joe, Najee Wolf. Najee, I really like that Elmo. That tucking in Elmo, man. You know, I was going to bed. I didn't want to keep interacting on Twitter, but oh man, that made me, that was a beauty, baby. God bless you. Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about Swinging Bear? Feed Me Seymour, Fed Chair Peach, Slizzin. Oh, be sharp. First day on the chat. Let's go, baby. What up, 333, El Coyote, Z Bean, Zaid Man, Calico, Toy Soldier, Blowing Dough, 333, 12 Jimin, Woodrow, Mercator, Blowing Dough, Robo Hand Tech, Jamie, and Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. Oh, what about Twitter? I see you, Gabriel. I see you, Mr. Malone. What up, George? What up, Phil? Oh, yeah, they still got to wake up. They still just started out. We're still new. We're still new on Twitter. You know, before you know it, it'll be a couple. You know, we've had the Twitch for like 3 years. Kid, it doesn't feel like, y'all don't feel me, bro. That's why you get a long term. That's why you just get a long term. I don't know if they feel me, man. Good morning. I hope you guys are ready. Oh, what up, Carter? You here too? I see you, baby. Let's go. It's a good morning. So here is the news. I will see you all in a little bit. And yeah, here it is. Stocks and dollar rise before data. Powell's speech. U.S. equity futures edged higher as investors wait to see if upcoming price data and a speech from Federal Reserve Chief Jerome Powell will boost expectations for a December interest rate cut. Contracts for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 rose about 0.1% in a fresh sign that a post-election equity surge is starting to slow. Treasury yields also ticked lower after after Wednesday's consumer inflation data kept alive the likelihood of a Fed rate cut next month. However, the dollar index extended its rally to hold near 2-year highs, and Bitcoin traded at about $91,000, holding close to Wednesday's record high. Investors are trying to balance a picture of easing inflation and falling rates against the possibility that President-elect Donald Trump will implement hardline pledges on taxes and tariffs, reigniting price growth next year. Confirmation of a Republican election clean sweep suggests more policy leeway for Trump and limits potential curbs on his power. We are seeing that there is a bit more discrimination between Trump trades, said Amelie Derambur, senior multi-asset portfolio manager at Amundi. There is expectation that Trump's policies will be market-friendly, growth-friendly, will be impacting higher inflation, but not massively. Deregulation is going to be good for some sectors, she said. The assumption is we have good, soft Trump with no big negative impact priced by markets. Meanwhile, the likelihood of so-called America First policies has boosted the dollar more than 2% so far this month. Its gains are weighing on a raft of assets, sending gold prices near 2-month lows and pushing the yen to the weakest since July, close to levels when Japanese authorities last intervened to prop up the currency. The euro dropped as much as 0.5% to touch the lowest in more than a year, while MSCI's index for emerging market currencies fell for a 5th day. Analysts at Brown Brothers Harriman said that with Trump likely to have the wherewithal to carry out his agenda, the scope for rate cuts could be limited going forward. Market pricing for the Fed has already adjusted, which is giving the dollar a huge lift tempt. They wrote, advising that investors should continue to lean into dollar strength. Currently, money markets price around 19 basis points of rate cuts for December, and several policymakers have urged a cautious approach. Fed Governor Adriana Kugler, for instance, said on Thursday that rate cuts should be paused if progress on inflation stalls, and traders' eyes will now be on U.S. producer price data, which is expected to show headline and core producer prices rose year over year in October. Fed Chief Jerome Powell is also due to speak later in the day. Among individual stocks, Cisco Systems Inc. fell in pre-market trading after the networking company firm gave a conservative outlook, while New Holdings Limited dropped after the fintech company reported third-quarter net interest income that missed consensus estimates. In Europe, a pair of bullish outlooks from chip equipment maker ASML Holding NV and German industrial giant Siemens AG lifted the stock 600 index by about 0.8%. Confident cuts. Traders added to wagers that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates by another quarter point next month after inline inflation data spurring gains for Treasury debt. The rally trimmed yields on 2-year notes, more closely tied than longer tenors to Fed rate decisions, by as much as 10 basis points to 4.24%. Swaps traders boosted to about 80% the probability that the Fed will cut rates again on deck by 18, up from around 56% earlier Wednesday. Through June, they priced in just over 60 basis points of cumulative reductions. The Burberry Group PLC's recently appointed chief executive officer pledged to return the British fashion brand to its roots as a maker of trench coats and scarves, in a move welcomed by investors. Shares of Burberry rose as much as 15% in early trading in London after Joshua Schulman said he would undo the missteps of previous management teams who had tried to push Burberry too hard and too fast into the upper echelons of the luxury sector and lost loyal customers along the way. Schulman, who was named to the top post in July, said his plan to refocus on outerwear, where Burberry is known for check print gabardine trench coats, would return the fashion house to its heyday when the company was profitable and hitting annual sales of £3 billion, $3.8 billion, million barrel glut. Global oil markets face a surplus of more than 1 million barrels a day next year as Chinese demand continues to falter, cushioning prices against turmoil in the Middle East and beyond, the International Energy Agency said. Oil consumption in China, the powerhouse of world markets for the past 2 decades, has contracted for 6 straight months through September and will grow this year at just 10% of the rate seen in 2023, the IEA said in a monthly report on Thursday. The global glut would be even bigger if OPEC Plus decides to press on with plans to revive halted production when it gathers next month, according to the agency. Top overnight news: USD strength piled more pressure on Asian stocks and currencies, with the yen slipping to its lowest level since July. Fears of imminent intervention are overstated, MLIV said. China supported the yuan for a second day. BBG: the BOJ should raise interest rates at least to 1% to roll back an abnormally huge stimulus that is causing unwelcome falls in the yen, said Takeshi Shina, the shadow finance minister of the country's largest opposition party. Reuters: a close aide to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Donald Trump and Jared Kushner this week that Israel is rushing to advance a ceasefire deal in Lebanon, according to 3 current and former Israeli officials briefed on the meeting, with the aim of delivering an early foreign policy win to the president-elect. Washington Post: Ukraine sovereign bond values spike as investors anticipate the incoming Trump administration will push for a quick end to the war. FT: global oil markets face a huge surplus of more than 1 million barrels a day next year on faltering Chinese demand, and even with the curtailed supply from OPEC Plus, the IEA said, supplies from producers such as the U.S. and Canada will surge by 1.5 million BBG. ASML reaffirmed its bullish long-term revenue outlook on AI-driven demand, projecting sales in 2030 of up to 60 billion euros. Shares rallied. BBG: Howard Lutnick and his allies are lobbying for him to be picked as Treasury Secretary, as some advisors to President-elect Donald Trump quietly signal skepticism about the top contender. Investor Scott Bessent. WSJ: the incoming Trump administration is considering a plan to bypass Congress and unilaterally adopt some of the Musk-Ramaswamy spending cut proposals. Washington Post: the Pennsylvania Senate seat race will be subjected to a recount after the vote result was within the threshold for an automatic recount under state law, according to NBC. Disney beat in FY4Q EPS and revenues with slight operating income miss. Constructive FY25 AJ EPS guide of HSD well above expectations of 4%. Stock is trading plus 10% thus far in the pre-market. Oh, no WSJ? WSJ. He tweaked a couple of times. But he's good, man. He's good. He works really, really hard. Josh AI, baby. Good morning. Good morning. We have more. S&P futures, they are down by 0.1 Thursday morning. Comes after U.S. equities finished mixed on Wednesday. Semis, metal, builder, regional banks, healthcare, machinery, trucking among the laggards, while software, airlines, EV, energy, and pockets of retail outperformed. Treasuries weaker, with some curve flattening after a mixed performance on Wednesday. Dollar is up by 0.2. Gold is down by 1. Bitcoin up by 1.4. And WTI up by 0.9. Markets continue to deal with a lot of push and pull surrounding the post-election backdrop. Seasonality, buybacks, volatility reset, FOMO, animal spirits, heightened retail impulse, macro surprise momentum, and expected deregulation and tax tailwinds, the high-profile bullish talking points. In addition, disinflation still gives the Fed room to ease policy. However, some concerns that the initial Trump trade momentum may be overdone with valuations and positioning more stretched. Also, worries about Trump policies in aggregate exasperating bond vigilante scrutiny on deficit dynamics. Tariffs and immigration crackdown specifically flagged as potential drags on growth and inflation. Dollar strength, another overhang. October core PPI in line, though final demand services accelerated slightly and final demand goods turned positive after 2 straight negative monthly prints. Initial jobless claims came in below consensus. Continuing claims in line down slightly week over week, though still holding near cycle high. Fed Governor Kugler highlighted disinflation trend, rebalanced labor market, but said pause appropriate if progress stalls on or inflation reaccelerates. Other Fed speak include Barkin, Powell, and Williams, all scheduled today. Powell is at 12 or 1 Eastern. I thought I was at 12. Powell expected to reiterate the points that he made at the FOMC press conference last week, where he refused to provide specific guidance regarding the December meeting, stressed data dependency, and noted that the Fed does not want to see further cooling in the labor market. Quiet in terms of corporate news. Cisco post-earnings laggard with takeaways flagging high barred, crowded, long, and public sector weakness, though AI order strength the bright spot. Disney beat with Disney Plus subs ahead. Guided EPS full-year growth ahead of estimates. ASML up after reiterating 2030 guide. HP missed on fiscal Q4 EBITDA and guided quarter one EBITDA 6% below. CNH up on news that Einhorn Greenlight has taken a medium-sized stake. TPR and CPRI announced termination of merger. AAP missed in guidance to full-year disappointed. Said 700 stores to close after strategic review. Sono beat and highlighted progress on improving software and positive feedback surrounding new products. And then BZH EBITDA beat and expects further expansion in community count in full year 25. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Fed officials express uncertainty over how far interest rates can be cut. That was typed wrong. ECB Guendo says Euro area consumer price numbers are offering some encouragement for policymakers. RBA Governor Bullock says policy to remain restrictive until demand weakens. Bank of Korea Governor Ri says Forex has reemerged as a major factor in rate decision. Economists say Trump deportation plan likely to stoke inflation and lower U.S. employment rates. China activity data focused to show modest recovery in economic activity last month. Japan planning $87 billion extra budget to fund stimulus. Eurozone employment ticks up. GDP growth figure confirmed and industrial output falls more. EU fiscal tightening threatens growth as region faces investment gap in Trump return. Market pricing in 80% chance of a Fed cut in December. Yen depreciation being driven by capital outflows. PBOC maintains support for yuan as onshore rate continues to depreciate. Tech leads China stocks slump as traders reduce risky wagers before major tech firm results. Crypto market values tops 2021 high as investors see Trump as bullish for crypto. Trump nominees Florida Rep. Gates as AG, Gabbard as DNI, Rubio as Secretary of State. Gates picked AG, sends shockwaves and alarm through Washington. Senate may block his nomination. Trump Defense Secretary pick Hegseth confounds Washington European allies. Trump loyalists Lutnick and Bessent are top contenders for Treasury Secretary. Howard Lutnick and allies make late push to become Treasury. Trump meets Biden at White House to discuss transition. Biden asked to work on Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. Trump team drawing up list of Pentagon officers to fire in major anti-woke overhaul. GOP senators elect South Dakota John Thune as their leader. Republicans officially secure House majority, handing Trump GOP the trifecta of control. NVIDIA set to bring new tech for powering humanoid robots to first half of 25. Apple faces $3.8 billion antitrust legal claim over abusing dominance by tying customers to its iCloud storage. Tesla said recalling 2,400 Cybertrucks in the U.S. because faulty part could lead to loss of power and raise crash risk. Trump victory seen as potentially easing regulatory path for Musk robo-taxi, but hurdles remain. ASML reaffirmed long-term revenue as it bets on AI-driven boom in semiconductor demand. Einhorn takes stake in CNH Industrial. China better equipped to fight trade war with Trump this time. Rubio pick suggests more hawkish stance. Biden to meet Xi in Lima with Trump looming over this week's APEC summit. Israel rushing to advance ceasefire deal in Lebanon, delivering Trump early foreign policy win. Israel hoping Trump's return will lead to more cooperation in the Middle East. Welcome Trump's cabinet's picks. IEA says oil supply to exceed demand by more than 1 billion barrels a day in 2025. And GOP control of Congress set to unleash oil and gas development. Yes, humanoid robots were mentioned. That was for NVIDIA. Good morning. Good. Fed barking. Fed is making great progress but needs to keep going. There is still more demand for housing than supply. The better way to address housing imbalance at this point is to build more, not to suppress demand. Oh, so you're down with the rate cuts. We got some pre-market movers still. Walt Disney. Does anybody call it Walt Disney? I thought it was just Disney. But they're up 8.4 earnings guidance, complete transaction with Reliance. Tapestry up 7.5, terminates agreement with CPRI, $2 billion stock buyback, reaffirms full-year guidance. Talon up 7.9 earnings. CNH up 6.2. Greenlight reportedly has long position. BN up 5.9. NetEase up 4.6 off earnings. BWXT up 4.5. MRK Sympathy. Docs S up 2.2. Morgan Stanley upgrade. JD up 2 off earnings. Summit up 2.0. Merck Sympathy. Global license for LM 299. ALAB up 1.9. Cyber 1.6. LRCX up 1.5. AMET 1.5. CBP up 1.4. Piper Sandler upgrade. DLO is up 17.4 earnings. Lunar up 16.8 earnings. Oscar up 9.5. Insider buy. Zeta up 7.3. Response to Culpa Research short report. 100 million buyback authorization. NN is up by 6.9 off earnings. Oh, wait, where was that? CPB. That one's interesting. I need to write that one down for the value. Okay. Lunar up 16.8. Somo up 6.6 off earnings. SMR 5.7. Nothing. PAGS 5.3 off earnings. ASTS 5.2. Oklo 4.2. Zim up 3.0. IONQ up 3. Tigo up 3. RSI up 2.6. PTCT up 2.2. FDA accelerates approval of Kepadeli. KLIC up 2.1 earnings. AAL up 1.7. Barclays upgrade. Qubit up 34.2. Nothing. GAMB up 19.3 off earnings. GRYP up 14.1 off earnings. IMMP up 12.8. Data from Insight 003 trial in non-small cell lung cancer. ACIU up 11.9. Interim phase 2 results. ACI 7104 active immunotherapy in early Parkinson's. FPay up 11.3 off earnings. CLPT up 10.7. FDA de novo authorization of SmartFlow for use with Kepadili. That was the other one. Ader is up 8.4, BZH up 8.2, Tyra 7.8, Honest up 5.5, TIL up 5.2, Merck Sympathy, Frey up 5.2, Insider Buy, INSG up 4.2, Roth MKM upgrade, Spur up 3.7, Craig Hallium upgrade, Riley up 2.5, anticipated results, and Bitcoin stocks trading higher. SMCI down 10, probably off the delay from yesterday, but no headline. There was ASML too. NIU down by 7.2 off earnings, NICE down 5.2 off earnings, T-Tech down 3.5 off earnings, VTR down 1.1, 10 million share offering. Cisco down 1.0 off earnings. IBTA down 17 off earnings. Atro down 14 off earnings. ZK down 7.5 earnings into acquire 51% stake in Lincoln Co. AAP down 5.7 off earnings. Capri down 5.7 terminates agreement with Tapestry. Vion down 2.8. Pizza down 2.0. Keybake downgrade. CLDI down 26. Shares and warrants offering of indeterminate size. OPRX down 22 off earnings. GWH down 19 off earnings. eCore down 10 off earnings. And gold and silver stocks trading lower. Wow. My goodness. My goodness. It's going to be fun. Again, Powell is going to be coming up. I think we have good timing there. I don't know if we're going to have time for a commercial break. I could do without. I'm pretty excited. I hope you are too, but Chad Adonia, you should know everything. Long duration, rates. I made it simple on the watch list yesterday. 4 or 5 on the 2-year. That's all you got to look for pressure, man. Make life easy. But Chad, you're here on a Friday, Junior. Your first full week after the election, man. So tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Let's go. Good morning. NVIDIA, SPY puts, TLT, spot puts, selling Disney debit spread, altcoin short, just waiting, Nike long, TQQ, Euro long. Wow, the payout, MAGA calls, Lunar calls, Beto, eating my birthday cake, MO calls, NVIDIA, it's Thursday, Apple, Tesla, Shopify puts, more Disney shares, Oklo, fake money, closing my Disney 108 call, closing Disney, MO calls, Tesla puts, SPY call, Bitcoin calls, Holding ASTS calls, Meta, Litecoin buy, TLT shares, nothing, Honest, ASTS, DJT, Litecoin buy again, SMCI, IWM, Tesla call maybe, GME 30, AMD 145, UNG calls, there's a weather storm, so that's a good one, Palantir, Doge, Tesla, God, baby. What about that Twitch? Twitch, you ain't got nothing? Twitch ain't got nothing. Twitter, you ain't got nothing? Oh, that's it. Y'all letting the firstborn just dominate, huh? Y'all just letting the firstborn dominate. Y'all gonna let YouTube flex on you like that, huh? Oh, okay. Closing SFCI, GME, Chad calls TGT for earnings run up Friday, and the final plays. Sterling buys, puts on SPY, TQQ, JD earnings. There you go, Twitch, ASTS, and AMD calls, baby. Let's go. Wow. Barkin says important that all banking regulators agree on an appropriate regime. And he says the current level of unemployment is fine, whether it's normalizing or weakening. It's something to still be determined. Companies still feel labor is short on long-term basis and are not firing, though job growth is slowing. So, again, you got Barkin. You're going to get Powell. I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Disney, TLT. If you didn't watch the last two watch lists, you hate me and money at this point. I explained what we did with all of that. I think it's a very good one. Watch Humana, Whirlpool, MO, CPB, and any value plays. What we saw last night or at the end of the day, I don't think that was a coincidence. So just be on the lookout of cyclicals versus defensives if they start going. And then I'm going to also watch MRK. They had a good update on a trial, and then even defense stocks just in case. But before I get into the pledge, and shout out to the vets, baby, this is what we went over on the watch list yesterday. Again, the value names, that's going to be your green line, and then your dark blue line is going to be the Russell versus the SPY. And why I'm bringing this up, because pretty much in 2016, the last Trump trade, it topped out on the Russell outperformance about middle of December. So keep that in mind. Again, we're using rates to try to find when we sell the rip, my friends. But that being said, I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I hope you guys are ready. But here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, it really is an honor, bro, not only to shout you guys out and show love to those who have made that sacrifice, but even in here, I know we got a lot of vets, man, and I really hope all of the info, I hope you get a long-term. I hope you do better than all of us. I don't know if that's bad to say. I know somebody's going to get mad, but y'all have sacrificed. Y'all have served. Y'all did it before anybody was even into politics and held it down. But for real, veterans, thank you for everything. God bless all of you and your families. And I hope all of you could show this love and appreciation, because every day, man, we are basking in the benefits of what others have chosen to sacrifice ahead of us. So veterans, families, God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. That smells like fresh Friday Junior in the morning. It smells like fresh volatility. You know what I'm saying? It smells like power is on the way. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It is game time. So, nuclear's going up. I think that one's interesting on there. Again, Disney, they had good earnings. There was a couple, even in retail, like we went over there in the AM. Burberry did well, and then Cisco, they were in the middle. ASML was good, too. They had good guidance. And then SMCI, I don't know. You guys were saying delisting. I don't know if that's rumor or not, but they are doing terrible. So we will find out. But market's doing good. Bonds are up. All that means is less pressure. See what the Russell does. For real, just same game plan as the last couple of days. So we should be good. But we got 1 minute until the bell, my friends. 1 minute until the bell. Oh, I got to do the tweeter. I got to tell them we're live. It's weird. Some of you guys can't find the Twitter. So again, if you go to Real Cult News, you should be able to find it. We live. Papa Powell soon. Am I annoying? Because I feel like this is the most I've ever typed. Because I don't like talking like that, even though I talk 7 hours a day. I think you guys are going to, if you follow me on Twitter, you'll realize how annoying I am. And then I never know what's the last straw. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever, because like, I get people unfollowing me all the time, but I'm like, I say the craziest things. I'm like, what was it? I don't know. I might have to make a Yelp or something because it's oh, I don't know. Either way, but I love you. Good morning, baby. Like the video. Let's have a good one. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Yeah, I'm going to make her rate my professor. That's hilarious. All right. Well, TLT's already popping 20%. I mean, you went through this yesterday. So remember, even our TLTs the day before, they went up 30% and then it flipped. So yeah, you're up almost 1%. If that holds, TLT, you're going to have some good gains. Otherwise, if it does what it does yesterday, just be prepared. Again, bond volatility is not over. Yeah, Disney chain is still closed. I like Disney a lot. It was good and it didn't move 2 standard deviations. It's right between 1 and 2. Oh, Disney's open now. Disney is now open. All of them are green. Every single contract has a premium. Actually, kind of wild. Oh, those are high. 15% gain. I might wait a little bit. Honestly, there's a couple there now. They all have premium. If you feel like it could go crazy. Again, they guided up. Profitability was good. Everybody is ecstatic about the CEO. It was a good one. Like I was saying, I was expecting we get back to 120. So again, I'm not saying that's the strike price, but pretty much like 115 to 120 is now back in play. But I don't know. The contracts are literally all expensive right now. There's only one that's cheap, but it's mad far at the money. $100 from yesterday. I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, it's like 30 to 100. Oh, wait, let me wait for one pullback. If it doesn't pull back, you're going to miss the Disney. If it pulls back, though, you're going to save a little bit of money. So make your decision now. You either chase that one or you wait for a pullback. I'm waiting for the pullback on the price. Again, we don't need to force it. HIMS, and then check JD as well. Again, that was China earnings. They flipped. HIMS is above 30. Disney's still going. That's 114 now, or right below it. Yeah, NetEase is another China play. I don't know where Baba played. Nah. Hey. Long term. Man, y'all attitude on MO flipped. Y'all were in the morning hyped. But yeah, I did a cash open sell. They said, haha, ex-dividend. Speaking of which, where's Campbell's? Let me see where their divvy's at. No, HIMS chain. Oh, yeah, they've already passed. Oh, nobody trades this thing. Wow. Those premiums are wild. Nah. My X tag is real Colt news. Oh, I like that. I like Campbell's just after what we saw yesterday, but spreads are wild. There's Disney again. See if that comes down. Tesla dying. PL on the high. SMR. Again, those nuclear plays are kind of in play this morning. I mean, you've seen them. They'll move 10, 15% in the first 2 hours. Biden agency working expeditiously to finalize needed steps to complete agreement for congestion pricing. US DOT. What is that? Is that for like the metro? Or charging for like... I saw somebody gets charged. They charge you for using the carpool lane. I'm still in shop. I got that one $9 play. Where's that at? Yeah, it's up 50% still. So sell it out if you don't like. Again, that was one of those small earnings you either get lucky or not play. But yeah, that play's still up 50%, believe it or not. So you could sell it out for a small gain. Again, it's only small, like literally $15. Tesla breaking out now. But Tesla's still in the red. NVIDIA already in the green. Here it's at now, Poppy. Your name is green, my friend. Oh, and Jerry. Some people have reached out. They were saying that they signed up for a membership and it didn't show up. Make sure it was on Stock Market Live. But other than that, unfortunately, you have to you got to hit up YouTube. I do not handle the channel memberships. I only handle the stream alerts. So that is unfortunately with YouTube. I like Estee Lauder. I was talking about it yesterday. It's tempting. I think it could go down more. I think it's if you have too many consumer stocks, it could be bad. The valuation is high. The EPS is still high. There's a lot of it could still go lower, but I am attracted to it at $63. That was a price that I really, really liked. So we'll see where that takes us. And then UPS still climbing a little bit. Oh, where is it? Nike. And then you guys remember that DocuPlay? We have one of those. It's up a couple 100%. I keep seeing that thing go up. Oh, what up, Diamenda? Let's go. CRM AICO left. Oh man, and then they had competition from someone yesterday. Israeli military says they attack military buildings and headquarters of Islamic Jihad in Syria. Uh-oh, hot dog. Dude, Netflix is unreal, but now with a good Disney. Oh, yeah, where's Disney? Don't forget about that. Hold on, that might have been our pullback. Damn it. Yeah. Habibi is up a lot, Habibi. Come on, hit it. Big money, big money. Yeah, bro, they're all still up like 160, man. And then now they're, honestly, some of the contracts are really running. Yeah, there was a Cybertruck recall. Oof. Oh, are you kidding me? They just moved that one. All right, I found one. I don't like it, though. I'm going to grab one. Did I fill? Yeah. Okay. We'll get us one pre-earnings in there. Alrighty. All right, it already came down, so you guys will get a better price. I even then, I found the cheap one, and I already top-ticked it. You already know, baby. That's the exact play I got. I grabbed the Disney next week. I got it at 14, but then it went down right away. Grab it at 10 or wait till the 121s go to 14, but not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I grabbed Disney 125 for next week, two of them at 14 cents. You could get them for 10 now, and then I'm going to sell one and make it free if it does. So a little bit more. Again, I wanted closer to the money. I think the premiums are high. I'm trying to target the plays that are down in terms of the premium from yesterday. So go look at every option. They're up either 60 to 160. So we'll see. Oh, wow. I don't have this. You're right. This is the IWM, homie. My bad. Yeah, I was looking at it this morning after the data. That's funny. And then the TLTs are up 20%. So that's actually a little less than yesterday. But you can make it free with the size we have. But I'm going to hold that for a little bit. I mean, that's what I did yesterday, though, and it flipped. But I do like how we're looking. But we have a long way to go. Long, long way to go with bonds. This is nothing. You're just back to the close of Tuesday. Disney, I mean, I don't know if it'll go to all-time highs, but Disney 115 and then 120, 125 will be the next levels. But they did good, man. I mean, again, even for our long-term, like I said, that Disney earnings could have been make or break it. So I'm glad that it didn't break it. It would have been nice to grab it cheaper, but because remember, bro, they were doing really good with Nelson Peltz, and then that whole thing brought it down there. My date for long term. So Mando, I think you were part of it yesterday too. Just look at the watch list, please. Because I don't want, even part of when we took away some of the plays, I don't want to play that game of just like, what are you holding? Which one did you buy? Especially when it's documented on there. So check it out or just wait till we naturally talk about it or get you stream alerts. But try to stay follow up with it. Thanks. I'm looking at the long term. Disney's great. I mean, we're back up to 26% on Disney in the long term. It's kind of bittersweet. I feel like it was just up 50 and then it was just break even the other day. Yeah, Lunar had earnings. Airbnb's up. Whirlpool, too. Again, that value move yesterday was odd. I want to see if we get that. Shopify is down. YPF, Walmart on the high. Low ticker is more active than the high ticker right now. You played the run-up on Disney? Good. If you held it, but honestly, that run-up, the run-up offered 100%. The March. So if I did the middle, if I ever say a month on a contract and I don't give the exact date, go to the middle one. Coins selling off. I thought crypto was up. Let me see. I don't know if it's been that hot. Yeah, go. Crypto literally just took a $2,000 candle down. Well, there you go. So that's crypto in the top right there. Bitcoin futures. Again, bonds went straight. It's weird because bonds should be helping you out today, but even then, the only thing benefiting is the Russell. Bonds are actually the winner today. So there's just like yesterday. Remember I kept saying bonds lagging, and everybody was asking me what I was saying, and then eventually things came in. What you're seeing today is not going to stay like this. Something's going to move. You have a big gap between bonds, SPY, NASDAQ, and Russell. So we have a lot of range in, my friends. We have a lot of range in. Polish bank says interest rates could be cut 50 to 100 basis points. Not bad. Lemonade. All the insurance companies have done good. Lemonade, and what was the other one? There's another one. Root. So just how they've funded and growing customers, analysts have been very, very happy with them. Insurance has been good. Am I looking at Walmart earnings? I mean, yeah, but God, sadly, it just like reminds me of Disney. I think it's already ran up. So I'll play it if it comes down, but when you're already in just straight up mode, that kind of kills it. And then that's your first bond sell-off. So it's very simple, you guys. Bonds are either going to go negative from here or it's going to bounce off of it, and then we'll actually have a good day. Why do I say negative? And I laugh because literally that's what's happened every day. You'll be up 1%, and usually when you're up 1%, it doesn't really flip like that. But again, that bond pressure and just the animal spirits of the market are working. So just be mindful here. Bonds are either going to go down a little and bounce, or we're going to give it all up, and then that can make sense of why you see a little bit more broader pressure in the market today. Yeah, bro. Whirlpool, you've been up 114. Is that even higher? Oh, we need to get 115. German in Europe, not too much, but the pound is down again. The pound is literally down, I want to say like 5 days in a row at like 3 or 4%. We'll see. I should do AMD 200 call. Well, I'm glad you posted the play, homie. You know? Most people tell me to do stuff without posting the play. I could consider it. AMD 200. I'll look at it. A lot of people called out AMD this morning. UAV's on the high. SPY going lower. Start at Redfin at 778. That's a better price than not, but I still don't like that, it's up a lot higher than where we bought it. So even then, though, is it up on the year? Oof. You're pushing it. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that'd be the worst price. I don't know. I don't like buying the names that we're really up on. So you're going to, as long as everything else is built out, you got to find a way. Otherwise, if higher quality comes your way, I would opt for that. That's been what I have been doing. Good morning. UAV. SPY still lower again. Bonds trying to hang on. Low ticker pretty active. So again, NASDAQ down a quarter. SPY down 0.17. Dow's down 0.09. And now the Russell is down even with the bonds. So that, again, it's either bonds are going to sell off and catch up to the Russell, like yesterday, remember the Russell caught up, or the Russell's going to bounce up, and then we'll go after young Powell. Humana, I have no idea. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, there was just a weird value move. Everything with value started going up. IDF has struck Islamic Jihad sites in Syria. What did I eat for breakfast? I did not eat breakfast. All I ate was stock quotes and bond yields, and that was enough to take me forward. They struck Syria a couple times, but this is, I think they're kind of getting a little bit more bold about it. TSM on the high. Yeah, TSM actually ripping. And then Disney's still holding. Again, those plays were meh for now, but if it's going to be really meh if you don't break down or break up. Again, a put could still be in play too, but I did like the high side. Yeah, those plays are just holding up. My leg's still sore. Oh, yeah, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. It's going to get even worse, like, later. So we'll see, but good thing we have Powell. Coin is, again, crypto just sold off like $2,000. NVIDIA break even. Spotify on the high still. So look at that. NVIDIA, dude, crypto sold off $3,000. I don't know what just happened here at this cash open of the stock market. It just took you down to where you were at midnight. That just wiped out most of the Asian session for the coin. 500 Shaz a coin. Good luck, my friend. Somebody dumped Bitcoin. Was it actually like a Bitcoin dump, or is that just stock market futures? Very interesting, though. And then NVIDIA is coming down. Where's AMD? AMD's green. Again, a lot of people called out AMD this morning. I feel like I heard more AMD today than any other day. Biddy's on the high. Again, there's Beto. Regionals are down. Who's the other one? ARC. So, again, do you guys see how today, we'll see what the bonds do. I don't know if they're going to hold up with everything with this pressure, but this is where bonds go up, they go down. That's going to close some of that gap we've been talking about. But like I said on the watch list, I think I'm going to be early. USO. Oil's interesting. It's kind of holding up. And then China names, China's are going down. JD, they had good earnings. They're already flipping red. Nettie's had good earnings, and it's holding up. So that's some hope. But Yang is on the climb right now. Here we go. There's talks of Intel and merger. That wouldn't work. So Intel and merger, in my opinion, I think it would get snuffed out by regulators. So that one, it's too closely tied. But that's why Qualcomm was such a wild deal, because Qualcomm could actually absorb them, and there's no, like, overlapping business. All right, so bonds still, like I said, bonds already lit. I only gave up a quarter, honestly. That's actually not too bad, but I still think they could either give up or not. SPY sold off first. Oil names are on the high. Chevron, and then I'm even watching Pepsi and Home Builders. And then even 3M now, too. Yeah, Pepsi, interesting. Again, watch it, those value plays come up. I think that's going to be word two. Cyclical defensive rotation. Rumors of Amazon buying Sonos. Oh. Have I discussed the bonds in the deficit tin? No, that was just on the watch list. Is gas going? Yeah, natural gas. So there's like a weather storm about to hit the East Coast. So again, I mean, we are about to get into, what is it, fall or winter, but there has been, I think, 20% of the gains on UNG has been from the weather. So if that gets bad, I think that would have a whoop. Otherwise, it'll fade after the event. JPM on the high. So watch if banks start going again. It's not like banks are too hot. Oh, yeah, actually, they just went red to green. Again, China's still selling off. I got Pepsi on the high ticker again. Fed Barkin says considers unemployment claims an important indicator of how the labor market is evolving. The dollar's chilling. It's weird because the pound went down, but that's why I think today's a little bit more interesting, and maybe that's why the bonds are able to move up, but every other day the dollar was going up. Today the dollar is not. So right now it's at break even. That's what I'm saying. I think looking at the bonds in Russell, whatever you see this morning, it's going to look completely different by the end of the day. So whatever's lagging now may not be, and whatever's leading may not be. That's kind of what and then especially with Powell on the list. Disney, MO came back up after that weird sell. Disney is trying to turn up. There's bonds starting to flush now. Humana, the Humana came down. Still above 283 though. And then Roblo on the high. Killed him. I don't know. Co. What up, Murphy? You couldn't find my YouTube live? Wow. You're the first one who said that I feel like I haven't heard that in like 4 or 5 days. It used to be every day. They're like, I can't find your live stream. So you're on Twitter, but that's where you put that in. But you couldn't find it either? Well, like the video, share it. And if not, we have a backup on Twitter, Twitch, and everywhere where you get your stock news. I don't know. I forgot I need to post the link in here. You guys had to work to find it? Oh, wow. So they're still clapping us? I thought things got a little better. I was actually kind of happy. Well, you guys get it fixed. Make sure you're subscribed, turn the bell on, complain to YouTube. If none of those things work, you have the other streams. Well, you have to be subbed to be talking right now. So that would make a little bit more sense. You found it on your sidebar? Yeah, usually if you hit the subs sidebar, that usually works. CGC. Remember, there's a lot of weed news yesterday. So see if any of the other weed stocks, SPY just hit VWAP. Bonds have sold off half now. Hi. And then, yeah, the weed stocks are down, but CGC's going up. Very interesting, actually. Barkin, best inflation data is government data like CPI or PCE. Weekly credit card spend may also provide a good indicator of direction of consumption. The weed news yesterday, there was like a bill filing for Texas, but then there was another one. It was Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, and he is in Florida. He has had a history of wanting to legalize weed. So it really moved more off Matt Gaetz than anything. First week you got notification. I know I actually got a notification. Remember, every time I do a live watch list, I can't even find my own channel, but it actually showed up on the notifications. I was like, whoa! All vibes, bro. All vibes. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with weed, but I said it, give it some time on weed, but it depends on if they put together like a team of like weed favorable people and then wait till they actually get confirmed and then see what happens. Yeah, the Gaetz thing is kind of weird. I don't know much about him, but what I do know, I was a little bit more taken back by that one. And everybody is. A lot of people freaked out on the Gaetz thing. And literally, what did they do? The weird part is that by him doing they're going to be able to do the recess. So he eventually may not get confirmed, but as weird as it sounds, he is going to get to be the AG for a little bit. It's actually wild. It's like actually wild. So, but yeah, you will have to confirm it, but how they're doing it, he's going to get it for a little bit, which is ironic. Oh, that's interesting. You think it's a play so that they don't confirm him and then they accept his second pick? But then again, I mean, we might get a lot of political drama like later. Just from you guys remember the whole like Mitch McConnell and then who was the other guy? Kevin McCarthy. Remember we had that drama? It's like I don't even think they care about second picks. If we have a Congress and they're like, remember they'll make you keep voting and voting and voting. Rick on the high. Again, Nvidia's kind of chilling. Wheat stock's trying to go back up. See if the bonds, again, either pressure or bounce, but SPY 2, they're down. The Dow is the only one in the green right now, ironically enough. Is there anyone on the current appointment list you don't vibe with? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm generally more happy than not, and I'm even seeing Democrats doubt the the legitimacy of the voting, which made me laugh. But I am. I'm a couple of them. I'm a little bit taken back by. Not all of them. However, I still like. What am I judging right now? You know what I'm saying? Like we haven't seen anything happen. So I have initial thoughts, but I do want to see what people are gonna do, and I want it to actually like play out. But for now, I'm more happier than not. But yeah, there's really not much to go off of. So it's weird. I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure it out. I don't know if I like Lutnick or not. I like Howard Lutnick in many positions, but I don't know how I feel about him at the treasurer. But then again, I think he would be more conservative, but I don't know if he has that experience. But then Bessent is just like a big money hedge fund guy. But Bessent has worked with Soros. So that's the appointment that I care about, the treasurer. You guys got to realize Jerome Powell, Janet Yellen, that right there is controlling all of your money. So I'm really focused on that one, but I don't know which one I like. I like Bessent more, but I still don't know how Lutnick. I doubt him, but I feel like he may have a shot. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. So we'll see. We'll see, and we'll go off of what happens, and then hopefully we could quickly see what actions are there to go off of. Barkin, the jury is still out on how the recent labor settlements will impact overall wages in the economy. Barkin, uncertainty is one of the reasons to be gradual and cautious about declaring victory over inflation. The Elon Musk, the Doge. I love Doge. Not the Dogecoin, but I love that idea. I don't know. I hope that they're actually able to do something, but that will be a very interesting. It'll be interesting if that sets off the wave of fiscal conservatism. And I said this before the election. This is, inflation is becoming unpopular. So let's see if all of a sudden, like, if we actually get this, like, people starting to spend less and the economy gets a little bit more privatized and that makes the government less spending and more efficient and things work, it'll be amazing. But I don't know. We'll see. But I like the idea. I think it's a really good idea, but I think the challenge is hard. I brought now that, and I'm glad you asked that question. This is what I mean. It naturally leads in to what we've been talking about, and this is something I went over on the watch list yesterday. Here it is. The budget deficit. So this is I have tinfoil. Actually, no, I'm gonna make you guys like the video. You know what? I appreciate your question, Lily, but I need 1,000 likes. Screw them. Hold on. I already went over. I need 1,000 likes. Y'all chilling today. Y'all getting long terms. You better like the video. That's it. I need 100 people, 50 people. You watched it last night? Okay, you don't have to like the video then. You good. You good. All right, you know what I'm saying? I don't got 10 people. I ain't got no 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where you at, 10 people? You just got to hit the like button, man. Come on. I've seen 9,000 of you vote on your president pick an hour after the bell. I know you could like the video, asshole. I know you can. I know you can. You know that, right? You guys don't remember? I see 500 likes, and I see 9,000 votes for Kamala. What's wrong with y'all? Anyways, so on my tinfoil, I've been saying it, and like, I don't want to be that big of a nut job, but I'm telling you, like, go compare long duration stocks and the ones that ran and the ones that haven't. But when you go and look at the bonds, I'm like, dude, there's extra pressure on the bonds. I'm like, I don't know if it's Druckenmiller. I don't think it's the bond I think everyone's talking about bond vigilantes like the boogeyman. And I'm even talking about a boogeyman. I don't know who the boogeyman is. There's a pressure and we don't know what it is. But this is one of the answers that I have put forward. Just simple. And this came out the other day, literally yesterday. October was the second worst start in history to the government budget deficit. Last year, at the beginning of October, the deficit was at $60 billion. At this October, it was over like 250. And you go and look, from the beginning of October, that's exactly where the divergence between long duration broke. So literally, my tinfoil is that I think it is Fed refuses to back Basel climate plans, leaving talks in limbo. But my tinfoil is that it was Yellen. I think Yellen has added the extra pressure. We were noticing the extra $400 billion. You now look at, this is historically large, bro. This is not, I don't know if this is as shocking to you. And it makes sense why, in my mind, why the bonds have moved so much. Because, like, bro, you have the biggest deficit at October right now as if this was COVID. 2020 October, think about, you were like 6 months into like stimmy, pump, election in 2020. And we just did that again. So, but that's where I'm saying maybe that's the boogeyman in the bond market. It could have just been the Yellen. And just, make life simple. Because I'm like, why is everybody so fiscally conservative all of a sudden? It's like funny. It's like, that's why I'm saying you have all these people in the media tweaking out, and they're like, oh, inflation, and the bonds. But I'm like, dude, like, seriously, I really encourage you guys to all go look at this. Do you guys realize that 4% broke the market twice? So my logic is that 4% is the new 0%. I think rates should be at 4 and hold there. Why? Because I think 4 is high enough and restrictive enough at the same time. But I think 4, 5, and 5 is ridiculous. That's why I'm saying to buy it. But literally, bro, October 2022, market died. You know why? Part of it, that was the first time going above 4. Then go to March 2023, literally at 4.01, and then everything bursts. 4% is high in our context of what we've dealt with. So I think it's very interesting. But this all goes back to say, like, the deficit, how we're reacted. I'm like, I don't know, it's a hard task. And even right now, in the last 30 days, I mean, the government spending and government deficit is still very much a real problem in effect. So good luck to Elon and Vivek if they could actually rein it in. Ta-da. No inflation. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's like, I think people are responding to that in a weird way. Because, dude, inflation is not that high. Even I get the core factors and the goods are being sticky again. But, dude, go even look at the PPI today. We had way higher PPI from this January to this June. Like, actually just going up. It's a chart going straight up. And then now it's not the same way. But I think it's part of the government spending. That's where I think is adding some of this pressure. So we'll see again, but that was some tinfoil as I was thinking about it. But then again, that data came out yesterday. So it was hard for me not to notice the second biggest October deficit in history. Intel is going up, yeah. Nvidia is starting to break out now. Surprisingly, the bonds have not died. This is a great sign for now. I mean, literally by yesterday, these things are dead. Just wait, 10:05. So interesting. But Nvidia is going up now. Little less names on the low ticker. It's still a decent amount, but you're watching it shift over to the high ticker. How the stablecoin Luna was first to fall. Yeah, I think that one's even tied to some of the Bankman stuff and everything else going on. But even in this case, I mean, I don't think crypto matters. All that, like I'm saying, bonds and banks and the money supply and just government spending, these are the big things. So, but I don't really tie in crypto to this situation. Yeah, Luna clapped months before. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I think that was the early signal on it. That was the first foray into the tumble of like crypto and everybody like asking questions. Another day, another divvy, baby. Hey, man, bro. Shout out to Dividend. Shout out to Chad. Friday Junior. If Powell, well, that's what we're gonna find out. I don't know. Powell's he can move it, but realistically, he's gonna just outline the box. Powell's box is either inflation goes higher, jobs crumble. Till then, they're gonna do their own thing. Worry about inflation on CNBC now. Woo! Lockheed Martin by 2024, Lockheed will have exceeded 500 PAC-3 missiles. Are we going to do the Zoom call tonight? I think so. If we do a live watch list, we could get on Zoom. Where's Bitcoin? Bro, Bitcoin just got murked off the cash open. And again, but today the dollar, it's not doing what it did the last couple days. That is actually different. Every day the dollar was climbing except for today. So I don't know if the dollar went up in the last 30 minutes, but yeah, it's like right at break even now. So I think that's going to be very, very interesting. How do you get to the Zoom call? Well, go on the live watch list tonight and then join. I'll be posting the link, and then just make sure you have a good chat fax, and that's it. So again, like for real, 11 out of 11 Zoom calls. That's where if you guys like get banned and are trolling, you're not going to participate in that, unfortunately. Even playing Call of Duty with us, that's where your reputation and name go a long way here. If you've never been banned, then you're good to go. Just be on the watch list, and when we talk about it, I'll send out the link. Yeah, Warren Buffett makes more on his Coca-Cola dividends than they pay the CEO of Coca-Cola. So it's a very unique situation. The highest ranking officer at Coca-Cola gets paid less than the largest investor off of dividends. I mean, hey man, God willing, we'll shout out the long term and we'll see we'll see where we're at. 20, 30 years, 40, some compounding, little inflation, Who knows? That could be you. Anything's possible, baby. Yeah, Whirlpool popping up. WMT on the high. They're still red. Has been going up all day. SPY a little lower again. Bonds try to get out of there. Let's see what they do. Was 100 on Diz. Quick shower and down. Yeah, it's chilling. It's a good report, but we need the breakout. Ford to pay penalty for failing to comply with recall requirements. Cava on the high. So Cava, I was talking about that one yesterday. That's the one that moved how I thought Spotify would. But just keep in mind, any of these earnings, so like look at Disney, it needs to either break down or break up. I am in ZB still. We've talked about that, I think, on every watch list. So again, please, you guys, I don't want to play these games. I hope you guys are involved or not. But if, just buy the stream alerts, go and wait till we talk about it or wait till it's on the topic of it. But even then, just, that's not a good sign when I don't like to deal with that. You buy this? Are you in this? Are you holding this? Are you in this? Are you on this? Are you holding this? Are you in this? There's just too many people. Are you going to clap? Yeah, me too. So watch the watch list. I'm giving my plans and how I'm planning. That's why I've been saying, that 4 or 5 to 5% now. That's going to be my all-in zone. So I'm communicating it very clearly on what I want to do. That's why, I encourage you to follow along, especially if you got money on the line. In the watch list. I don't even care about the watch list. Like, I get it. You don't want to watch it. You're not going to watch it. That's fine. I respect it. But I'm just, I can't hold your hand like that, though. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Because we just get into it. It just happens a lot. Do I like the peach? I love it. And I love Legend. And Demands, baby. The peach is always good. That's always great, man. Consistency, every day. Tesla flushing. Tesla on the low ticker. Oh, I got 2 of them. I don't know if it's news, but they're down 3-2. Not off of that headline. Is it Ford consents to a civil penalty? Ford enters consent order over rear view camera recall. 3 months till the fee. Bro, we about to have a new one, too. That's the crazy part. No new long terms. I mean, we talked about Estee Lauder and UPS, but I need to get cash. And I'm still sitting on a deposit, but I need to hold it. So I'm glad because in 2 weeks we'll have another deposit too. And then my cash balance I'll be at like 3% cash, which will be, good enough to maneuver. Where is your boy? So Bitcoin's still holding down. Gold is actually, it's moving up intraday, but down. And that's with the dollar not moving, so they're still playing it. Yeah, Whirlpool X dividends today. So it might sell off pretty hard after this. That's what I'm worried about. We were talking about it yesterday. Like, a lot of names this year, like MO, even Pfizer, I have literally watched them go up after X dividend. So let's see what happens with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one's going to be, it's a high dividend, so it might move a lot. Wow. About to close my first real estate flip. Looking for more deals and recommendations. Finding off. Got this one on Facebook. Let's do it, bro. Let's get on 11 at 11. Oh, that's a first-timer toe. I'm a 2-timer. Amen. Good work, bro. Yeah, bro, and I'm excited. I think a lot of you, I said on the watch list, bro, I'm really excited. I hope I can help y'all out, and let's go, man. I think if we have a lot of opportunity, it's not like real estate's going inflation crazy, but I don't care what you guys want to do. Literally, homeboy yesterday was talking about leaving his job at Coinbase, trading for a living, and doing real estate. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. If whatever you choose, wherever you're at, man, if I could help, I would love to, but I do think a lot of you are starting to to perk up. You're like, wow, I got a long term. I have money. And I think some of you are realizing that real estate is going to be there. So I applaud you, bro. I applaud you if you are already making those moves and thinking about it, and just let's go, man. There's a lot of opportunity everywhere. So very, very excited. I hope you are too. Pulm haunted. Pulm. I mean, thinking about it. Just make a plan and decision. Don't think about it too long. It's the answers are there, bro. The answers are there. That's why I don't get no. You don't want to wait for the next couple of years and on everything, stocks, long term, real estate. Decide now. Get familiar. Start learning. Start searching, because you don't want to let more time go. And then again, 3-4 years you could have been saving and hunting, and then before you know it, you're gonna watch a whole nother cycle happen right in front of you. Too many people insanely bullish, stupid, risky. I mean, yes and no. I think some people in the market in crypto, but I definitely don't think this is like 2021 yet. Maybe I think it could get crazier, but this is nowhere close, bro. Let me just put it this way. I have not seen one random OnlyFans hoe pump Solana yet. Okay? That's it. I haven't seen random ass celebrities that you have all of a sudden. I saw Kamala Harris on Call Her Daddy. I don't see Call Her Daddy calling Solana Dogecoin. So they're in a weird way. Again, even real estate transactions are slow. Even looking at, I think rich people got a little richer, but I don't know if this is going to lead to the mass, the mass just mob of people buying. I don't know. We kind of feel like China in a weird way, but we'll see. It's getting there, but I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's hit that point just yet. But it's. I think we're on that route, and then we'll see what happens in the meantime. He said that guy hasn't heard of Tom Lee. That you guys say Iggy Azalea, Big Sean pumping Solana. I love Big Sean, but like Iggy Azalea, this is not my lineup right now. Bro, y'all had Kim Kardashian, y'all have Floyd Mayweather, you had any girl on social media with 100,000 followers was telling you to buy Dogecoin. They still liked Elon at the moment, so I don't think we're there yet. But, you definitely have had risk on, to say the least. Sybin, about the long term, how we take the leap and shares. Fall 22, now crossed 100%. Wow, what a great time to get involved, baby. Good work. I'm glad you acted on it. Didn't they sue some influencers? They sued like the belligerent ones, but none of the like micro influencer only fan girls, like none of them got in trouble. Dude, I will never forget the Doge run. Bro, you guys got mad at me because I was like, I'm sorry, I don't like a Dogecoin. I still don't like it. You know that, right? But I'll never forget that moment, bro. People were insane. That was one. I don't know if we could ever replicate that, where you have the whole entire, you had like 60-70% of the U.S. It felt like just was all about it, like every day, everywhere you went. All right, SPY coming down now. Bond's holding, so very interesting dynamic. Win is on the high, and Macy's. A couple of like value physical plays are up right now. It's kind of interesting. Where is it? It's in Powell 4. We still got time. Still got a lot of time. People were talking Shiba on the watch list yesterday. This is E-Trade Pro that you're looking at. The other one is Thinkorswim. The Ford, I mean, they got fined $165 million for not updating the camera that got recalled. I don't think it was a big deal. It didn't move the stock at all. And then Win keeps breaking out right now. It's weird because bonds are green today, but that's why I'm saying today's going to look a lot different. I think we're waiting for Powell, as odd as that may sound, because it's not like this is like a Fed cut, but literally bonds are doing great. This should be easing up pressure, but everything is down. But then today the dollar is not up, so that could slow down some of those Trump trades. But for the most part, there's a big gap. Bonds are up 1% on the long end. Everything is down 1/4 to 0.3. I mean, it's either bonds have a lot to give up or you're going to get a bounce at the very least in the Russell. So we'll find out. You don't need a membership for the watch list. No, man. Everything's free here. You know, there's stuff you could pay for if you want to support or you want additional stuff, but everything is free 99. Oh, that's what I want to do. Tell me what you guys think about this. Because I know you guys have asked me for this. Here, let me do this real quick. But you guys know all of my watch lists. And you guys remember the watch list? You guys know about that, right? So, you guys have always asked me about my Google Docs. Yeah, Win is up 10. I have no news on it. I'll double check. That's why I have it up in the bottom right. It keeps running. But yeah, like, I could just post all of the watch list text on Twitter. So I was thinking I might even do it. I want to know if I could. I'm either going to upload Josh AI, but I could even include the whole morning script as well, too. But you know how the whole keys and plays? Yeah. Because a lot of you have asked me, you guys said you would pay for my Google Docs, so I could just give it to you for free on Twitter. So, yeah, I don't know. Can I upload audio? Like, are you able to just, like, upload, like, an audio file? I don't know how that works. Yeah, my file is too large. All right, yeah, well, I posted the morning one. I'll post yesterday's watch list, too. The members community of YouTube. Yeah, I don't like YouTube, you guys. That's kind of my problem, because look at how many things that I put out, but if you don't get it. So I don't like hearing, oh, I can't find it. Oh, where is it? Because then it leads to people, hey, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? So that's why I feel like a long format place that would let me do it, I think Twitter would be the best way. I'm even going to be posting the long terms there as well. I mean, I think things have gotten a little better. I can't deny it already, which I'm shocked that it's happened that fast. But it is like, we do have to have that problem. What is the script? That's the morning. So that's the script. I type it out I get the news from all over, and then I put it into a document, and then I make Josh AI say it. I put a gun to his head. I'm like, say it. Say it. So I just posted that on Twitter so you could just see that's what gets read in the morning. Doge killers, are you ready? What's a Doge killer? What? What's a Doge? Anybody? Why not just make your own website? I was going to. I mean, I have everything ready. I just don't want to handle a lot of stuff. I mean, I truly just, I love this stock market. I hope my 5 years, 7 years, however long has shown you, but I love doing this, and I don't want to manage things. I'm not here to do a bunch of cool graphics and audio effects and server management. I would rather just give you 9 to 10 hours a day of just pure stock info and news from around the world. But we have it set up. I mean, I do have backups in place, unfortunately. But that's what I'm saying. If I could give it to you easy and free in a place where everybody could find it, I mean, that has been my intention and goal. You know, yeah, throw in a little PHILO. My Doge friend, he did, bro. My Doge friend has made $100,000. Remember I told you I gave one of my good homies from college. This is one of my best friends in life. And even then too, like I didn't grow up with this guy. And that's just word, man. You know, I love this dude. I love him. He's my best friend in this life, man. A great, great guy. And I hooked him up with Ethereum. I've told you this story. And at one point, I think I gave him like 2 Ethereum from my stash. You know, I have my Pirates chest of Ethereum. So I got it really cheap, you know, as a homie. I wanted him to get a long term. I gave him them. He sold one of them, and then he kept the other one. I told him he cannot sell the other one no matter what. But he took one of the Ethereum, sold it, and put it in a Doge. And for the last year and a half, all he does is buy Doge. He does have a long term. But just like some of you, he said, I'm putting all of my 90% of my money, I think 75% of his money, he put into Dogecoin. I told him it was the dumbest thing ever. I said, my friend, I don't think that's a good idea. Fast forward a year and a half, he's up 100K. So, you know, this is why we're friends, because he didn't get mad at me for telling him that was stupid. Yes, he's laughing, but he's the one laughing. But he's actually loving it. And I told him, because I said this to him a year ago. I said, I don't care what happens, but whenever it happens, we need to get you a house. That's been my goal, to get homeboy a house. Just like you guys. I remember I told you this. Even my best friend, I have the same goal for him as I do for all of you. I want you to have long terms, maybe get a little bit of crypto, but I want you to own a house. And so I thought he wouldn't be down, but I told you, I texted him yesterday, and I was like, oh, crap, bro, it's time to get a house. And he was like, yeah, I'm ready. So I don't know how it worked out. I didn't agree with the Dogecoin all in. It worked out for him. He has 100K now. And I thought he was going to hold till $1, but I told him, I was like, are you ready to get a house? And he's like, yeah. So he took some profits already, but he still holds a decent amount. But I think just like some of you, he's getting ready to move it into real estate this cycle, it looks like. So I don't know, man. We'll see. So it's funny how it worked, but I'm proud of him. It's wild how it all played out, but I'm happy for him. You have no idea. I've only wanted the best for him. I'm glad he took his own route. I wouldn't have done it that way, but it worked out, and I'm like, man, as long as you don't get a speeding ticket and you're willing to put it into the right place, you'll be good to go, baby. You'll be good to go. How much did he invest in Doge? Probably maybe 10 to 20,000, maybe more. I don't know, but he got it really early and he had a lot of profits. But then he was on this shit though. Excuse me. He was just He was like really like way too on it, bro. It was actually kind of wild. I know it's not even alt season, but either way, man, I'm glad. I'm glad, but yeah, he has been rewarded. He did very good, and now he's looking to get real estate. So at least we match up now. Google will stop serving political advertising in the EU ahead of new 2025 regulation. What happened with Mumu? I don't talk to him anymore. He turned into a sellout and started selling courses, so I banned him. I banned you several times too. You've been here for a long time. You were the guy who ruined the games because you cheated. You remember that? So you know the answer to this. Don't bring up drama, sir. You know better than that. I won't ban you, but I want to. Uh, I've banned you several times, not once. You have a terrible history here. So do what you need to do, but you know the answer to the questions you're asking. I don't know why you want to bring up drama. It's not the wrong guy. I know exactly who I'm talking to, sir. I'll die on this hill, but keep dodging it. That's all, man. That is all. Got a rap sheet, bro. Yeah. No drama. Yeah, you guys know the answers. And it's the book of Sriracha, bro. Like, it's very simple. You know, if somebody does something for you and helps you out, don't be surprised if they talk. So, again, like, Mumu disappointed me. I still love Troy, and he's here, but he disappointed me as well. I no longer support that fast stock news, none of that shit. Oh, excuse me. So, and then even you, man, like, if other stuff. So, if y'all do stuff, I'm not trying to cause drama. I think you know the drama. But when I'm going to tell, like, I'll tell you what it is, bro. I don't want you to have any confusion. So, you know, fix it and do your thing. And do your thing. Troy just works for Benzinga now. And he knows, all of you know how much I hate them. And, you know, we've sent Troy a lot of followers. I've given Troy, like, maybe like $6,000 or $7,000 just to support I loved him. I loved everything he was working on, and I supported it. So to take money, to take all of the promo, and then go to the company that we firmly are really against, and you're going to work for them on news, I'm not down with it. He's still in here. He still provides, and he hooks you guys up. He's allowed to do that. He could do whatever he wants, but I can't support that anymore. It's a little bit better than Mumu, but I don't fuck with that. So, but yeah, that's like I'm saying, man. A lot of it. If you ever have any, you guys know exactly where I stand on everything. Sweet boy, Yes, Babinski passed away too. That was sad. A few Chads have passed away. So, if you guys have been here, you should know all the drama, all the news, all everything. But some of you know it, and to bring it up when you know, I'm like, come on, bro. Come on. You're better than that. Babinski passed. Yeah, bro. He did. It's unfortunate. And we still got Trapper, bro. Show him some love. He's still recovering. There's so many, man. So many things. So many good, bad, ugly. So many I've seen so many people double down and make $1 million, get real estate. I've seen people switch up, flip flop, sell out. We've seen it all. We've seen people die. We've seen people have kids. All of it, bro. All of it. You still provide quality. I don't deny it, but you sold out. That's it. Like, let's be real. You get, even then, you in the chat, you're like, oh, I spent money. I gave you $7 grand. I hooked you up. I used to promote you. You sold out, bro. That's it. I still love you. I love the news. Thanks for helping out, but it is, you've seen how I've treated everybody else who's done that. That's it. I mean, you'll figure it out. You'll get there. You didn't want. I didn't want to say but just you got to call it what it is, man. The book of Sriracha will tell you. I mean, I've banned and unbanned people. Yeah. All right. On that note, now that we've got the drama out of the way, I'm going to go pee. And you got 4 hours till pow pow. All right, let's get it. But let me see if I have a commercial. No propaganda TV in there like swimwear.
Comes to how you sell.
All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
With Nike, for example, they cut ties with
and
many
then
of their retail partners.
Real cold news. I did get a new profile picture.
Fill that shelf space?
I did.
Are
I tried
selling
it.
More
I tried
at,
it.
Stores that maybe aren't Brooks specific.
Yeah, so we think about it maybe a little differently. You know, we set up first and foremost focused on the runner. And the runner is the customer that we have a maniacal focus on for a lot of reasons. One, it's a pretty consistent growth trend over a 20-year period. We're growing about 10% right now throughout the world. We're the #1 brand in performance run. And the reason we are is because we set up as a multi-channel brand. We sell across channel simply because the runner researches brands, they purchase brands, and they try brands in every channel of distribution. And it's important to our strategy to set up locally because that's where running happens, in the local markets. And we always say there's about 10,000 communities of runners around the world, and we're executing on behalf of those local markets and winning. Here in the U.S., we're the #1 brand in market share for run.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great point that you think about the average runner. They go to their local running store. They try, right. They test out shoes. It's interesting, though. You think about, you, of course, started as CEO sometime in the past couple months in April. I believe it was in June that you told Fortune that you're taking a look at Brooks and thinking about merging into lifestyle brand territory. Talk us through that decision tree about deviating away from the core mission of just running.
Well, I would tell you this, that our focus is performance run. Every single day we get up and all we think about is runners here. It's very unique against our competitive set. We aren't focused on other categories in sporting goods. And so our groups every day build product that will work on the run first and foremost. But we're also addressing a broader consumer set, walking, the gym, all of the categories that running shoes are used for. And what we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years is just an explosion in the broader use cases. And so what we're doing is we're anchored on performance run, and then we're expanding our brand to anyone that puts one foot in front of the other. And that's why we're getting these results and winning the runner every single day in these channels.
You know, speaking more to the competitive landscape, your rivals are changing quickly as well, and some of them have seen kind of choppy uptake. You think Lululemon in the shoe business, you think Nike with the new CEO, and you think about the way that they are trying to double down on footwear and on lifestyle. How do you feel like you will have to react over the next year or so?
Yeah, we have a saying at Brooks, sharp focus creates mass appeal. And so our focus is our advantage. And every single day we focus on this consumer. And the truth is product wins. Product wins every single day with the runner. It matters every day whether the shoe is going to work for the runner. And the worst thing that could happen to a runner is they get injured. So we design shoes based on science first and foremost. And our competitive advantage is that we're really good at that. the secret sauce for Brooks is fit, feel, and ride. Every single day, a runner chooses Brooks, and we've been able to do that. So when we look at the competitive set, we're really competing in product and brand. And right now, we've got a product
I have no idea who this
is winning around the world. We just launched a Max shoe called the Glycerin Max.
Brooks CEO?
Which is...
What the hell is Brooks? Yeah, who's Brooks? I'm sure they make a brand. You love Brooks? I don't know. All I know is the Nikes. I know Nikes and the Yeezys. This is the only one. The shoe. Running shoes. I barely run. I did the other day. Oh, dude. I didn't tell you. I should have told you guys on the watch list last night. Bro, I was thinking about it this morning because I was like, why did that happen? Yesterday I did legs. And, bro, I got followed around by this lady. And, like, I didn't realize. That's why I was like, wait, was she just flexing on me? And every single weight that I would do, and she was old, she would just do every weight that I would do, but then more every single time. Just like I would go to one machine, I would do it, and then she would go and just double the weight. And then I would go to the next one, and then she would go on, and then she would double the weight. And I was like, bro. Nah, bro, I think it was different than the other. It was a different lady. The other one, nothing will compare to the stare down one. But no, that was wild. That was wild. I don't think it was for no, I think she was just I didn't get offended till this morning. I was like, wait a minute. What just happened? No, the first time that lady asserted, that was crazy. That was crazy. The first time the lady was just like curling, making dead eye contact with more weight than me. Just like she let me know that no, dude, that one was wild. And then Republican John Cornyn says absolutely wants to review House Ethics report on Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Dude, everyone is going crazy over homie. Doubling your weight. Bro, I can't do a lot on legs. I'm telling you, like, my legs are really weak. That's why I have to work my way up to it. It's actually nuts. Uber's ripping right now. I feel like that would be like CNBC, but it's too early. It's just going up out of nowhere there. Again, bonds came down, if you notice. So they were holding up. They had stability, but by going down now, look at that trend from the morning sell-off. It's coming back. So Russell's still down. Dow is the only thing up. SPY came up a little bit, but let's see. UDY, just go back to the recap when we're done with today. We're done with drama on the day. Literally only came up because Homeboy wanted to bring up drama. So I hope we could just get rid of that's why I wanted to just get everything out all at once and just can we move on? That's it. You either with it or not. We still got a couple more years. And, people will show themselves. And that's it. Play the game, get a long term, and ride, baby. Ride. Oh, where is Disney? That one didn't work. Again, Kava, that yesterday post-earnings, this is what post-earnings are made of. It didn't go up, but that's what we want on any of these plays. If it doesn't do that, then there you go. And then Spotify's killing it. So, again, those $9 are clapped. That Spotify's up another 4%. That thing is it's about to hit 500. Jeez. Oh, maybe there's just added, what's his name, effect. Joe Rogan is what made it go crazy back in the day, but no one's talked about Joe Rogan in that sense. I think we've talked more just, again, their earnings. That's crazy. Driving New Orleans to Knoxville. Be safe, baby. Be safe. And then bonds right where the PPI came out. I want to see. Yeah, bro. That's it. It's now like getting even bigger. I guess by $100, but now, yeah, Spotify on the YouTube account, just because of the gain and how we positioned in the beginning, it's bigger than Airbnb now. It's bigger than everything. Abivai, MO. And then Bitcoin, some volume came in on the futures, but that thing has been down from the cash open. Bonds just hit PPI level. PPI was producer prices. It came in a little hotter, like 0.1 hotter on the month over month. It wasn't like, I mean, again, the bonds actually held up today. It wasn't that bad, but it affirms everything you saw prior. It affirms your, what's it called? It affirms the inflation is like basing out, but in a strong way, meaning that the small inflation ticks are slowly getting higher and higher, and that's what part of what has people getting worried. Are you getting old? Oh no, sometimes I think about a lot of things. I get brain farts, but the hairline proves that I'm old. Not the words. Yeah, but it's terrible. It's terrible. I could run, dude, I'm telling you. I got outran by 60-year-olds at the basketball court. I don't know how they had that much cardio. It was amazing. Long term. Well, I got Tyson versus Paul. Oh, I don't know. I think Tyson, probably. Jake Paul's cool, though. Is it Jake or Logan? I don't even know which Paul it is, man. And then Nvidia's right at the high. What happened to bonds here? So literally, bonds hit PPI level, then a fat green out of nowhere. Actually, it's 747. I mean, all we're going to have is Fed speakers. I don't know if there's any oil data. Yeah, you're going to get EIA numbers at 9 o'clock. And then China tonight. So we'll see. Speaking of which, where are they? Yeah, JD had good earnings, came down. NetEase is still holding. That was 7. I like Palant, but I don't like it at the $60, whatever the price it is. Again, even my girl was like, what do I do with Palantir? I'm like, what? She's like, I bought it back in the day, and now I'm up 300%. I'm like, what? YouTube short, Josh fighting old people. You want me, what? Okay, hold on. That's almost as wild as yesterday's comment on the watch list. I'm like, I do leg day, and they're like, show a live video of your calves. I'm like, what? So, yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm not trying to fight old people, man. I love old people. Got to get the gray hair to mean the wisdom, Habibi. It mean the wisdom. Dollar Tree, that was one of those value plays that was running yesterday. So they're coming back up. Where's UPS too? Yeah, remember, end of the day, all those value. Where's CPB? That one's still holding. They got the upgrade. You are not banned, Chris. What's the other one? Honeywell, they had the buyout. They sold off. Whirlpool, there's one more value. And then Whirlpool's at 116, actually. So that one's going up. Can bonds experience tax loss? Yeah, but it should have happened at the end of October with like the mutual funds and all that. There might be a little bit, but for the most, it should have already happened. That's why I'm surprised by a lot of it, but I do think government deficit and Yellen probably got in the way. MDT. There was another value last night. Oh, I want to see UPS, but there's a couple. And then NVIDIA breaking out. So that one's still going now. NVIDIA's up 1.8. Again, they got a price target to 175 the other day. So remember, they got earnings right around the corner. Yeah, wait. Powell comes in at power hour. It says 2 to 3. I don't know when he's going to come on. I have it at 12, but then the Fed has it at 1, and then the thing says 2 to 3 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to play. But yeah, it's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern, but this says 3 p.m. Central. And then mine says 12, like Pacific. But then I didn't realize that's power hour. I don't know why I thought it would have been earlier. But that's saying, yeah, 12, 1, 2, 3, yeah. What the hell? So yeah, Powell's going to be a lot later. So we still have a lot of room to go. Because again, look at the bonds and look at how different the indexes are. And then you got NVIDIA and a couple of other things holding up. Let me get you a breakdown here in a little bit. But it is kind of wild. So I think we have a lot more room in store. Oh, there it is. My Dow works now. So Dow, and then Disney, ESPN subscribers fell to 66 million in full year 24 from 71. I thought they already announced that. If the call's starting right now, Disney, let me double check that before. Please hold. I was going to give you the breakdown of numbers, but if Disney call is happening. It says 5:30. Oh. Yeah.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to the Walt Disney Company fourth quarter and full year 2024.
Why you sound like a fake Mickey Mouse? What the hell? Did you see that? He sounded like, yeah, like they got fake ass Mickey on there. Yeah, it was. It already happened. So Dow Jones, you got 18 names in the green, 12 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 39 in the green, 62 in the red. So even though you're barely down and you have way more names that are still declining on the day. And then SPY, 219 green, 282 in the red. So more names are down than not. I mean, everything is right across the board. But, I mean, again, this is compared to where it started at yesterday. So if that was already lower. But there's a lot. This whole day could change still. You have half of these names. They could, 100 could go either red again or 100 red could turn green. W on the high. Didn't Joe Biden meet with Trump? Yeah, I just retweeted that picture. It was hilarious. Cuz I think it's like funny. Like here it is. Like you don't think this is funny? Like they look so ecstatic, all of them. Yeah, I'm so fucking good. I'm good to be here. It's good to be back. Good to be back in office. They look so happy. I'm telling you, they voted for Trump. So if you ever get mad at me for voting for Trump, though these two people also voted for Trump. I'm like 90% positive on that. Mm-hmm. And then I wish Disney. I mean, I don't know. I'm happy, man. I'll take it. Things up 30% still. Why not? Yeah, Disney at 24. And then Whirlpool, man. That's so Whirlpool, I already said it in the morning, but that one's going to be in. Today's your last day to buy it if you want dividend. It's up. I want to, again, unfortunately, this thing's up 20% since we bought it recently for the long term with that yield, but it's either going to sell off hard tomorrow or maybe it'll do what MO did. Because, again, I was one of these MO X dividends, bro. I swear it was like right here, and it just took off. You had the run up, X divvy. It did go down, but then within days you were already back up. So we'll see. That one's going to be big. Is it better to owe the IRS or credit cards? You imagine IRS would work with you, planning on using gains to pay off debt and not tax. This is a slippery slope you're on, sir. You're trying to like justify creditors right now. So no, I would pay the what's it called? I would pay the IRS first, believe it or not. So we'll see. Yeah, Getty on the high ticker. You have TikTok partnership, premium creative content. That's a fat pop. Honestly, it's a liquid as hell. I don't know if it'll hold up or not. They had earnings a couple days ago. But you're getting a mover. Yeah, but I would pay the IRS first. But be careful. All of it. Just when it comes down to this stuff, I don't know. Just don't try to don't get too gamey. Where like, all right, well, I'm going to pay the credit card. I'm going to go ignore the IRS and do this. Just set up the tax plan. Set up every plan you can. And then, try to pay down as much debt as possible. But IRS can garnish your wages. Everybody else can just sue you. So it's a lot different in that sense. Reuters. I don't know if they could lock you up for taxes, unless it's like tax fraud, but not paying it because you don't have money is different. Humane Pop holding it up is good. A lot of the value plays, Humana sucked when we first bought it, but thankfully we didn't have to wait too long, and now we're good to go. So, I'm down. I'm down with it. I declare bankruptcy. What time is it? 7:57. It's not bad. Bro, I can't believe we're going to have to wait till Powell gets here. This is going to be till power hour. Powell is going to be at the Dallas. It's like the Dallas regional bank. Where is it? Global Perspective with Fed Chair Powell, Dallas Regional Chamber. Yeah, I answered it. You could go back for the full answer, but pay the IRS first. Make a plan and just don't play with fire. And then Intel's still climbing. The TOTs are up from yesterday, but not as much. At least the bonds. First day, we haven't watched them get completely whacked. We'll see. AAP, they did bad, but they went up. Honestly, I thought the earnings were a little worse. But they're holding. The Whirlpool's pretty illiquid. It's a hard play to make on options. Yeah, Powell's in 4 hours. I don't know why. I thought it was going to be 12 Eastern. Or is that what I have on here? Yeah, I have 12 p.m. Eastern. It's not going to be there. It's 3 p.m. Eastern. I got to adjust that. Sorry. Biogen. Are we going to get Alzheimer's? So watch out. I did that a couple times. Last time we saw it with Regen. But you're up 2.5. Let's see. There's something on it. LC drug coverage. 2 buy ratings. And then, no, they got a neutral the other day. But 2, again, these are all right on the cusp. Gasoline inventories minus 4.4. Estimate was gain of 1 million. So again, oil numbers coming up right now. And then you got 3 months. And then distillates minus 1.3. Estimate was gain of 1.2. So I feel like oil will pop on this. Yeah, it's already moving, but let's see. Again, gasoline inventories minus 4.4 million versus gain of 1. Biogen. If Biogen gets back on that drug, I mean, yeah, but other than that, the stock has just not moved for like 5 years, 10 years almost. It's been in, they have a really big blockbuster drug there. So we'll see. Yeah, so Alzheimer's, Leqembi, if the UK is recommending it, that's wild. That would be good, but they have said that before. I don't know if it's going to give you a sustainable pop, but that'll be a good sign. But this thing goes after that actually happens. So watch out for it. It'll slow down eventually, but that's the real driver on that stock. It has to do with Alzheimer's. Leqembi Matumbo, yeah. You got cheap weeklies, but you have to go on the week. There's only one contract on Biogen that is not adjusted. Again, if you want to gamble, there's one contract next week looking at you. I'm not going to take it. That's all you, baby boo. But again, this thing can move, but you need the right news. They've just, again, it's been a bumpy ride. That's crazy though. Last quarter they were at 220. It's not that nuts. Crypto died. Everything dead? What do you mean, like in crypto land? I mean, Coinbase or crypto has gone down $5,000 now, $4,500 from the morning, which in other days would have been gigantic. But I mean, considering how much it moved, maybe a little bit of relief, but we'll see. It's actually very interesting. And then see if oil keeps continuing as well. Biogen still, now it's up 4, but you do know it is related to the Alzheimer's stuff now in the UK. So that'll be big-ish, but it's going to slow down eventually. Dexcom. Oh, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, happy Friday, Junior Peach Nation. It's here. Horna. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Even Twitter, you guys get one. You guys even get to benefit off the peach. Good morning, baby. Amen. Yeah, the Biogen stuff is hitting again on wires, so you're getting more of that. Again, now you're up 5.5. Then EU finding Meta, too. You have ASML. I think that's past data. They gave guidance. They're doing decent. Where's the other one? SMCI. Again, they're literally down another 7. And Bradley Frizzle has arrived, baby. Hope you living good, man. Thank you again, as always. Is the oil move I've been on about? What do you mean? So I sold out of oil last Friday. But I think oil is still going to be big. I'm just, at this point, I'm watching oil for an inflation gauge. But I'm not really expecting much except for just responding to policy and inflation now. But I got out last Friday, like lower 70s, like 72 or something. Video will hit 150. Maybe. I know at some point, remember, their earnings is still around the corner. That's the thing we haven't had yet. We have not had NVIDIA earnings. So that's going to be your, that's going to be like your final like AI driver. All right, all of those Biogen options, they went 15 cents to 50, but the bid is a little higher than the other one. That's every chain now. They don't have any cheap ones. Not bad. The video earnings is in it next week or the week after that. It's right around the corner, but it still hasn't happened. And then Meta's climbing. LMAT. It's on Joby for the long term. MBRX. Again, remember, bonds are up. Where is IBB? Because they're going to climb up with Biogen too, but that's word to long duration. Oh, wow, they came back down. We should look at those. And then bonds holding. IBB, this expense. Oh, these options suck. SPY at right below VWAP. That's crazy. Why does IBB look like a regional bank? Am I tripping? No, yeah. I'm like, they're both like coming back to 2022 highs. That's funny. Doge hanging on. Joby. Oh, were you the one who tagged me in that? I saw it this morning. It looked cool, but I was like, I'm never flying on that thing. Let me show you. I'm looking at a play. I'll show you this. Where is it? Hold on. Already. Oh, here it is. Yeah, you ready for this? So Joby. Oh, no, this is XPEV. Excuse me. So this is the one. But that's a Chinese one. Look at this. They showed off their modular flying vehicle. Because it looks really cool. Like, you know, to see it. Like, I mean, again, I've always waited for the day of flying vehicles. So it's always cool to see. But then I'm like, it looked like a big-ass drone with a carrot. It's like a hot air balloon drone. And I'm like, nah, man. So I'm still a little scared. U.S. issues fresh counterterrorism related sanctions. I want the IBB. They're decent ones, but that IBB option chain looks jacked up. Interesting. Not going to work. Flying vehicles displace too much air. Too noisy. Can you imagine people taking off from their driveway at 5 a.m.? Keep it down. Every time we wake up, shut up. Shh. I mean it. Yeah, but like that's a $280,000 vehicle? So I don't know. I feel like initially it's just gonna be like it's gonna be like a hybrid of like supercar and helicopter. I feel like I don't think people are gonna I don't think you're gonna watch that. A bunch of these little flying EVs in a neighborhood of houses where people are getting up to go to work. I think it's just gonna be like a toy until we get there. I don't know. And Philip Morris, and then Macy's going up too. It's more for delivery. I mean, don't they have? That's what I'm saying. It looks like a giant drone. I've seen the Air Amazon ones where they just drop things off. That's wild. Yeah, Macy's up 3.5. They're killing it. I don't know if it's Burberry is probably why it's going up. Remember, Burberry went up 15% today. They were doing bad prior. Imagine hotboxing that. I don't think people hotbox things that fly. I don't know. I've never flown like that. So, any pilots, do you frown upon hotboxing aircraft? I feel like that's not the best idea. You know what I'm saying? Like a car, it makes more sense to me, but I don't feel like that's a good idea, sir. The soul plane. It's 8 a.m. For real, right? Why are we talking about hot? It's 8 a.m., bro. Like, actually, it's 8:12 a.m. Mm-hmm. Philip Morris getting big volume here. I don't know. MO might tick up. MO's still red. Oh, no, that was fake. I was like, that's 2 back-to-back candles. I'd watch that. And then you had oil numbers, oil, sanctions from the Treasury, bonds holding up, PPI, Biogen, European, it's half of where it was now. And then NVS and AZN moving up now. So these are both healthcare and value. AZN's kind of breaking out. We've watched that a couple of times this week. Is it helical? Yes, bro, I'm freezing. Bro, this morning I was freezing. I hate this. I like the daylight savings, kind of, but nah, man. It's like getting wintry. Oh, Josh, I know, you guys live in the middle of nowhere in ice caves. That's not my personal choice, okay? I get it. I am soft. However, it is cold, bro. I am cold, okay? I am cold, bro. I have a little space heater, and I poop next to it. I don't know if this is too much information, but I feel like this is why you guys like me sometimes. You see, you don't get this on Bloomberg. You don't get this anywhere else. You see, I choose to tell you everything. Okay? After that morning script, I posted it on Twitter, and I go get the news, bro. I tell you, I sit there and I poop. And I take a space heater, and I put the space heater right next to me as I poop. It's the only way I can survive. Y'all don't get it. It's terrible, too, because it, like, dries you out. You're like, it's so hot, but cold. And then, no, it's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, man. I know, I do see palm trees, and I'm, like, shivering. It's terrible. No space heater, use a hair dryer? That's crazy. We did. We had snow last time. And then Whirlpool break. Again, value stocks are going again. A couple of healthcare names. I feel like Staples, yeah, they're kind of ticking up. Staples already near the high. And then discretionaries went down. We can't do the cold. I know, but I like the cold sometimes. Like, I like sleeping with the window open. Like, I like going to bed cold, but I don't like waking up cold. And then bonds coming back. Again, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to happen today. Again, the Dow is the only one hanging on with the bonds. Otherwise, Russell, like I'm saying, Russell, SPY, NASDAQ has to move big or the bonds will. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong. But, yesterday we saw how it kind of, took 7 hours to happen. So we'll see. We will see. Whirlpool's great, but I wish we bought more as always, but we margined that one and it paid off. But I'm kind of mad it's up a lot because if we wanted to buy more now, if this breaks out from here, that's it. It'll be up 30% before you know it. But then again, tomorrow it might sell off after ex-divvy, so maybe we don't get too excited. UAL been moving. What time is it? 8:16. Woo! UAL. Bonds have low volume waiting for Powell. I like that. Because I feel like there's too much going on. That's why I'm like, something has to move there. It's kind of, I'm even getting surprised that the bonds don't have that pressure. So volume could be the answer, but I was getting the feeling everybody, oddly enough, this Powell is kind of hyped in a weird way. Usually the event Powell's where he could change policy, but, after a little bit of data, a little bit of a move, a different formal setting, I think people are pretty excited on, or they're anticipating Powell today. It's not Jackson Hole, but it'll have its little effect. And then SPY just chilling. Bonds back to the high of the day. So very wild. The premiums are lower. So the premiums are up a lot more in the morning. You still got a decent gain, but even though it's back up to the high, that move just killed some of the hype. Google new low. I saw that flood. Yeah, that's pretty bad actually. Maybe that's why, again, there's a lot of names down on the NASDAQ and the SPY and the Dow. But the Dow is doing the best, but Google is weighing. So you got NVIDIA up 2, and then you got Google down 2, or NVIDIA up 1.5. Amazon's even down. They were doing good. Apple's good. And then Microsoft. Remember, Microsoft is that might be the middle ground if the NASDAQ's going to sell off or go up, because it did it yesterday. Remember, they came right back up. Disney testing one, that's terrible. It's only 3%. They were up a little bit more, but yeah, Disney's not like getting crazy. Argentina Malay considers exiting Paris Agreement. Oh, wow. So it's not just Donald. Yeah, Tesla down 3.5 too, It's not a Fed meeting. It's just Powell at a regional bank, and he's probably going to answer questions. So we'll see. Complex Con, it's going to be in Vegas. I went to Complex Con when it was in Long Beach. My friend took me once. That was cool. This weekend, I'll enjoy it if you're going to go. It's fun. It's pretty cool. You can even find some items for sale that are kind of rare, but if you're into that stuff, you'll love it. It's pretty cool. Was it 2021? No, I think I went in like 2019 or 2020. I think 2019. It was fun, though. It was really, really cool. Disney did good. Netflix did better before anybody. Netflix is riding the consumer discretionary wave, so I don't know. Bonds breaking out. Isn't it funny, man? Because when bonds are selling off, I'm like, why is there pressure? And then when it goes up, I'm like in disbelief. Because I'm like, wait a minute. So again, just like yesterday, I think by hour number 6 or 7, we'll find out what's really going on. But bonds are breaking out. Sound is up 10. LA gives all our great events to Vegas, right? But Vegas events are really fun. Like when they do like conferences at Vegas, it goes nuts. I always wanted to go to, I want to go to the internet one, the hacker one in Vegas, but they say not to go because if you go during that like Vegas tech conference, your phone will get hacked. And what is it? It's not E3. What is it? Is it HackerCon or DEF CON? Yeah, bro. Like I want to go to it, but I'm so scared. I'm gonna go without a phone. Yeah, but because like, dude, it's crazy. I've heard a lot of crazy things. Dollar General popping again. Another value play. MO just went green, and then Dollar Tree was going up earlier. I want to go and learn. Yeah, it's just wild. No credit cards either. Oh, man. You're not banned, no. So, I don't know. Maybe ask me a question instead of, am I banned? Because you guys know I'm terrified when you ask that question, right? When you guys are like, am I banned? I get scared. Because in my history, what ends up happening, they're like, am I banned? And then they're either like, oh, yeah, I'm not, or then they just go off once they realize. So I don't know how volatile you are. I don't know why everyone's asking that today. I've banned way less people in the last couple of weeks. So I have no idea. Honestly, I think at this point, maybe just paranoia. Dollar General's still going up. The SMCI is the auditing thing. It's just simple. They had auditor. I mean, wasn't it your company? They were like, nah, we don't vibe with this. We can't say this is legit. And then they had accounting stuff. They delayed their filings. They died. And then now they're in the process of it's either going to get delisted or they still have to update their filings with their accounting. And then this is something like, I think in 20 years ago, into 2000s, SMCI did get delisted for something like this. And then, yeah, if they don't get the filing, they will get delisted. It's a really weird situation. SMCI, I mean, maybe if it went to like $5, I would add it like a Redfin, you know. But at this point, it reminds me of a regional bank, right? Because if the regional bank, you buy it and it fails, you lose all your money. If they get delisted, you get clapped. But then if you buy it and then they recover, you're going to make 100% probably minimum. So, yeah. I have Redfin. Yeah, I bought Redfin at $3. I've been holding for the last couple of years, and our covered calls have made the play free. This is still a $10 billion company. So again, like even Redfin, it was $300 million when we bought it. So like I'm saying, if it goes down maybe to $5, I'm down. But at that point, like I'm saying, it is like it really reminds me of like FRC or like regional banks. Just your big upside if it doesn't die, and then potential to just get money tied up in limbo if it doesn't work. Or think about like even like a buyout if someone buys them out for a low price and you buy it high. So there's many ways it could play. Even if it gets delisted, it'll be on OTC, it'll be active. Yeah, but then the valuation could change dramatically. Just like we saw with the regionals. So if you want the risk, take it. I'm no shame in that, but at least acknowledge the risk as long as you're aware of it. You're in commercial, you only use it for comps, how they make money. They have an agency, so they sell houses. You ain't never seen a house sold by Redfin? It's so annoying. I see too many. The Redfin agents are annoying. They're good at their job, but they are annoying as hell. So, yeah, that's how they make money, and then they sell leads. So, I don't know if you've never worked in real estate, or if you work in real estate, if you've never bought leads, I would look into it. I buy a lot. I buy leads from Redfin, Zillow, Realtor, Homes.com. I buy leads from all of them. They generate leads on the day from people looking to buy and sell. So, yeah, you could buy pretty good leads. So I don't think they flip homes. They'll list them. Zillow does the flips, but Zillow's trash at it. Do I have a preference for what? For Zillow or Redfin or what? Or are we talking SMCI? I just saw that. Young credit spread. What up, Jordan? With Zillow, your uncle's agent was trashing with the flip. Yeah, the Redfin has represented people, but they've never really done what's it called? They've never really done the flipping. I know they got a couple, but like even Redfin will rent out properties. But thankfully they avoided that. They did get in a couple buys, but they unwound that. But Zillow is the one that got really wrecked by that. But Zillow's doing a lot better now. Powell's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern. Coin back up. So where's Bitcoin? So Bitcoin didn't go back up. So remember just how like Coinbase, it went down while Bitcoin was ripping yesterday and did its thing. But it kind of looks like the Bitcoin chart, but not too bad. No long-term ad, just saving cash right now. And I'm glad we had a good day for the long term. You know, a lot of things went up here, even Disney, but still saving. Gasoline stockpiles fall the lowest since 2022. Feeling on small caps is related to bonds. I think that's going to determine all of it. Literally long duration, small caps, bottom up. That play is, it's been holding pretty well for now, and then we're eyeing middle of December for the rally to slow down. Our Russell outperformance stops from there. The KRE. Did they all come down? I mean, they came down even like 30% yesterday. After, I mean, it's barely down though. And then same thing with Beto. I'm glad I sold them all. They may come back, or if you think I'm too early, now you could just go buy back Beto, ARK, and KRE. I mean, it's gonna be 50. I think it is 50% off. I know they were at least 30. Which one was it? KRE March 85. Yeah, it's down. They were at 70. Well, I think at one point we could have got $1, right? No, yeah, we sold it near the high, actually. Not bad. But it's still elevated. Remember, we bought these at 10 cents, 13 cents. So it's kind of wild. And then I don't know where the Betos are at. Was it the 27th? No. Oh, Beto 20th, 27. Yeah, those dropped too, man. We got $1 for these. These went down. Yeah, so I'm happy with it. Because the TLTs are up today, but that could flip. So we'll see. It's just going to work that dynamic. And the XLB going down, the SPY going up. No, I mean, remember, XLB up until recently, materials they underperformed the SPY by a lot for years. So, no, I wouldn't really look for too much of a relationship there. I just look at XLB for inflation. You know, if that comes up. And then MO, 52-week high, intraday. Oh, ARK, that's the other one I want to check. I don't know which ones we had. Again, these are all graveyards, and then they turn free. 72 calls. Oh, dude. Yeah, you could buy these at a way better discount now. What the hell? But December 20th is only like, what, 36 days? Do I have any tin or PHILO later? Maybe PHILO, maybe not. maybe 10. I already went over the bond 10. It was on the watch list yesterday. I know you feel about adding at high prices, but do you feel? No, man, you don't know what I mean then. So, no, I like HIMS. I think it's a good business, but, I've had too many of these, man. If you know how I feel about it, then you know the answer already. So, HIMS if it ever came down, but I think that's like a $3 or $5 stock. But I'm not, again, if it's up, think about every play this year. I think Pfizer is probably our worst on the long term. Humana was for a little bit, but it has been so comforting having a good cushion. But if it's already up, man, that's just your temptation. Again, if you're built out and you want to go for it, feel free to, but that is something I'm going to avoid vehemently. I would buy more Pfizer, but I want to wait a little bit more. I plan on Pfizer, just hold it. Hold it and then wait till we have clarity on policy, or if it goes back to like 24 and below, I could buy even if policy's uncertain. But till then, it's thankfully not doing much. What about 40% cash? Yeah, man. So again, I hope I mean it all respectfully, but I call it out, so I hope that you guys could be aware of it. But if you've never listened to me, then yeah, I get it. But if you have heard me, you know the answer to your question. So 40% is just way too much cash, in my opinion. Can you disagree and do whatever you want? Of course. But I think 40% cash in the long term is totally unnecessary. Even if you're hard landing, soft, it doesn't matter the type of landing. Just 40% is leaving you liable to underperform heavily. It's going to leave you liable to not ever buy anything. And then if anything unexpected happens, just look at the last 3 years. Markets have outperformed anybody who sat there and waited, whether the economy was bad or good. It's terrible. So unfortunately, in this environment, I think 20% cash is the max. 30 if you're a real crackhead, but anything above that, at some point, it is a little bit wild. So I hope that helps. But that being said, I made a play. Isn't that crazy? I double dipped the ARK. So we sold it. I remember all those plays yesterday. I was telling you guys, we literally were up. We were up on all of these plays, and I'm like, you know what? The way I was like, why would I hold the ones that are up and not buy the cheap one? I sold ARK, BETO, KRE, and then I put it all into TLT. But I'm looking at this, I'm like, wow, they've really got murdered, all of them. So I double dipped, but instead of buying the same contract, I got closer to the money, and I grabbed 10 of the December $70 calls for 18 cents. So not a recommendation, but that way, just in case I was too early or not, some of you guys were shocked that I sold everything. So, and then one of you just bought 100 of those. So good luck. But my whole idea is that I can, I got a little bit more. Again, I walked away with $1,000, realized beyond the 2,000 there. So throw a little bit back to long duration exposure. But now the play's better. I'm $2 closer and I'm half the price and now double the amount of contracts. So I'm down. Why not? Not a reco. You'll lose money. So good luck. Yeah. I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm telling you, I'd watch the watch lists. Watch Twitter chat. What up, baby? How you living? All right, man. And there's push-up time, baby. So, Chattadonia, we're live. I did a 70 strike on ARC. We had the 72s yesterday. That's the one I sold out of. Literally 100% higher. That's why I'm like, well, hell, might as well. I didn't realize they dropped that fast. So it was a great rotation yesterday. But we've been here for 2.5 hours, baby. 4.5 left to go. Sitting is the no smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Just get the body moving, baby. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Legs in front, chest to the sun, tuck the hips in. You know, don't be popping that booty. You know, get some good posture in. And then relax the eyeballs. Stare away. Stare at the object. Blink, 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 blink. There you go. Just like that, man. Just move around. Just move around. Long-term price. So I have a price on Pfizer, but I encourage you guys to ignore it. Like I'm saying, I'm only talking about Pfizer because you guys are insisting 5 different ways to get an answer out of me. But I think you should wait. That's what I'm saying. I like $24. I like $25. I love the company. I'm not worried about the long run, but there's a shadow overhanging with the politics. You get what I'm saying? So we already have exposure. We're already a good amount. It's already a good yield. So I'm not focusing too much on the price as much as I'm going to use it as like a comparison to everything else. And then again, those politics and all of that. So 25 flat, $24, those are great prices. Those prices get me excited, but I'm not really I'm not really paying that much attention to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm down to buy it and I love it, but like I'm saying, it's a weird moment. It hasn't moved for a year, still yielding a lot. Their earnings were decent, not the best, not the worst. And now we got to see if there's going to be any like political stuff that gets tied into it. So we'll see. The data, I mean, I think it's still the same like everything else. Building that narrative that inflation is getting sticky, but then, I mean, literally it's a PPI lower than June. So, I mean, we saw much hotter inflation in the beginning of the year, but people are still nervous. But that's why I think the bonds are kind of showing it, but also the bonds got worked the last couple of days, so they did need a little relief. But generally, same narrative is the simplest way I could explain it. Oh, man. IonQ back to green. My goodness. All right, let me do a tricep extension, and we'll be good. You guys move it around. It's push-up time. We'll go with the 15s, bro. We'll go with the 15s. Oh, I use Zillow Rental Manager? I have, yeah. It's actually great. A lot of people don't. That's honestly, I think Zillow, that's some of their upside. I think they're doing really good at rentals. Because dude, it's so hard to find rentals. Most people just go on Craigslist. A lot of people don't. You know that? I don't know if the stat is still the same, but at one point, Craigslist was responsible for 60% of apartment leases. Did you guys know that? Like at one point in my real estate career, I would rent my house out on Craigslist. That's it. It was so easy to get renters on Craigslist. That's where people would put it. Now, you got a lot more agents. You got more people using it. But then Zillow has rentals. And it's actually crazy. All right, hold on. I'm doing tricep extensions, so bear with me on any questions. I'm not looking at the screen. Oh, shit. My bad. Whew. All right. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace, they're good too. Craigslist still has a lot of them. Isn't ARC high priced? It is, but I sold yesterday. So, I mean, I'm just taking advantage of the move from yesterday. I had those ARCs. I had the long duration plays. Again, if bonds bottom out, ARC will rip even more. But like I'm saying, I'm like, this is what I was saying all day yesterday, and I said, you know what? Enough talking about it. I'm just going to do it. Because I was like, why are these long duration plays 10% higher and the bonds aren't playing along? So I took all of the plays that I was green on, anywhere from 700% to 200%, ARC, BETO, KRE. I sold them all, and I put it into March TLT. And then now I looked 10 minutes ago, and I'm like, wait a minute, those ARCs dropped more than 50% from yesterday. So I went and I bought closer to the money. I got more quantity for less money, and then that way, just in case I'm wrong on TLT, if the ARC play continues, I could make money there. So either way, I like the value for it, and after making things free, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't have to go full no exposure. I don't have to go full-blown TLT Trump trade. You see what I'm saying? So if I could get a way better deal, and I did, again, $2 closer to the money, 5% closer, and then half as much time. So not bad. Not bad. Tweeter. All right. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. Woo! 8. Come on, CNBiz. Starter on AZN. No, never mind. Maybe I'm not going to the bathroom. I don't know if I have any clips to show you. I have a clip of someone calling Elon the right George Soros, the George Soros of the right, and you could tell that he got pissed. Oh, I'm going to show you this one. This one's the weirdest video. This is just weird news. Do you guys want weird news, or do you want me to just not tell you the weird news? Because this one is the weirdest thing I've ever... This is like... I think it's like a signal of society, bro. Like, it's actually, like, very, very wild. Like, actually, like, it's so... It tells you so much about society, man. You know, it just... this is the world we live in, the culture. And, like, here it is. Long story short, this guy... faked his death 3 months ago, pretended that he drowned, and people found him because he engaged with a TikToker on the beach offering free advice. It's the weirdest story I've seen in the last couple of months. This is like straight from movies. So here it is.
Advice on anything?
I'm going to go pee.
I go to Uzbekistan or stay here?
And that's true. He was trying to go to Uzbekistan. It's all true what he's saying.
Uzbekistan or stay here?
Do you have family there?
No.
Why do you want to go?
Meet a woman.
To meet a woman. And it was
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan. You don't like American women?
Oh, they're familiar.
So you've given up on meeting someone here?
No, I'm married.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you You want to find someone else?
Empty nest. I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you.
Wait, empty nest? What do you mean?
Empty nest. My kids are out of
Wait,
the house now.
so you want to find, adopt a child?
No. I want to find a companion that I'm content with.
I think that requires you to divorce someone first.
Well, maybe.
Or is she okay with that?
That's a good question. Remains to be seen.
Have you guys had a conversation about that?
Mm-hmm.
So, would it be like a throuple or something?
No.
Okay. Oh, you guys would get a divorce, possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, that was loud. Good timing. Bro, that's all real. Like, every answer he gave, I read the story and I was like, what? He literally was trying to go to Uzbekistan. He was trying to meet a girl. He lied to he had 3 kids. I'm like, but dude, that's one part. But like, bro, his downfall was interacting with a TikToker on the beach. I'm like, man, there's been a lot of weird stories. Spy, Little Chicle. A little chicle. Hot dog. So I don't know what that's from. Google Gemini is now available on iPhone. See if Apple moves down on that. But I wonder. I mean, Gemini is kind of odd, but you know, it's had its lapses. But does Apple even have Apple Intelligence on the iPhone yet? Very interesting. His wife found out. Everybody found out. The police contacted him and just asked him to return home to his family. They're like, hey, man, you have kids waiting for you. Just please, we know you're not dead. Just, that's it. The police just asked that he go home. So he was missing, but his family thought he drowned. They even did like a search party. And like everyone in his community like searched the lake for like a month. Yeah, that was a weird drop there. I don't know if it was Google, Apple stuff. And Google's down right now. That it brought them up a little bit, then they dropped. Then Spotify keeps ripping. My goodness. All right, how are we looking? Still mad early again. We just got off Euro close. So not too bad. Spotify. We should have just done $9 calls. I know, yeah. My puts got clapped, but that's why, again, $9. I was explaining it on the watch list. What we want, that play, that's why you don't go big on those. I was hoping for one of these. Gap up and then kill the whole entire earnings, but Spotify's done that for like a year and a half, but not today. Not the last. It did the opposite. If you went for the call continuation, you would have hit it. But that's why too. $9. Keep it small on any like really speculative idea. I think you'll be fine. Google the most reasonably priced of the big names? No. I would have said Amazon up until recently, but I think Amazon is the answer, to be honest with you. I know that may sound weird, but Amazon is only $400 billion. You guys don't think that's weird? I think it's really weird. They were one of the first to hit it. They hit $1 trillion before, but Google is like $2 trillion. Microsoft is $3 trillion. Apple is at $3.42 trillion. Nvidia is at $3.64 trillion. Tesla is at $1 trillion. I don't know. My thing says 400 billion, but I always thought they were at. Oh, maybe is it not accounting for it? So then maybe I'm wrong on that. But I'm like, if that's the case, then no. Yeah, wait a minute. But even then, though, you have $1 trillion less than the other one. But yeah, that's still, I don't like any of them, bro. So that's why, but Amazon still, I still think that's the one that has moved the least out of all of them. And why? I mean, just even then, if we're not looking at market cap, just pull out the charts. You could just see they're well above the peak. I like Google, but it's kind of like them, but it's not the same. Palantir's 135. Yeah, that's weird. Amazon, I don't know why it shows 400 billion. That's very odd. Tesla's still up there too. Boeing hires Northrop executive to revamp Pentagon projects. Boeing selling off on that. You're getting Boeing hiring news. They do 400 billion in 3 quarters. No, actually though. Wasn't it like 290 something? What catalyst would Snap? They just need to make money without spending. Snap still pulls in $1 billion, but they need to not spend 900 million to make that. And then bonds still climbing up here. Where are we at? Where's them tilts? The TLTs won't go past 20%. It's like 15, 20%. And ups. Bezos sold out $1 billion the other day. So TLT going high, bonds going low, and then the Russell's down 0.6. So like I'm saying, either bonds sell today or Russell is probably going to bounce by the end. If not, we'll have a little bit of a gap today. Is Trump still banned on Snapchat? I thought they just banned political ads. Oh, is that me? That's me. Do people still use Snap? Yes. You guys know you've been saying that for like 10 years now almost. I'm just FYI. So Snapchat is growing users every quarter. That is the one thing that they do. But yeah, that's not their problem. Everybody uses Snapchat. The problem is that they make money, but they spend a lot to do it. I barely use I only use it when I go poop. When I go poop and I've gone through any news, I go through and I watch the little brain rot clips. That's usually how they get me. And then I have a couple of friends. I can only contact them on Snapchat since I don't have, like, what's it called? I don't use WhatsApp, and then they're in other countries. So Snapchat is useful. But other than that, the problem is spending money, not necessarily people using it. It's like making money / spending. I mean, $1 billion is great, but they spend a lot that they need to show that they could make money without spending. Then it's a new ball game. Staff, advertising, projects here and there, paying out creators. There's a lot of ways they spend money, but it is kind of like, what the hell are you doing? And then Mark Zuckerberg just buys features with T-Pain. Well, at least he turned it around, though. MBI on the high. And then SPY is coming down. I mean, NASDAQ is barely down comparatively. NASDAQ's actually the best on the day. Like I was saying, there's a lot of names I could flip there. And you got good big tech supporting, but everything else is down. And then the Russell, even though this is the biggest bond green of the week, The Russell is down for now, but just like yesterday, bonds sold off. Russell didn't catch up till that last couple of hours. So I do think the bonds are probably going to change a lot with Powell, and then we'll get the final move from there. Should I dump Doge gains into Palantir? I don't know, man. It's hard. There's only, literally, my homie that I told you guys about today, that has been the only person that I have told them what I think they should do with an altcoin, and they didn't get mad at me because we have a good relationship. So I would have never told you to buy Dogecoin. I have no idea what to tell you what to do with it. I hope that makes sense. I don't know you like that. So y'all need to do whatever you have to understand. There's going to be quality, not quality. Right now, fake money, no quality is killing everything. So go at your own speed, go at your own risk. But like I'm saying, I would just buy real estate. I love stocks, but I wouldn't have told you to get into Doge, so I can't even really tell you when to get out. I've seen, are there rumors regarding no capital gains tax too good to be true? Yeah, I think they are. That's almost as ridiculous as taxing unrealized gains. It sounds good and optimal, but yeah, I don't think it'll be like that. Elon, he did some good branding on Doge. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe it's even done that. It's still lower than the Saturday Night Live thing, but, we'll see what happens. But that's why I'm saying, like, whatever you guys have, like, have a plan. Like, know what you want out of this cycle. So just imagine everything's going to go crazy, and then everything is going to get rug pulled. At the end of that, what do you hope happens? Right? And after that, like, then just go from there. If you're like, oh, I want to own this, I want to have enough money for this, I want to, like, plan around whatever that's what's going to happen. You're going to get a massive run. You're already in the middle of it. Literally, crypto's up 40% in a couple of days. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually there's going to be a point, just like 2021, where the bottom gets pulled out. So do you want to maximize this speculation so you have money to put in the long term? Do you just want cash? Do you want to work in crypto? Like, you could come up with a lot of ideas right now. This is why I'm saying, though, just ask yourself, when all of the dust settles, what do you want to walk away with? That's what I've been asking myself. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm in my own lane. I love the long term. I got some good gains elsewhere. And I'm like, you know what? There's opportunity. I'm liking certain things. I'm making everything free. I either want to have a little bit more or at least what I have right now. As long as I do that and then get good long-term positions, I'm really excited. But you have to really think where you want to be left when it's all said and done. Because what's going to happen, it's going to be a massive run. No one knows how high it'll go and how fast it'll do it. And at the same time, it's going to come down hard. And we don't know when and we don't know how hard. And that's going to be the great shaking out. And then you're going to divide for the next couple of years until you figure it out and then get back into rally mode. So like I'm saying, just make up your mind. Find your lane. Know what your goal is and go from there. Like I said, for my homie with Dogecoin, even before it went up, we were talking about getting a house. That's why for him, he's the first person who's like, yeah, I'm ready to do it. But you have to ask yourself, what do you want? Do you want a big long-term? Do you want a house? Do you want a long-term of stability that will make sure that you have a trophy and never goes down? Do you want a long-term that could double, triple every year? Do you want a home, down payment? Like, these are things you should ask yourself, and then you could start planning how you want to go about it. Yeah, Powell, not at 12. It's going to be at 3. I thought it was going to be earlier, but we have Powell towards power hour. And then Datadog on the high, Sound on the high, SPY going to the low of the day, and bonds still holding up. Don't be scared. You gotta take risks. There's safe ways in the short term. Yeah, what I'm saying though is like for all of you, just get away from living right now. Like all I'm telling you guys is just live in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like ask yourself what you want. It's not really about safe or not safe, risky or not. I just want you to not be so caught up in the moment that you're looking ahead of the next couple of quarters, years, and what do you want for your financial life? You know what I'm saying? What are you trying to accomplish? And let that guide you rather than the prices and the moves and the news and the politics. Like look ahead into the future and start asking yourself, what do you want? And what do you want it to look like? And how, and are you on that path or not? Not be broke? Well, listen, not be broke is different than make a lot of money. You know what I mean? And again, and that's where maybe risk comes into play, but there's a big difference. I don't want to go broke. I want to make as much money as possible, right? I want cash flow. I want dividends is way different than I don't want to lose money, right? Or I want to make a lot of money. So ask yourself where you want to be and just start thinking into the future. I like Abbott. Abbott's good. They kind of got some value. We talked about that the other day. Abby Vibe, my favorite stock, spun off from them. But they're a little bit up on the year, I think. Yeah, just barely. But they got value. It's a good medical company. And apparently they got some new technologies they're working on. Star put us onto that. Any lenders that do unconventional in Florida? I think if you email me, I'll forward it to the guy. I think we have someone in Florida, but I'm not too sure. But you could look around too. Just look for non-QM lenders in your area and just kind of ask around. You could really feel, just let them know you got a long term, let them know the property has equity, and just ask if they'll, what their underwriting terms would be. They shut down Alex Jones. Yeah, aren't they auctioning off the assets? Yo, City. City flush. Oh, I forgot I still have that one. That's the only other extra play. That thing's only down 10%. I totally forgot about that one. But yeah, City on the low. The Onion bottom out? What? The Onion? Who's the Onion? Why did that sound so familiar? Yeah, these guys? America's Finest News Network? They had global tetrahedron, family of brands. I see it as a family. Our brands are abstract nodes of wealth, interchangeable for their patriarch to absorb and discard according to OPEC whims of the market. Just like families, our brands regard one another with mutual suspicion and malice. That's a statement they put out. That's so weird. I've never really looked into the Onion, so. But yeah, I guess they own InfoWars now. They used to be like the Babylon Bee. That's funny. That's what I was saying. I was like, is it a joke one or not? What is it? Like satire news? Is it leftist or rightist, though? Because Babylon Bee is like parody right. But what is it? Yeah. This is their article. This is so. LeBron James denies son receiving preferential treatment when being lifted up to dunk. So, yeah, it literally looks like Babylon Bee. Used to be parody, very left. I know who InfoWars is. Yeah, bro. These are actually really weird. Like, going through their Twitter is really awkward. That's so weird. They own InfoWars now. Oklahoma requires 10 commandments to be displayed in every womb. Yeah, man. I don't know. Their YouTube channel is their main focus. I'll take a look. That's crazy. Well, they own the assets, but I don't know if what's is Alex Jones allowed to even talk still? Are they going to let him do like live streams under a different name, or did the court? I don't know if the court gave it to them. He could restart. Oh, then there you go. I mean, again, he's the guy. And then City's selling off. Let me check it. City's actually pretty big. Again, regionals, they did suffer a little bit. And again, this is why today's a little weird, even though the bonds are holding up. All the other ones are going opposite. But again, the dollar is not benefiting. I don't see anything on City yet. Oh, investigated by several agencies for work it is done that holds assets of Suleiman Karimov, a Russian official. So, yeah, there's a Barron's article on it. All right, not bad, but that's going to hit it a little bit. But that's going to be different than any of the other regionals. Yeah, Citigroup tied to Russian Karimov federal scrutiny. Bank of America dying too. Well, they got it. We saw Citi. It had that big candle down. At least they're green, but Citi's down 1.1 now. Yeah, we saw the Boeing one. Mortgage rate 6.78 versus 6.79. A little lower. We'll take it. Yeah, I should have dumped the Citi yesterday. They're down 10% now, but I forgot about that one. So I had one more bank. I still got some bank exposure. Nvidia.com. Citigroup. I don't see anything on Bank of America either. But again, financials are doing good. They should be doing a lot better. KRE now dropping a little bit more. So, like I'm saying, just wait for the end of the day. Biogen's been working on that drug for like 5 years, maybe longer. So that came back down 5% back to break even. Speaking of that, where's Oklo and all of those energy ones that do that? Yeah, Sauna's ripping earlier. It was on the high ticker. City still down 1.5. What is that? TBI rated Nashville PD lieutenant. Leonard sent out to Biden before election and made public. There's been no White House response. Press Biden admin to sanction members of Israeli government for the rise in settler violence in West Bank in final weeks of office. AP Congress report. No way. Is that where? That's from the AP. That's a wild rumor. So they're saying Biden is gonna sanction Israelis over settler violence in Gaza as one of his. That I think a lot of people get pissed on that, and then a lot of people get happy. Israel needs to be sanctioned. Well, I mean, if I know some of you are disturbed by the situation still. That's why, I mean, a lot of things, 1968 to 1970, it is kind of like this time around, this is another Israeli-Iran conflict, but we sanctioned them in the past. That's what I was saying. Harry Kissinger, they clapped Israel a couple of times during the 70s and 80s, but so far, about almost 2 years into this one, we have just given them more guns and money. Again, that's what I was saying. It's a different culture. The culture back then, people would riot if you elected someone who wasn't voted for primaries. Eventually they had a limit on war, but we didn't really get that around this time. So let's see, but that's a wild statement. I didn't ever think Biden would sanction anybody. They've been very soft with Israel. So let's see. And City back up a little bit. No, I think again, they've raised that deficit. How much they spent, bro? Absolutely wild, but I think Biden has some things up his sleeve. He's going to do stuff before he leaves. I think he's going to do nuclear. Maybe he'll do this Israel stuff, and then who knows? Some people wanted him to step down, right? So there's actually like people, and I don't know who these people are. I see them on Twitter, and apparently they go to the White House and take pictures, but there's people literally, even on CNN, someone on CNN said it too, like actually on live television, they said that Biden should step down as like a symbolic gesture so that Kamala could become the president. And we could have they want a symbolic first woman's president. That's what some people want from him. But long story short, I think he's going to do some stuff before he leaves. I don't know if he'll go that far, but he's going to do something, whether it's nuclear or now this Israel stuff. I think he has something there. Oh, her name is Kamala? My bad. Well, listen, like I said, 4 years, nobody corrected me. I tried changing it, but ironically, nobody has corrected me in the last week. That was the first time. So, I don't know. Yeah, here we go. But everyone stopped correcting me after the election. They were like, you know what? It is Kamala. We didn't care that much. Mm-hmm. Okay, some of those comments were aggressive. I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. You should take a breather. This was a wicked comment, bro. Like what? Like what is homeboy saying, bro? How's my week going? Dude, excellent. I feel, dude, is it bad? I feel bad saying this. Like, and God is good, bro. Finger to the sky, for real. Like Jesus is king. I give all glory to God, man. But, like, I don't know if you could tell. I am so happy. You have no idea, bro. I am just so genuinely at peace. I don't even care, bro. Like, I'm so happy I don't even want to gamble, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you feel me. Somebody feel me. I'm just so at peace with, I have faith in my fellow man. I have faith in a lot of you. I'm excited to see someone. And again, bro, I'm working hard, bro, but I'm motivated. You have me motivated. The environment has me motivated. YouTube letting me out of the closet a little bit. Is a closet a bad example? But yeah. Either way, bro, I'm very, very happy. And I feel bad because I think you guys, I'm not trying to rub the Trump win, and it's beyond Trump. I think Trump is part of it, but I just feel culture and a shift, and things have been good, man. And I'm really, really happy and peaceful. And just because I'm happy, you guys have gotten more. I don't know. So it's not like me being happy. It's not like, nah, man, like I'm doubling down on everything. I hope you guys benefit too. And I hope I could give you the joy as well. I hope you could be refreshed. And I hope you get re-enchanted. I hope you get the energy already. All of it, baby. So, yeah. God is good, though, man. God is really, really good. So, just honor to be here, man. Honor to be here. I hope they feel me, bro. I hope they feel me. But yeah, but again, I know like I don't want people. I know some people have been really distraught as of recently, and I feel bad for that. That's why I hope I could help, and I hope I could make some people, really, really benefit from my sister to any of you guys. I don't care. And like I said, and there's some of you, all politics aside, like I love these 11 out of 11s. I'm seeing some of you guys, you're ready, motivated, excited. I'm glad real estate isn't going to go that insane. There's an opportunity, man. So just I'm there, and I've learned a lot too over the last couple of years, and people have shown their true colors in many ways. And at the end of the day, just you go to those who are hungry and those who aren't. I mean, I'll still be here, but I know where the real focus is. So I'm very happy, bro. Very, very happy. Finger to the sky, man. On LEU? Why does that sound mad familiar? Centrist. I think they're big in other geographies, but I don't like energy, and then this mad premium. So just I'd wait till it goes lower is where I'm at to even consider it. If it's up on the year, I'm not a buyer. And we got Powell. SUI. Let's see. So what I'll do with a lot of these names, I'll pull them up, but if they can't meet criteria, I'm not down. So this one is break even on the year. You're like at criteria or not. So that's up to you. But energy, still, I would probably say no. I'd wait till it comes lower. Again, that's the easiest way to save and make money in the last 2 years. You guys know that, right? As long as you buy it in the long term where it's not up on the year and that play has stayed around and been good or just didn't die further, you made an instant 10% minimum. The only one was Pfizer. And Pfizer, at the bottom, you made money and you still collected 6% by now on the yield. But it's just like, bro, if it's down on the year, I'm down. The SMCI is a different story. So even though it is down on the year, that doesn't meet the other ones. But good try. But no, I'm not. That one, you're gambling, but you could take the risk if you like it. I might do it if it gets low enough, but until then, no. No, I dollar cost the new low level 130, 136 on AbiVi. That's an average up spot, in my opinion. Nike, not either. No, Nike is, it meets criteria. Like, Nike is what? Yeah, bro. Nike's down 30% on the year. What are we talking about? You see what I'm saying? That's why. I mean, I like it. It didn't. No, I think we're still up on it. We might be break even, but that thing, most of the year when we bought it, we were up 10 to 30% longer than we were break even. But yeah, that's this one's criteria though. I love it. I'm even down with more Nike, but yeah, we'll see. Let the other deposit come in. I thought you were saying that it was up on the year. I was like, what are you saying, dude? But no, yeah, that one did come back to break even. You're up 1.2. Let's see where I'm at. A Nike. I can't even find it. Oh, I'm up 1.8. Yeah. So yeah, it's like break even. And then O is back to break even. Wally World's just been ripping. TLT's coming back. We'll see watch those, make the December ones free and then ride the January ones or the March ones. It's 15% though. They're hoeing it. But it's a good sign. I'm at least glad TLT didn't get wrecked today. Yeah, the other ones are down 7%, the ones from yesterday. So if you feel like if you bought the March ones and you feel the December's too much exposure, just take the literal $8 loss and then just ride out the March ones. Ta-da. UPS. I mean, 5%, 4% on UPS isn't that bad. Positive or negative? Well, I think the market is just waiting for Powell. The PPI had a reaction, but bonds kind of weird, and there's a big gap now between bonds and the rest of the market. I think by Powell in like a couple of hours and then end of the day, I think we got a little bit more in store. We either have a big sell-off in store on the bonds or a big bounce on the market. It doesn't have to, but with some of the themes we've been monitoring, that may happen. All right, I can't ignore this one now. Every time I look, you guys keep tagging me in this. I saw this. I have a whole thread on it. But everybody keeps tagging me in this. Did you guys see this? Oh, does this have it? I got to show you. Yeah, this one. Right. I got tagged. So Christina, a lot of people tagged me in this. I even have another one I saved from last night. And then Citi's still going lower. Honeywell on the low. Trump transition team plans to kill $7,500 consumer tax credit for EVs. Tesla representatives support ending EV subsidy. EV subsidy viewed by Trump as easy target for elimination with broad support from Congress. So Elon's down with it. Uh-oh. That's crazy. Trump talked about this 48 hours ago. Reuters is dropping it now. I think there's an update. So, transition for elimination with broad support in new Republican Congress. Yeah, he's talked about it, but I think they're moving forward. Give it another 24 hours. This is kind of how all the things started. You got to move in on some of the EVs, but they're already back up. You love the notification on X? It's good. Big fan. And then Bond's still ripping. I mean, watch if any of them. Watch if Tesla goes up. I feel like that's a smart move by Elon. I feel like Elon wants to kill them. You got to think about it. Elon could survive without it. Everybody else is going to get hit off of it. Oh, man. Is Rivian, I mean, they had that new deal. So watch what Tessie does. That is a crazy strike price. I'm looking at it, so I'm like, what the hell? So Tesla Place came back to 3 days ago. That was the last time we were considering top ticking it. So pretty much you only missed out that one day, but up to you if you want it. Wow. We buying EV stock cheap? Well, don't buy it now. Wait till they actually get cheap. I think if Elon and then depending on, if the government doesn't support EV like that, a lot of people, if you think their margins are bad, it gets even worse. Yeah, I think they're moving closer towards it. Everybody knew this was in the cards, but just if you guys have seen the other data, it's like we hear these little rumors, they double down on it, and then before you know it, you're going to get one of those Trump statements from Truth Social explaining everything. So see, they're all going to react. SPY still at the low, and then bonds are rolling. Now the TLTs are reacting. They're starting to go up a little higher. Yeah, Rivian, I don't know. Because Rivian's, bro, all of their lease deals are on that credit. That's why I'm like, dude, Rivian's still like $1,000 a month with $7,500 off. There's no way you're gonna sell a Rivian at like 120, bro, or like 150. I don't even know. Even then, that's crazy actually. But I think it is good for Tesla. That's wild. Wild. I think Elon is selling more. He will eventually. I was thinking about that the other day. Because when things weren't in his favor, he was still dumping, and he sold a lot at a high price. But I remember those days of Elon selling. I think it's right around the corner. Not yet, but I wouldn't forget about it. You're buying calls while the SPY is dipping. Like I said, I think either Russell or SPY bounces or short TLT if you really wanted to. It's one or the other. So we'll find out. But for now, I mean, you haven't seen this in a while, the inverse in bonds like this. Don't read too much into it. We'll see where it takes us by the end of the day. When does he get his new share? Oh, I don't know. I forgot about that. Good call. You also grabbed a SPY call. Are you speaking in YouTube language? YouTube knees so that it doesn't get banned? Why have mortgage rates gone up? Because rates gone up. Like the actual, literally, we cut rates and all of the rates went up. I mean, mortgage rates are derived from bond rates. And as everybody thought inflation would come back, soft landing, all of this, it made it go up a lot. I'm super intelligent. Wow, thank you. Look what I can do. Look what I can do. Just in case, to balance it out. You know, you don't have to be intelligent in this world. Just common sense in the long term. Amen? Look what I can do. Classic SNL. One of my favorites, man. One of my favorites. Back when SNL used to go so hard. I used to remember staying up to watch it. Did anybody else do that? I was like 10 years old. I would stay up on Friday night. Friday, Saturday. I would stay up till, Mad TV, actually. Yeah, wait a minute. It is Mad TV. I'm tripping. I am tripping. It is, but those were the days, bro. I would stay up. Mad TV and Saturday Night Live. Even Jay Leno. Do you guys remember the Jay Leno show? I used to stay up for that. Yeah, bro. Jay Leno is the man, bro. I was all about that life. Wow. That's it. Mad TV. Jay Leno. It brought out Mr. Hits. He says, in living color. Amen. All of them, bro. I don't know. We have Twitter now and it's cool, but I miss the good old days. I don't think I've ever stayed do you ever stay up to watch a TV show now? Do any of you guys stay up and watch a TV show? Like, do you wait till like on the weekend? Is there a show that you wait till it comes out and then You sit and then you have to watch all the commercials. No. Yeah, Jay Leno. That was a good one too. You don't watch TV no more. I just stay up and watch futures. Yeah, those are the days, bro. Yeah, you can just YouTube it. Netflix too. I mean, I'm used to just on demand. Have you ever seen that video of asking like 10-year-olds like what on demand? They have no idea what on demand is. Because everything is on demand for them, so they have no idea that there was a world where you didn't have on demand. It's actually crazy to think about. Like most, oh wow, you're flushing again, taking another new low. All right, dude, no headline on this. This is going to come back eventually. We're going to get some fireworks on Powell probably, or this is going to leave you a wide gap for tomorrow. Because this is the opposite of yesterday, but this time bonds up, everything red. Yesterday was bonds red, everything green until the end of the day. So kind of noticed that, but we have half of the day still left in store. All right. Going lower. All right, let me see where we're at. 5957. Damn, this is a level, bro. So watch out. Remember, we were talking about this since Monday. Watch 5955, and then if that breaks 5950, and then you'll be at 33 to 27. Yikes. Can anyone see this? We see you. Yeah, so that's level number one. Watch out, though. Give it like 2 more points, and if it doesn't go, you're going to go to 59.50 flat. And then if 59.50 breaks, 59.37 to 27. Or 59.33 to 27. Give or take. CNBC is covering the EV news now. Yeah, so I'm saying that's up there. That means that we're going to get a statement out.
Discount. Yes,
yeah, CNBC is showing Tesla talking about. I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
You can still
real
find
cult
buyers
news
at
for the
price
Twitter.
Point where both of those are at.
I
Even
don't know
without
where to go.
$7,500 federal tax credit. So while it may impact sales to an extent, it won't have a huge impact as it will with other EV companies that have higher priced models, a smaller portfolio of models available, and who really have used the $7,500 federal tax credit to increase their sales. So that's why you're not seeing as big a reaction with Tesla shares as you may with some of the other automakers. And the second thing to keep in mind, Scott, is that for Elon Musk and Tesla, while selling electric vehicles will always be an important part of the company, the big pivot has begun. It's towards robo-taxis. And what's far more important in their future and in where the stock goes is what may or may not happen when it comes to regulation of or development of robo-taxis. And that's why any headline with regard to that and the Trump administration blessing the development of robo-taxis, et cetera, that's going to move the stock far more than the federal EV tax credit.
What's the impact, Phil, on General Motors, for example?
Well, there will be some. There's no doubt about that. I mean, look, it becomes much more difficult to sell an electric vehicle when you can't offer customers at a dealership $7,500 tax credit that they right now can take right off the price in a showroom. It used to be you had to wait until you filed your federal tax returns, and a lot of people complained, I don't really notice it. It's the month-to-month payment that drives the sale of a vehicle, which you get now with the $7,500 federal tax credit. If that goes away, it becomes more difficult. Having said that, General Motors is making serious progress in terms of rolling out more affordably priced models. And so the question becomes, how much does this slow down that transition, the demand that is there in the market that they are expecting to be there as you go into 25 and 26?
Yeah, I mean, this feels very much like, Musk being sort of willing to lose the battle, if you will, but to win the war in the big picture. That he's willing to sacrifice sales in the near term by being in favor of something like this, which Tesla executives are said to have been in favor of it, if he knows he's going to win the big long game, right, against these other competitors who are not nearly as big in terms of market share like a Rivian, for example, but certainly have big.
Very interesting. He said it's here, the robo-taxi. My goodness. Do you guys think by the end of Trump, 2028, do you think you will be driving in a Tesla robo-taxi? Let's ask the Chad. Let's ask the Chad. What do you think? Yes? No? 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 Yes? Yes? No? Yes, definitely not. Nah, no, never for me. Yes, definitely, no chance. Hell nah, yes, sir. Yes, for sure. So funny, Stuart. He's like 10 minutes behind. Definitely not in the Midwest. It'll be close. No, but I have my Model Y. How do you become an operator? Isn't it supposed to be robotic? You become a robot? I'm not getting you into that. I don't know. I kind of want to try a Waymo. I mean, I need to go do it. I need to just go order a Waymo and try it once. But like I said, I want to wait till, like, sadly, more people die. I know that sounds terrible, but I feel like all of the automated transport, there's going to be an era where, like, a lot of people die as we figure it out. And then the, like, third generation will be safer. Yeah, so I know. It's true. I know it sounds terrible, but I think it's a very scathing look at reality when it's all said and done. I was scared of self-driving when I first got the Tesla. I would trip out, bro. And then but then again, I got used to the self-driving Tesla so fast, it's scary. It's scary. I remember the first, like, 3 months ever, and this was like 2017. This was like 2016 maybe, when I was like, I would be terrified. Because I didn't trust it. I would have my, like, hands ready to go, and, like, anytime it would, like, merge lanes or, like, they would split into a carpool, I would take over. I wouldn't trust it. And then, like, 6 months later, I'm, like, on my laptop while it's driving. I'm like, ooh. Apple is popping. So is Microsoft. Remember I was telling you, this is going to be your lift. I think Microsoft, just like yesterday. And then, look, if these guys run, Amazon gets a bid, that's going to be that market coming back up. So it feels the opposite of yesterday, but let's see how it closes. Who covers the road? Well, Tesla offers insurance. So I think they're going to be self-insured, but I haven't really thought about that. Any news on Enphase? No, let's check. It is running 2.2. It doesn't look like news, but it looks like it is developing up. Check if there's any other sympathies. Safe harbor agreement with IGS Solar. That was old. Did it run on the EV news? Yeah, they literally all kind of moved from there. So yeah, they all look like they're up. Assuming they're wrong, well, the mortgages will come down. Well, if inflation doesn't come back, yeah, I think mortgage rates are going to drop. So until we get through policy a little bit, or if we get more cuts, or if jobs drop, there's many ways rates could come down. But if everybody keeps playing this scared of inflation and then the economy is really hot but we're cutting rates, the rates should be, they're going to stay around here or go higher. You think he might move the EV to solar? He does solar panels. That makes sense. Maybe that's why they're reacting. I could see that. Good take. Yeah, I don't understand why they're popping like that. There's no news, though. Only news was that. Is Pepsi still on the high? And then watch Microsoft, Amazon. If big tech turns around, that'll get you up to VWAP. Honeywell, yeah, Disney. I mean, it's not 7% is big, but it was up like what 12? I think it went as high as 115 at one point. Even pre-market candle was high. Hims 20. I thought Hims was doing good. Oh, I have no idea. Hims should have been up. I mean, it just hit 30, but yeah, I don't know. I really thought it was green. They've been doing great recently. I'm not a fan of it for the long term, but their earnings have been fire. Oh, Amazon will start selling cheap hair loss drugs. That was 11/17. So that was from the morning. Oh, yeah, it's Amazon. Literally, Amazon will start selling cheap hair loss drugs. Huge threat for the stock. That's literally the Barron's article. Russia railways expect interest payments to be $7 billion in 2025. That's what's going to be interesting, because with the hair loss stuff, the funny part is, like, I wonder how it's going to play out in the long run. Because again, you guys are our generation is very insecure of hair loss. Every generation has been, actually. If you guys don't know, they've been selling hair loss products for like 50 years. You know that. That's like, I think it started with the Porsche advertisements. Tesla's flushing now even more. But it is, I want to see how it's going to play out, because half of the people, you either get addicted to it for life or you just stop after like a year or two. So I wonder how it's going to play out. Him's got a double downgrade. Oh, I thought it was just dying off of the news in the morning. But yeah, it's pretty bad. I thought it was up, though. I swear it was just at 30 yesterday. The era of dirt cheap options will ever come back? Little by little. But I don't know if it'll ever be that cheap. Maybe we'll need some real deflation. Always new people going bald. Oh, dude, like I'm saying, bro, this is like, I mean, men love Viagra and hair loss. You have to, the modern American man, and for the last 50 years, Viagra and hair loss, bro. Yeah, you guys are way too insecure about your hair and pee-pee. So literally, it's an idiocracy, bro. Well, I can't be bald. I'll lose my hair. I'm bald. Medicine. Viagra. So, yeah, but it'll be around, but you get that, like, again, bro, minoxidil works. All this stuff that him sells, you could get it. I mean, bro, believe me, start losing your hairline, and if you actually care, you're going to start Googling that real quick. But, like, minoxidil works, but you literally have to do it every single day. That's why these companies can make a lot of money, but the moment you stop, it's so, dude, I hate it. I hate it. You stop it for 1 week, you're going to lose 30% of your progress. You stop it for 2 weeks, you're halfway gone. You don't do it for a month, then it's gone. Then that's it. Then you're literally worse than where you started. That's what I hate about it, because then you got to just slap oil on your head all day. That's why I was like, screw it. I'm going to just look like an old man. I give up. I give up. You were on that? Yeah, bro. I've been losing my hair for almost a decade. What are you talking? It's Rogaine. Yeah, that's what it is. Minoxidil is Rogaine. Rogaine patented it, and they had the OG one after the first like 20 years, everybody is able to make generic. So everything him sells is literally Rogaine on subscription. That's all it is. Every hair thing you see is literally Rogaine. Rogaine is the brand name. Minoxidil is the chemical name. That is the chemical that opens up your pores, allows oxygen, and spurs the growth of hair. So yeah, if you didn't know that, that's what it is. Every single one of them is exactly the same. Anywhere you go, if you see a little guy selling it on Instagram, if you go to Hims, if you go to Rogaine, it's all the same stuff. It's literally minoxidil. So it works. It does literally, studies proven, it increases hair growth. You know what I'm saying? It really actually does work. But that's the thing. Once you stop it, all of the gains go away. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're going to do it for 2 years, at that point, you're going to pretty much even spend at least like $1,000, $2,000. So it's like, if you do it for like 3, 4, 5 years, you should just go get a hair transplant. That's what I'm saying. That's where like the culture of it, men are very insecure about it. It's been happening for 40, 50 years. You either stop doing it or you go and get a hair transplant. That's it. You either shave your head bald, get the hair transplant. But like on the 5-year scale, a lot of people are not going to keep slopping it on their head. But it's a very interesting one. That's what I was saying. Like, Hims is doing very well. But I wonder what we're going to see with all of them and just where this leads. That's it, because the people doing it now, they're either going to transplant later or go bald or keep slopping. Sloppy. Jay Powell, we have no idea what he's going to talk about. Could be significant. It may not be. The hair transplants, if you get a good one, you only one time. If you get a ghetto one, you might have to do it like twice. It can fade after like 10 or 15 years. But then again, go look up hair transplant gone wrong. You'll never want one ever. That's it. I don't know if I should show you. I don't even want to show you. I hate them, bro. These aren't even bad. No, if you even search, yeah, this one. All right, viewer, don't look at the screen if you don't want to see this. It's somebody's head after a transplant. It's not bad. There's no blood or anything, but it just looked nasty. So there's a couple of them, but like, yeah, if it goes wrong, you could get these like permanent bumps. Or it'll just look like, that's like bruising. I don't think that one's healed. And then the recovery, bro, it's crazy. Yeah, some of them are awful, bro. I hate it. I wanted to do it, but then I was like, nah, man. If anything happened, I'm like, I'm not going out like that. They're like, what happened to you, Josh? I'm like, I was really secure about my baldness. And then I went to get surgery, and now I have 2 heads. I have a second head on top of my other head. So yeah, all roads lead to shaving your head. That's where I'm at right now. And then SPY coming right back down again. Nat gas is down by 5. You got a couple of things moving. Bro, all day. I mean, we started getting the tech stocks, but see. Yeah, Meta flipped, and then, Microsoft. Damn, fat candle. Yo, Microsoft. Oh, that's huge. I was just telling you, Microsoft is going to save you. Yo, Microsoft, that is fat. Go, 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 go. All right, I got a cheap one, but they already tripled up. Dude, what? I don't know. I don't even know what the headline is. That's too big. It's only 1%, but oh man, I grabbed one contract for $5 just the next week put. But I have that's insane. It could be just a shakeout. When I looked at the percentage, this candle looked way scarier. But yeah, hold on that. But that's That's it. That was the one I said could help us out. It's already recovering. Don't freak out too much. Yeah, Microsoft Pro, but holy shit. Keep watch on that one. Let's see. I don't know. It looks dramatic, but it may calm down. So that one's tough. Like I'm saying, but pay attention. We're getting it fast. Microsoft, U.S. regulators intend to probe cloud business, Financial Times. So, yeah, the probe is confirmed. But, yeah, that's actually, like, wild. That's crazy, bro. That's what I'm saying. It may be a pump fake, but for now, I'm kind of like, wait a minute. It's fat, bro. I was just telling you, Microsoft could save the day. It's only 1%, but this is a multi-trillion-dollar company. So, again, I grabbed... Oh, my play already tripled. Damn. That was even before anything. So, yeah, I grabbed those for 5 cents. They already just shot up. I only grabbed one of them. So, we'll see. Who's investigating? The U.S. regulators. I don't know. Probably Department of Justice. What are they probing them for? Cloud business. Financial Times is the original source. So those plays already tripled. I can't believe that. I thought those were dog water. Trump revenge. No, well, remember, right now, he's not in office yet. Because remember, I don't think it was Trump who went after the poly market guy, and then, again, some of the nuclear stuff. So this is still Biden. Don't forget about that. Yeah, that was honestly, if you got it, there was a quick one on there. Good work on that. That's crazy. I was just saying, bro, Mike, that candle was so terrifying. I was just telling you, Microsoft is going to lead us up, and then whoop. It's cool if you missed it. I wouldn't force it. Like I thought my plays weren't going to hit like that, and they did. So I only got one. It's showing a high ask, but literally you're only going to make like $10. So, yeah, take profits. I only bought one for $5, so I could make $10 right now. It's up 100%. I can make $20 if I get filled at the ask, but I'll just ride it out. I mean, we got it early. We'll see what happens. Again, that's why I keep telling you, I'm playing so small. The other KRE and stuff was bigger, but then I'm making them free and then putting it in there. But like any of these news plays go really small. I don't know if you guys have noticed, the news plays they're not hitting the same way. You know, if you get the 5% ones, you're going to have something. But even if there's a pump fake, you just don't want to go big. Post earnings, you don't want to go big. As long as you keep it small, you're going to be fine. So, yeah, it's hitting again on other wires right now. Lena Khan to pursue big tech in final days of Biden. I think they're going to keep her, bro. She's kind of a savage, but I think both sides have kind of a respect for her. And she's young. Estee Lauder and Whirlpool. Yeah, Estee Lauder did good, man. I was just saying I wish I wanted it the other day. I'm not muted. I shouldn't be. The Twitter is going to cut out. I might restart the Twitter, but the Twitter is going to take me out when Powell starts. You made $100 free TLT. Good work. Again, all those plays from yesterday are up. The ones from the day before are break even. So I don't want to hear anything if you're like, oh, it went down. I'm like, well, you got to manage it. So make up your mind. You either push or take profits. The last 2 weeks of volatility, you should know what you're getting into when it comes to TLT. You know what I'm saying? So you can make them free on the pops. You could die. If it goes up, you could get rewarded. So make your mind up. Brian. What up, Brian, Lord Wavy Bone? And then Adita, I'm emailing you. Adita, send me a link to your YouTube channel. You should be unbanned, bro. I unbanned you. I remember it vividly. I felt bad banning you, but you just kept harassing me with the plays. So, but yeah, you should be unbanned. And then I just had somebody send me an interesting offer. Somebody wants to sell me a they want me to promote a platform. It looks pretty interesting. I won't say the name. So I told them 100K minimum, or they have to give you guys 100K. Is that fair? I think it's fair. I'm down if you're listening. I have to test it out too. If the product works and it's legit, I'm down. But if you're not going to give me 100K for a sponsorship, you have to at least get, 1,000 people, give them $100 each. Oh, what? They just want me to use this platform. They're hyping it up. All right, well, we'll see. And then, yeah, Dita, send me a link to your YouTube channel, and you'll get unbanned. What about charity? I give a lot to charity. That's why I have my time with you guys. And I hope if I'm going to do anything with stocks, any company, I hope they could benefit you. First Solar is climbing up still, too. Donating for hair transplant. No. All right. Must go in the long. Well, I don't think they'd give you cash. I just want free products. So that's what I did. Again, TOS, they wanted me to do something back in the day, but they weren't willing to give you guys the credit. So they were willing to offer me, like Thinkorswim. They were going to give me like $100 for every person that I put on. And I still promote them, but I don't do it for money. But I told them, I said, can you give the money you would give me if they use my link? Can you just give it to them? And they said no. So I think it has to do with like the laws or something, but I really just up to them. So if they're willing to give you like a free product and I like the product, I'm down. The Twitter in the description, it's Real Cult News. So right here, I put my the Powell on the thumbnail. That's my new one. Yeah, Sunrun, First Solar, Enphase, they're all on the high right now. They're killing it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Bonds ripping for now. Like I said, though, make up your mind with it. I don't want to hear anything. Because like I'm saying, the plays yesterday, it felt like it was terrible. Those plays yesterday are damn break even. And then the March ones are up. So if you can't handle this volatility, make that free and make your life simple. Otherwise, bonds can easily, TLT can rip another 1%, and it could be back at open by today, by the end of the day. So just be mindful of that. But it's working out well. That's why I'm like, hey, this is what I meant by worst case scenario. You're going to get these swings. So as long as you protect yourself, you'll be good to go. Jake from State Farm, baby. Man, they don't know. That's like peach number 2, bro. I love you, man. God bless you. God bless you. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. So let me get ready here. I think we got a little bit of time. Let me give it a little bit more. Let's see this. Let's see. Microsoft, again, those plays doubled, tripled up. Hopefully you did something with them. Again, I only put $5 in. You got the Twitter account? Nice. Nice. Moses, Habibi. My man, thank you. We need to get the horn popping. That's it. PHILO it could be around the corner. It could be. We have Powell's really going to be at 3, huh? So yeah, I thought Powell was going to get in the way of PHILO today. And then Microsoft's still holding down. So let's see. All right, let me go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. And I think we'll be able to get PHILO popping.
So again, side, and the Nasdaq Composite is at 19,159. That's down about 70
I'll be right back.
points.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Decline as well. So it's
Real Cult
even.
News on
Fractional
Twitter.
To the downside, nothing major, still near record highs. A couple of stocks, a few of them that are really making some waves here so far because of headline stuff. Super Microcomputer, the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 today, and it's been a laggard for quite some time. Remember, earlier over the past 12 months, it was a $122 stock roughly at the highs over the past year. We're at $18 and change. It's a 5-day losing streak as things stand right now. Remember, earlier this week, they delayed the filing of their quarterly report. They're still in search of an auditor after EY left their ranks. So Super Microcomputer very much to the downside. And then the biggest gainer in the S&P 500 today is on a failed M&A deal. We're talking about Tapestry and Capri, the luxury houses. Kate Spade, Coach versus Michael Kors and Versace. Well, both stocks are up right now. They've scrapped their merger plans. We already know a judge blocked it, but Tapestry's up 12.5%. So keep an eye on the luxury names and, of course, Super Micro. Kelly, I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, Dom, looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Dom Chu. Disney is one of the big movers today, having its best day since February, up 7% after solid fourth quarter results. The stock, get this, it's not just about this move today. It's on pace for its 8th straight positive day, and that's its longest streak since the summer of 2018. And we're up about 15% in that recent period of time. They saw some pretty big gains across entertainment and streaming and expect double-digit adjusted EPS growth in fiscal 2026 and 27. It's unusual to get guidance that far out. One weak spot continued to be traditional TV. Revenue down 6%, profit down 38%. But CFO Hugh Johnson told CNBC this morning, despite the weakness, linear remains an important part of the portfolio.
I like where the portfolio sits because I like the integration of the two. And linear, by the way, does have a very separate demographic, as you guys well know. It tends to be a little bit older, and we want to make sure we don't lose that demographic. So I'd rather keep it as a part of the portfolio.
Still adjusting to seeing him not at Pepsi. Anyway, he reiterated his commitment to linear and keeping it as a complimentary service. Gives advertisers, he says, a deeper offering. For more here, let's bring in Mark Douglas. He's the CEO of ad tech firm Mountain, and our very own Julia Borston on set with me. Perfect day to have you both, Julia, for you to be here as well. So welcome. Why is there's something bigger going on here than just a quarter that beat expectations? Is this stock now starting to have a better story to tell people?
To me, even more important than the fact that this is a company that had a very strong quarter, which, by the way, was led by better than expected profitability in direct to consumer. Disney gave guidance for the next 3 years, including accelerating profitability in year 2 and year 3. Disney never gives guidance that far out. So this is a new thing for Disney to be looking this far into the future, and the key factors that are driving that bullish outlook for the next 3 years is sustained progress at the parks, where the company has made the $60 billion 10-year commitment to investing in the parks. They see that continuing to pay off, and consistent and additional profitability in the streaming business. They have 175 million subscribers. As more and more of them go over the ad-supported part of the business,
I don't know if it's halted.
a real ability there to
Fat
grow
Pop.
average revenue per user, as well as
AXNX, check
that
news,
to
could be a
actually
bio
grow the user
approval.
base.
Oh, sure, just like we've seen at Netflix, quite, pay off quite well. So just to back up for a second on kind of the story with Disney here, this was kind of said to be a broken story. We had Laura Martin on yesterday talking about.
Oh, is this a buyout? Hold on.
That's been a big part of the discussion for quite some time.
Yeah, it looks like it's a buyout.
Now people can maybe
be
look
careful.
at it in a little bit of a different
Be careful.
way. And I don't know
That has
with
to be
the
buyout
profitability
related.
of its linear networks down as sharply as it is, what that path is. I mean, the projections remind me a little bit almost of the Fed when they put out those dot plot projections. Is it more hope, or is there kind of a reality here that investors can really get behind in terms of those big?
Yeah, they're already bought out.
I mean, Bob
It's
Iger
probably
has
the
been
transaction
back in the role
closing.
of CEO for 2 years now, and what he
Details
said
about
is
the
that
deal,
changes
yeah.
he implemented, we are really seeing those changes have a massive beneficial impact for the company, not just for now, but to enable the company to have this bullish outlook for the next 3 years. I also think if you look at the new profitability, or the incredibly, surprisingly strong profitability of the streaming division of D2C, and the fact that you're seeing a decline in linear, if you look over the next couple of years, direct-to-consumer is going to, I believe by 2027, and I think we should have a wall here of that, we're going to see direct-to-consumer actually be as meaningful for the company as the linear TV business and surpass linear TV business. One thing that I do think is worth pointing out about that 38% in decline in operating income from the linear business, a lot of that was because this year they had to spend a lot to market their new TV.
They had to market the new TV. I can't believe it. They did give a lot of guidance for Disney. So we'll see. At least we're back in the 120, man. That thing crazy. Lunar. Didn't they have earnings? I didn't look into that, but I mean, space companies have done decent. So we will see. And then we got Powell right around the corner here. So yeah, AXNX is a deal. Like go look. That's what happens. Because that one too, like go look at it. AXNX, yeah, go look at the option chain, and you'll notice all of the options were cheap, even though the stock just made a fat move. Why? Because it got bought out. You see like how it looks, like you see how the stock's moving, then all of a sudden it's like it don't look real no more? That's a buyout. So the deal hasn't closed, but that's why you're getting, it's moving in reaction, but nothing's really changing. So you don't want to really play those on options. You want to be very careful, actually. It's actually easy to get hustled on those. So we caught the pop, but it just details came out about the deal. Look at you're not banned, baby. I taught you so much. I hope so, man. I hope you got the long term, man. And I'm, listen, man, whatever happened, we have so much more in the future, man. I really hope you guys are excited. I hope you're locked in. I hope you're motivated. I hope you are ready to move, because it's one thing about everything I've taught you, but it does matter what you do with it. And now moving forward, I mean, there's so much more we're going to learn and be able to do. So I'm glad, man. And I really hope, believe me, nice words I don't really care about. Mean words I don't care about. And why do I say that? Because I've seen, you could say I taught you a lot, but if you only got a long term to show for it, if you can't stick to the rules, then you just talking, baby. Same thing too, man. I don't care if you ever got mad at me. You get angry. I hate this guy, but you go get a long term and apply some of it. You'll probably be better than the people complimenting me. So at the end of the day, man, I think there's this half of our decade. You gotta really apply it, man. And we've gone through so much. So let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Don't be cute. Wow, started breathing air 72 years ago. I'm the best thing. No, man, you're the best. Are you kidding me? That's an OG right there, bro. Horde, his 72nd birthday. I love you, man. You know that? I love you. He even vibes with how crazy I am. That's it. Cause I know some 60-year-olds, they're like, why are you doing the horn? That's crazy. 72, bro. Young as ever, bro. Young as ever. You were in the chat at 72, bro. Happy birthday, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, my legs are getting sore from yesterday. Ow. You got fully executed to buy your first home? Wow. Let's go. That's crazy, bro. I think you're the second one who's told me that today, man. What the hell? I knew I was hyped for the right reason. Telling you, bro, these 11 out of 11s, hearing some of y'all, bro, you know, like, I'm so proud of y'all. And let's go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's crazy. And then 72nd birthday, bro. Oh, man. And then we're going to have Powell today. Let's turn up, baby. Oh, my goodness. All right, well, might as well get it popping. Let's do it. Let's do it. Alrighty. Relatively new. Where? We have the other channel, the Trading Fraternity. And that's where we have the nightly watch list. And I mean, if you have that channel and this channel, we got a Twitch and a Twitter as a backup, and I have all the other stuff. But, you know, straight up, I'm doing like 8 to 9 hours a day. You can find what you need, man. So I hope you take advantage of it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, let me see. I gotta get ready, but I think we're ready to go. Oh man. Yeah, Microsoft got DOJ. They got in trouble a little bit. Wow. Clap them up. It's on the stove. We're ready to go. I have to go get the book. Let me let my gardeners here. I hear loud noises. You guys hear that? I wonder if he could hear me. Coca-Cola when it hits sub 2122 RSI. Reliable local bottom bulls, impressive defense of broader market. I like the name and I like defensives. I've never really looked at the RSI, but I love it. Good info. Yeah, I think the solar rip is weird, man. I don't know. Maybe I think people are kind of implying that there's going to be a solar credit that people are going to be able to take advantage of. That's why I'm like, very, very interesting. Invite them in for PHILO. Well, PHILO is usually where you guys leave. I encourage you to stay, but I get PHILO and push-ups every time. PHILO and push-ups is always going to be like, I think it's anywhere from like 100 to 500 people fall off. It's actually mind-blowing, but at the end of the day, the thing that has shocked me, I'm telling you, man, I really appreciate it because some of you guys, I remember a lot, and I remember some of y'all would be so violently disturbed by PHILO. And now to see you like a year and a half later clapping it up, and I'm like, wow, man. So, anything is possible, bro. Anything is possible. That's all I got to say, bro. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, It's PHILO time. I know. So I encourage you to stay. I don't know. We have Jerome Powell in a little bit, so you have a reason to return. But at the end of the day, we have talked a lot about bonds, long duration. We've gone over the PPI data. We've done a lot of different things already. So we've covered it. We've covered the news. I even got some of it on Twitter. Everywhere. It's everywhere now. I don't know what to tell you. So in the middle of 7, 8, 9 hours a day of stocks, I'm very grateful for this moment because we should talk about life. So like I said, this is a moment that some of you love, some people hate. Even every day I start this, I always get a comment. I always get, enough of this, enough of the religion. And it's not about that, man. For real. Do I have religious beliefs? I do. I'm actually not the biggest fan of organized religion. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe he died on the cross for my sins. And I believe in one God and one God only. Do I go to church? Sadly, I don't. I need to probably more, but I don't. And I'm not really a big fan of indoctrination. And that's what I'm saying. It's like I make indoctrination jokes because you're going to hear me. And I'm going to say, like, if you don't understand what I'm trying to do, if you don't understand my goal and mission, you're going to think I'm indoctrinating you. And I'm not. I don't care what you choose to do in life. I really believe in free will. I believe in freedom. And I believe that no matter what, you're going to do your own thing anyways. But the real thing we've been honing in on and talking about is very simple, man. Principles. That's it. God don't respect people. He respects principles. Whether you believe in God or not, I think you are the same. You know what I'm saying? I really think some of you guys, you have principles you respect. I've said it before. The same things that make you doubt God when you look at people, God agrees with you. You don't like greed. You don't like anger. You don't like people who aren't humble. All of this stuff you hate about the world, it is embedded within principles. So that's what I've been sharing here, and I really hope you could get something. Even yesterday, you guys were asking me about making businesses, and I really think there was practicality in all of this. So even today, I do think there's a big practical focus that you could take from this, all right? So that being said, I'm going to read from a book called Sirach. It's not in the Bible. It's in the Apocrypha. And it's just like Proverbs, but it's written by a scribe. It is not written by a rich man. And I tell this to you every time because you know what? We're going to go over Proverbs next probably, just so you could get a refresher and see. But it's very simple, man. Seeing things from a different point of view, especially wisdom text, it goes a very long way. And I think a lot of us could relate to it. But again, in any sense of business, my friends, and this is where I don't want you to miss out. I really like Sirach because it gives you good principles for business. I hope you could understand that. There's no ifs, ands, or but about it. You get what I'm saying? Literally, business creates, and business is created with good principles. So think about that. But before I get into it, can I tell you something else? Can I tell you the intro of today's PHILO? I'm so excited, bro. You have no idea. Proverbs 11:25. This is the verse of the day. I read this morning and I rejoiced, man. A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. And reverse repos at 214 billion. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's not what I wanted to read to you today, but I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Do you know why? It's what I've been telling you all day, man. It's for real, bro. Like refreshing others. I hope I could refresh you. It's funny because it says prosper. I don't care. That's not what got me excited. Refreshing others, bro. I hope we can do it. I hope you can be a refreshment to others. AGFY popping and balked. Yeah, it's already up 100 on the day. Good call. But for real, man, This is important. Refreshing others, man. And I hope, and what I'm trying to say, do I want you to refresh others? Yes. But at the very minimum, bro, at the very minimum, I hope you get refreshed by all of this. All 7 hours of this stream, the PHILO, the long term, any advice, bro. I hope that you are. Do you not realize that's what I'm saying? Like, dude, there's so much opportunity, and I hope you guys are seeing it. I hope you are seeing what you've learned over the last few years. I hope you're more prepared than ever, and I hope you're re-enchanted. I hope that you are refreshed, man. So, like I'm saying, at the very least, man, if these principles can be applicable, these principles could help you in life and business, but, dude, it's very, very simple here. At the very minimum, dude, you should be getting motivated. You should be getting refreshed. I hope, I don't know if you feel the excitement, but I really hope you get it, bro. But that is the goal. And that's what I'm saying, man. I think PHILO has taken that life. And I think in its own way, beyond the long term and everything else, it has been refreshing. So don't forget about that, man. And at the end of the day, I hope you give refreshment as well, bro. And it's a beautiful thing to have and receive and to give, okay? Amen, amen. I hope that. Wow. So, that being said, today, my friends, we are going to be going over, that one that I just read was Proverbs 11:25. But I'm reading you Sirach 41. And this one's kind of weird. I think all of them are kind of weird, honestly. They all got that jarring effect, you know what I'm saying? But he's talking about in this verse, it's really weird. This, I know I can't help but say it. Appropriate versus inappropriate shame. Doesn't that sound weird? That's what he's talking about. The whole 41, again, he's going to start with the main topic. Then he's going to bring you another analogy or poem, tie it into another topic, but why I have to go over this one, because if I want to read you 42 talks about, proper shame. But if you don't know the difference, it's hard to kind of see where he's going with it. Yeah, it's like righteous wrath. But dude, it's sometimes you're like, what do you mean? How is shame appropriate? I could understand how shame is inappropriate, right? But what do you mean? Shame is good, shame is bad. But that's what he's doing. That's what he's talking about with this whole thing. And it's interesting because I'll just tell you right now. Do you know what this is going to be? I don't know. You guys got me kind of excited hearing some of you say you want to start a business. I honestly, some of you, man, I really hope you make a business this year. I hope by the next 4 years, I hope that you make a business. I think it'll be great for a lot of you. And in a weird way, I can't help but think about this verse and think about it like marketing. Yes, you're going to see. He's talking about your principles. Again, why is it so important to him? Remember, shame is important to Ben Sira, and all of these things, without understanding of shame, a lot of his things don't work. He makes a really big deal about it because he's saying this is how people are going to view you. This is how you will be viewed, good or bad. This is how appropriate or inappropriate shame is going to get you to say things at the wrong or the right time. But I'm like, man, this sounds a lot like marketing. And that's where I'm thinking for some of you. You may not like the Bible. You may not like some of this stuff. But I think you could learn a real hands-on marketing lesson here right now. How to represent yourself. And why. And I hope y'all realize it. Bro, like I said, having shame in a certain level of shame and humility, that's what will stop the wealth gap. Y'all don't feel me. But it's the same, bro. If you have a thought of shame, is it going to make you overthink things? It probably will. But at the end of the day, you need that little voice in your head asking you, how does this reflect on me? How are others going to view this? How will the people who don't like me view it? How will the people who love me view it? This is where appropriate and inappropriate shame comes into play. But like I'm saying, man, I don't know what you want to get out of this, but all of you who want to make a business, this is something you should think about. And honestly, here's the crazy part. This is not his most extensive teaching. So he's going to lead this into 42, and he's going to elaborate on this shame thing. But if you want to go back, it was in chapter 4 of Sirach. That is his most extensive breakdown of shame in the book of Sirach, if you're interested in that. So let's get into it. Sirach 41. O death, how bitter is the thought of you, to the one at peace among possessions. Damn. Who has nothing to worry about and is prosperous in everything, and is still vigorous enough to enjoy food. O death, how welcome is your sentence to one who is needy and failing in strength, worn down by age and anxious about everything. Do not fear death's decree for you. Remember those who went before you and those who will come after you. This is the Lord's decree for all flesh. Why then should you reject the will of the Most High? Whether life lasts for 10 years or for 100 or 1,000, there are no questions asked in Hades. So, Chad, that's clearly a poem. Oh, death, right? But, come on. This is why I love the wisdom text, because even if it's not a wisdom text of any religious doctrine, go to the Greeks, go to the Romans. Bro, this is more, what is it? Amor fati and memento mori. This is reminding you guys to start off. How are we going to talk about shame without acknowledging the elephant in the room? You are going to die one day. If you haven't realized death is a motivator, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? That's what he's trying to explain. And think about it. That's what we all get. No matter what. If you have a flesh and blood right now, we have all been sentenced at one point we stopped breathing. That is just reality. That and again, ancient beyond the Bible. Again, memento mori. People have used this as a guiding factor and principle of life. You know why? Because if you actually recognize there is an end, it brings both joy and it will change how you react. It will make you really live in the moment. It will really have you live your life out. And again, like it's saying, bro, in a weird way, death is kind of, it's people, especially when it's painful. Why do you think people, I wish I was, you know? It's wild, but that's how he has to start it out. Because again, let me make it clearer for you. If you don't respect death and acknowledge it as a principle, if you cannot acknowledge memento mori, bro, like, how, like, why would you ever feel like, what is shame going to do to you? Like, do you feel me? My brother, if you're not even scared of death, I don't think shame will help you. You know, how if you cannot view life and recognize how short it is and let that get you to react in many ways, then life won't bring you shame or any shame. You're viewing it different. So that's why he has to start with this. And then I'm going to just say there's one line in there. And we keep seeing this. I keep seeing this concept. Does anybody know there was one line that stuck out to me on that? Just a bar that I cannot ignore. And I think it brings up another principle. Anybody know anything I just said? If anything sticks out to you? Yeah, y'all ain't got it. Fearing the Lord, that's the foundation, baby. Not the golden rule. No, not peaceful amongst possessions. That was good, though. Not anxious. What you do with time, guilt. Say's World, you're banned, homie. I'm sorry. I don't even say people's names when I ban them, but my bad. You wanted this life. Tesla, no. There are no questions asked in Hades. This is the second time he has made this reference. I love it. You know why? It's another very simple, bro. They don't ask questions in hell. Anybody ever tells you to stop asking questions, you're in hell, bro. Oh, no, you have a voice, but you can't ask. There's no questions. Again, remember he said that again. I forgot. He didn't. He said something. He said again. He said another line about there's no questions in hell. So, bro, until we are judged, bro, you better keep asking questions. The children of sinners are abominable, and they frequent the haunts of the ungodly. The inheritance of the children of sinners will perish, and on their offspring will be perpetual disgrace. Children will blame an ungodly father, for they suffer disgrace because of him. Woe to you, the ungodly, who have forsaken the law of the Most High God. If you have children, calamity will be theirs. You will beget them only for groaning. When you stumble, there is lasting joy, and when you die, a curse is your lot. Whatever comes from earth returns to earth, so the ungodly go from curse to destruction. Again, you guys got to think about it. You know what that is saying? Shame and not shame. Remember, he has to be harsh so you understand the distinction. That's the purpose. That's why you're like, man, he rips them apart every time. Not only is this old, but if he didn't make such a harsh distinction, you run the risk of not understanding the black and white. Remember, that was the big concept from yesterday. I hope you're following. But it's simple, bro. He's explaining a situation. You don't think it's weird? You'll be happy when you live, but then you die and you pass on a curse. He said, when you stumble, there is lasting joy, but when you die, there is a curse on your lot. What does that mean? That means you don't care about what you're doing now. That's the inappropriate shame. You will live terribly and leave everybody with nothing, if not leave them with your debts. And you will be happy about it. Even if that's what he's trying. Again, that's inappropriate. You're going to see what he ties it into. My brother, you have to think about what you leave. Like I told you, marketing or not, whatever you want to call this. And some of you are young, you're not going to get this because, bro, for real, it's even hard for me. I think about the future a lot, but I get it. When you're young, bro, it's hard to think, what name am I leaving on the world? You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, shut up. But no, it's so important because this is a principle of how you're going to behave. You have met somebody who cares about what he leaves, and you have met somebody who does not care about what they leave. Have you ever seen somebody use something that wasn't theirs and then not clean up after themselves? And you're like, what? That's what he's talking about. You should leave things the same, if not better, than when you interacted with them. What is inappropriate is doing the opposite. The human body is a fleeting thing, but a virtuous name will never be blotted out. Have regard for your name, since it will outlive you. Longer than 1,000 hoards of gold. The days of good life are numbered, but a good name lasts forever. Chad, do you hear me? This is where I'm going to lose some of you. I hate to break it to you. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I know one of you is going to be a billionaire. I know it. But the money is not going to matter. Do you know that? I don't know if my years of action has showed you. You guys need to get this through your head right now. Long-term business plan. Your reputation and your name is going to be worth more than anything. Do you understand me? I don't know if they feel me, Chad. And y'all got to realize how this ties into yesterday. You know why? Because you need to learn to become reliant on yourself. That's why you need to make these good decisions. That's why you got to protect yourself. That's why you got to save. Because you cannot become reliant upon somebody. And then, because what is this telling you? How, if you have to rely on something, how will you protect your name? If you have to beg, how are you going to protect your name? Bro, we live in a world that does not care about this. You know why? Because we said people with a bad reputation, they go viral. You've seen it, right? People do terrible things. Bad baby. She stole her mom's car. We made her famous. You remember Boont Gang. He loves Jesus now. He would steal and rob things on camera. We live in a wild world. It doesn't mean this changes in value, though. That's what I'm saying. Only the foolish of you are going to think that this has disappeared. I don't know if y'all feeling me. I don't think y'all feeling me. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to lose some of y'all on this. Because down the line, you will be tempted with this. As Warren Buffett says, it takes 20 years to build a reputation, 5 minutes to ruin it. This principle will always last forever. And what is it? A virtuous name will never be blotted out. Your name will outlive you, and a good name will last forever. Your life will not last forever, but the reputation will. Believe it or not. And like I told you guys in the beginning, practicality. Some of you want to make a business. Think about this and you will succeed. At times, you'll feel like you're not succeeding. That's the whole point. You will see the world around you get rewarded for not following this. But my brother, that is all short term. I'm talking to the people who want to make something 10, 20, 30, 40. You want an empire, bro. Dude, are you following me? You're thinking the long game. This is where you got to think about it. Bro, even with your friends, that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't think a lot of y'all even understand me. You know that, right? Like I'm saying, people come in here, they complain, they're like, oh, he gets his minions to do this and all of this. But like, bro, you are failing to realize how I've treated people for several years. Yeah, I could be harsh. But generally, bro, I have given y'all a uncut, raw, unfiltered access to my life. I've held it down for y'all, even when y'all send me certain stuff you shouldn't send me. I have never misused it. I've played my role. I have kept this. I take this to heart. Dude, y'all don't even, when I'm telling you these stories, I have people asking me about Bitcoin. They want to buy this. I had real estate. I got to meet people. It's, bro, because I've respected them in this way. I'm telling you, I've always believed it. I don't know. I've read Proverbs early, and I've always believed this. All my homies, my college friends, when I meet the Chinese billionaires, anybody, bro, this is what I am thinking. So I'm not telling this so I'm like, oh, look at how great I am. I'm telling this so you have a game plan, bro. So some of y'all start realizing you're going to build friends, relationships. You will build a killer network. But it's not going to be if there's no reputation there. You got to really think about it. You can build without a good reputation. But the longer you go out, The longer you pull that timeline out, if you don't have reputation, if you have not held it down in that way, it fades. So think about that. Again, all my business people, you guys have an opportunity. You know how, bro, think about what they're saying right now. They're like, wow, millennials in the government. Millennials, oh, wow, J.D. Vance, 40. This person, 41. Bro, some of you are in your 20s and 30s. That means you have 10, 20 years before you even get to the stage these people are at now. And people are like, wow, look how young they are. Start building, baby. You could be vice president in 20 years, 10 years from now. Oh, I don't know if y'all hearing me, bro. But again, that reputation is going to be key. My children, be true to your training and be at peace. Hidden wisdom and unseen treasure, of what value is either? Better are those who hide their folly than those who hide their wisdom. Therefore, show respect for my words, for it is not good to feel shame in every circumstance, nor is every kind of abashment to be approved. Again, very simple. We all have hard times with this, bro, myself included. I still learn to this day, bro. My whole life is literally a challenge of sticking to my training. You know that, right? Most days I do it, some days I don't. Life goes good when I follow it. Life goes bad when I don't. You tell me, bro. I don't know. But that's key. You know why? Always. It's saying you don't need anything else. You don't need more. You don't need new. But you do need to handle what you have. Don't forget your training. And then, again, he's saying, why would you... He said it's better to hide. Bro, it's better to hide the fact that you are a terrible person, you do drugs and just jerk off all day. That's better that you hid that than if you had wisdom and chose not to share it. That's literally what he's saying. What good is of value if you don't show the world? That's why I hope I motivate some of you. Because some of you have something. Bring it to the world. Let's go. You're the same. Hiding knowledge is the same as hiding folly. It's worse. Isn't that crazy? It's worse to not help somebody dying than to kill someone. That's what he's saying. You got to think about that. Where do you stand? But then again, like he said, bro, I hope you get this to your core. Especially when I read all of this. You know why? He said, bro, it's not good to feel shame in every circumstance. Every time you hear these words, every time you get a truth bomb, bro, it's not supposed to make you feel anxiety. Bro, don't condemn yourself. I know we got to stick to it and we got to take it seriously. But that's not what it's supposed to do. Life is meant for peace. Enjoy it. But he's just saying you have to know there's circumstances. There's times you should feel bad about it. There's other times you should be at joy, my friend. You know, if none of this applies to you, have fun. Be at joy. But in some circumstances, again, that's the timing. You got to think about it. Be ashamed of sexual immorality before your father or mother, and of a lie before a prince or a ruler. Again, circumstances. Your sexual life, you would probably be ashamed about it in front of your family. Don't talk about it with kings, and vice versa. But what is he telling you? This is where he's saying, this is what before means except in front of people. My brother, even in the last one, he says, hide folly or not. The fact is, appropriate or inappropriate shame is determined by others. It's what you do in front of people. What you share in front of people. Isn't that interesting? Of a crime before a judge or magistrate, and of a breach of law before the congregation and the people. Of unjust dealing before your partner or your friend, and of theft in the place where you lived. Be ashamed of breaking an oath or agreement, and of leaning on your elbows at meals of surliness in receiving or giving, of silence before those who greet you, of looking at a prostitute, of rejecting the appeal of a relative, of taking away someone's portion or gift, and of gazing at another man's wife, of meddling with the servants and do not approach their bed, of abusive words before friends, and do not be insulting after making a gift. Y'all don't feel me, bro. He just said these are where you feel shame and not. But he told you, right? That's a list of principles. Man, if y'all follow this when you go about life and business, I think a lot of you will be extremely successful. You know that, right? If you actually cared about the things you were banging, if you cared about lying or not and felt shame in front of people, if you watch out for crime and say, no, that's shameful, it's against the law, I'm going to respect the law. Of theft, if you don't, like, no, any theft is wrong right there. That you build a business saying, no, we don't support that. Bro, do you have a shame of breaking your oath or agreement? That's why I don't even like people, bro. So I hate talking to people. You know why? Because you know what I used to do back in the day? I used to always say a lot of things. Even now I could do it, but I've learned, bro, that's why I don't want to give you anything because I don't want to say something and not do it. Some of you right now will increase your earnings in your life by 20%. That's a made-up number, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. If you simply, in your own heart and life, and said, this is my word, this is my agreement, I'm going to follow it. Bro, you deal with any business client. Yeah, can you say, oh, well, the contract, I don't care. Did you have a word? That right there is going to separate you. That right there will make your name live on forever. Again, bro, are you rude at dinner? Are you rude in public settings? Do you not respect what people respect? That's what he means by the elbows on the table. Are you silent in front of those who try to acknowledge you? Do you act better than people? That right there. Do you even have shame in that? Rejecting the appeal of a relative. Do you even care about the people that are related to you? Even bro, do you think I agree with my sister? It doesn't matter. I will always be there for her. I don't care. Do I think she's a liability? Yeah. But I will always. Anybody appeal. I think loyalty makes you family. But at the end of the day, bro, anybody ever, that's, again, this is a different, do you have shame or not? You know why? Because I would be shameful. Even if my sister made the worst decisions because she wanted to, I would be shamed if I saw her on the side of the road. What are you talking about? All of you got to really think about that. Think about it. Bro, listen, you've all done it. This is the next, he said, are you ashamed looking at a prostitute? Listen, bro, you probably saw one on the internet today. You may have liked it a little bit too. That's fine. My question is, do you have anything in the back of your mind like, you know what I'm saying? You don't think I've seen girls, I've seen girls in real life on the internet? You don't think I've seen these hoes and I'm like, wow. I'm a man, bro. I get it. But I'm ashamed. I'm not going to lie to you. That's why I tell you, and I've even been vocal to you. I'm like, man, I struggle with these things. I still, even my girlfriend, that's why, too. I loved it, man. Hyder was so genuine with me. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, nah, man, you're a man of God. But I'm like, dude, you guys, maybe I can motivate, but nah, man, I have such a high standard. Dude, I have a girlfriend. I'm not married. I've been with her for how many years? There's men of God who will say, no, you should all be 10 times better than me. I'm a piece of crap capitalist. When it's all said and done, bro, I am the tax collector. But I love, I am so humbled because I'm like, bro, if I could be saved, so can you. But that's why I'm like, but think about it, bro, all of this. You see, I feel that shame. And guess what? It's not bad. You're going to say, don't feel that way. No, screw you. You know why? Because I need that shame. I'm not going to make it unhealthy, but there has to be a line in your mind where you say, you know what? Nah. Like I'm telling you, bro, I love women. I do. I think they're the most amazing thing in this world. You know that? I love women. They're beautiful. All ladies, I love all of you. But looking at women the wrong way, that's shameful. From respect down to sexual. Let's be real. And if you don't feel that, you're missing this whole lesson then. There is appropriate and inappropriate shame. That's what I'm saying. I'll honor women. I'll tell you that. And I'm shameful about the times I don't and I haven't. So think about that. Again, these are all the principles. You just start reading them off. Do you take away from people's gifts? Again, he says gazing at another man's wife. Do you meddle with people's workers? Are you abusive language to your friends? Do you give people gifts and then you insult them? Bro, if you actually have shame about any of this and actually respond to it, like I'm telling you, you are next level. You become in a different category. And my brother, I know the world and environment will say, no, that's not going to get you anything, but it will. It will, and your name will last forever. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you have regard for your name. I really do. And you will see, I hope this opens up the door to learn about the inappropriate shame. But, dude, this has nothing to do with anybody but you. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all, bro. I share this with you, and it's just so funny because you're like, you're indoctrinated. I'm not. I'm sharing with you my struggle, and as I share it to you, I'm even in real time being like, bro, all of this is nonsense if I don't make it real as heaven possibly in my own personal life. Even then, you're like, oh, if other man's wife. Man, I don't care about his wife. I care about how you look at her. You cannot punt the responsibility to anybody. I don't care if the world says anything about language. You have to discipline it. I don't care what dude, I hope you guys are all getting this. Because that's what all of this stuff is. Do you care about your name or not? Do you care about shame or not for the print? It doesn't matter what the world throws. It doesn't matter what they do. This is in writing. It's a principle. You see what I'm saying? So, above all else, man, I hope you make it real. Make all of this real, bro. And I'm telling you, practicality. I know there's God and morals and shame, but like I hope I could lift the veil for some of y'all, and I hope y'all see this will make you money. This is going to make you somebody people want to be around. This is going to make you advance. This is going to open up doors for you. You are going to be a next level human, and you are, in a way, we all want society. You know what I'm saying? You would have no problem with rich and poor if we all had a little bit more shame. You know that? And I'm not saying unhealthy. I know when things get toxic and unhealthy. And I'm not saying that we push it to those levels. So I really hope y'all feel me on this. But above all else, man, you have a responsibility. I have a responsibility. Again, that's what, like, I don't know if y'all have noticed, little by little, it's me realizing and taking my responsibility more seriously. I don't care if you tell me what I have to do or what I could justify. You got to take it seriously. Otherwise, it's useless. Believe me, my brother. Trust me. Go live a life. Go enjoy what the flesh has to offer. Go enjoy this world if you just want to listen and not follow the rules. I promise you. You will have enjoyment for a little bit, maybe your whole life, but that's it. Go do it. Otherwise, you make it real if you want the real benefits. I love how it's set up because you could live and love it. You know what I'm saying? And you could talk about it and you're like, wow, this is great. But if you never really do it, your life is never going to change. That's what I'm saying. The stuff that I tell you, bro, it's not, don't tell me you're like, I got hit by a train, but you don't have a bruise. Do you get what I'm saying? Because when the truth hits you, when you're like, oh, wow, I get it now. I got it. Wow, this is the road. This is my path. I got to be on it. It will show. So make it real, baby. But Chatadonia, above all else, make your name good and you'll see what it brings you. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Wow. Amen, baby. Amen. Amen. So I'm proud of you guys. You know, like I've been saying, man, refresh. And I really hope it, I don't know, man. This ain't religious indoctrination. Get up off yo and let's do something. You know, that's it, bro. How many? Yeah, look. I told you. We started PHILO. There was 4,200 people. You got 3,700 in here right now. Bro, I'm telling you. 700 people can't even hear. They literally turned to salt. But I'm trying to show you your advantage. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Run it. Run it. Run it. There's a reason why Ozempic is more popular than the gym. Go, 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 go. Oh, man. I hope they feel me, bro. I'm down with some B&B.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah. Cornmeal. Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap it. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a coat, baby.
Down, 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 down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hi. Yeah, very weird today, but it was like this yesterday, so I don't know. I have a strange suspicion that we got something right around the corner. Trump says J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon will not be invited, a part of the Trump administration. I love it. He said, just in case. That's funny. No surprise. I think they've put that out like 3 times. They're like, just make it clear. Oh, man. He did. I don't think Jamie used Twitter. He did a last-minute flip-flop. He's like, Kamala. Burp. Halo on the low. Master Chief, big drop, 6%. That has to be bad FDA or a sale or something. Yo, Halo. Not Bungie, but Halo. Halo 2, HALO on the low, 5% down. Honestly, all the contracts are pretty trash. Nothing, you can't get anything without spending like $75. So for the big ballers out there, that one's for you. I'm not touching. I see. I like my cheap ones. You have fun with the big ones. $70 on a news trying to get. That's all you, baby. That's it. That's all you, man. Work. I love Halo. Not the stock, but the game, if you don't know. You like that, Zach? I think it's hilarious, Zach. I retweet stuff during the bathroom breaks. And then I look at what you guys tag me in. So, like, this was funny. AOC took out she/her from her bio. So, yeah, she gave up on that. So, it's so election-oriented. And then, who was it? Homeboy who kept tagging me in news. You're doing good. I would say, don't, like, if you want to get better at it, just like the Israeli stuff when it comes to the war, unless it's, like, something, like, serious, like ballistic missiles, like 1 out of every, like, 20 Israel headlines is going to move stuff at this point, unless there's, like, a new front or invasion. But I love it, man. I love it. Some of y'all have been tagging me on stuff. Even then, someone tagged, was it Braxton? Someone tagged me on one of Elon tweeted 2 days ago on what's it called? He tweeted about solar panels. So again, everybody went crazy on that solar or on the EV tax one, and then it just went crazy. Tagged on X, yeah. Real cult news. That's it. I guess you could send me your tips. Tag me on there, and we'll see if it's worthwhile. I'll talk about it, and I'll tell you what I think. But you guys have been communicating me. If I don't respond, I'll respond on stream. Yeah, see, you got me, pitch. All right, there you go. Yeah, there you go, baby. There you go. Bow, bow, now, 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 now. Yeah, Evo takeover. That's the headline on it. It's weird that Halo's dropping if they're the one getting bought. And then is EVOL, is that the ticker for the other one? I don't know if they're public. EVL? No, it's Everlance. You're not banned, sir. I didn't see your tweet. No, you ain't banned. Or I don't know, unless it was early. I get it. I've been getting a lot, so I don't know. Yeah, Braxton, I saw that one. They don't ask questions in hell. I see the Elon. Yeah, Braxton tagged me on the Elon one. So I don't know. I think that's why everybody jumped on the solar so fast. Are we not going to go over earnings? Let me see, but if the list is bunk, I mean, I'll post a couple of them, but what do we got? AMAT, that's a big one, and then ASTS for the crackheads. INO maybe, and then Origin, shout out J-Alt. But AMAT's the only big one. AMAT and Baba, that's the only one I would really care about, to be honest. So I'll get those previews and I'll post them. And then we got Powell in like 50 minutes, so that'll be good. Down, 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 down. 2 p.m. I'm either 2 or 3, but I don't know, man. I've been getting weird times. I think it's gonna be at Power Hour, right at Power Hour. We'll have him. Oklo, do they have earnings? I don't think they have it's still a SPAC. 2 p.m. Central, 3 Eastern. Maybe that's where all the confusion is coming from. The name on X is Real Cult News. Baba. Now. My handwriting's so bad on the computer. Even in real life, my handwriting's just bad. Hate to break it to you. Oil Creek. The news should have got it. Disney's flushing. So that's back-to-back post-earnings failure for us on those. Yeah, oil's still in the green, but I thought it was going to be a little higher. But then again, it's still clapped. Wait till we even get the updates on the drilling, too. Again, or whatever, the cabinet and the plans. Do we know who's going to lead the Department of Energy? What's the other one? AMAT. Applied Materials. Let's see. Everyone's waiting on Powell. It's exciting. There's press briefing. AMD ripping. That was the play this morning. Everybody brought up AMD. I mean, it's still the same, but it's trying to make a move. The music. Uncle Answers. This is my uncle. You go check him out. He's on Spotify and YouTube. He's everywhere. Except for here. He's sleeping. It's so weird. So weird. He's your uncle too? No way. I could see that. It tracks. XRP new week. Damn, it's at 76 cents. Where is Bitcoin? Again, Bitcoin had that weird cash open. It's still like clap from that. But again, tomorrow's Friday, so having that pullback right there. They're listening to another YouTuber. They're not worried about AMD. Really? I was going to say, no, I have not heard AMD. There was something about this morning. I heard like 4 or 5 additional call-outs towards it, and I was like, wait a minute. Not here. I just saw it in the chat, but, I mean, I'm pretty aware of what you guys are calling out, but that was I was kind of taken back by it. That would make sense. AMAT could be a big mover. I'm going to post the previews right now. Oh, and OPEX tomorrow? Yeah, huh? The 15th. Oh, big one, November 15th. Powell, I don't know what he's going to talk about. It's like a regional club in Dallas. So he's probably going to, we'll find out very quickly whether there is a chance he doesn't talk about the economy. That would be very disappointing because right now it feels like there's a lot of tension still given the gap between bonds and everything red. But he should talk about monetary policy at the very least. I'm pretty sure there is going to be a Q&A. So someone's going to ask something and then, we've had data. We just had rate cuts too. It'd be nice to hear from him, but we'll see. But I mean, there's literally some times where the whole speech, he'll be like, I just want to let y'all know that the duck population is very low and the Fed is committed to addressing this situation. And we want to let y'all know in the duck community that we care about the duck shortage. And then that's it. And it won't be about monetary policy. That could happen, but if there's a Q&A, they're going to ask him about why he's cutting rates or if he's going to cut in December. That's what everybody cares about. So if you want to know how today could it affect stuff in the market in short term, yes. And we'll go over this before, but in reality, all that matters is how this affects the December rate cut odds. Preview. Bow, now. Oh, I'm hungry. I need a protein. All right. You're hungry. I don't eat, but I need protein. We gotta get that protein intake up. All right. So if you want the previews, go to Real Cult News on X. I might start calling it X now. I keep saying Twitter. But check it out. We will see you there. I am going to go get me a protein real quick. My bad. I know I should have done it earlier. We got to get ready for Powell. We have Powell in 45 minutes.
We're talking about all that and not his philanthropic activities.
Well, sure, but I think that to suggest that Donald Trump this time is looking for a specifically conservative list of cabinet picks, I think we've already shown is wrong. We've already seen him pick Tulsi Gabbard to lead defense, and the intelligence community. And so I think that the piece should kind of dismiss that notion and recognize that he's looking more for the visual than perhaps the policy pursuit.
I see. So the Soros maybe gives him cover. He's bipartisan.
Yes.
I see. Yes. Mark, thanks very much. Good to have you here. Appreciate your time.
Great to be on with a fellow general and a fellow Deadpool fan.
I love it. Mark Short. Thank you very much. All right, still to come on the show, guys. Who's next? Netflix is dominating the streaming space as the only profitable platform. So is Disney following their lead? Speaking of Deadpool and Wolverine, we got more on that story coming up when Power Lunch returns after this.
Nice. All right, my bad. So I'm almost done. I just have to get the protein. We got it down it. We good to go. But yeah, Baba and AMAT. We'll go over them a little later. Again, Baba's in the morning. AMAT after the bell. Let's see. What are they pricing in? 6%. AMAT can move. Again, that one could go. It hasn't done 12, but this would be the quarter. And then Baba, I like it for the long term, and it's tied to China stimulus. So I don't know. That one's on you. Do I buy more when it's down on the year or when I'm always compounding? What do you mean? And are you serious or not? Because your last question was if I am funding my long term to fund my rap career. So you can't go from troll to serious, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Your dad got scammed by his friend of 40 years? From high school? What? Where is it? I don't see it. I don't see an email. And then I see Adita. I gotta see if that works. Oh wait, I got it. What happened? Three guys gave him 18 grand. Wait, what? So what did he do? Did he did someone give him 150? But what happened? What was the whole thing? So was he just offering trading or click the link? I don't like clicking links. All right, I see it. Wait, so they all just sued him too? So it seemed like he got in trouble. I see the court case. But I feel like once unemployment comes up, you'll get more of these, but for now we're pretty good. That sucks, though. And then, Addy, try again. I have your channel. Yeah, you're unbanned. I just banned you and unbanned you again. That fixes it sometimes, but see if you could log out of the stream and come back in, and hopefully we see you. Your merch photo. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go. Look, you're back. You're back, baby. Just like that. I know, I saw you. You look good, baby. You look good. You was talking about the long term? Well, check out the original video, but we add every month. We have 3 of them, $200 a month, $300 a month, and $3,000 a month. And I add, and then I've been fully invested pretty much all year. We only have 1% cash, and that's it. So we buy some names. I like to buy them only when I'm down. I've averaged up on a few, and then every month we work our way in and out of it. I'm going to start posting the long term on Twitter, too, when I make my next purchase, but for now, it's all on YouTube. All right. I think we're good to go. Good to go. I mean, gold to dollar, this is the first day the dollar has not gone crazy. And then, ironically, Bitcoin's down, and then gold, I think gold is still in the red. So we'll see. Powell's going to talk in 45 minutes. Or 40 minutes, really. Is Trump talking? I don't think so, but I'm sure you'll get a headline and everyone will be like, Trump is live. Everyone loves hearing Trump. Burry 13F. Well, let's see. Where do you normally watch Powell live? Wherever he's at. I just go to the source. So in this case, it's the Dallas Regional Chamber. They have a live stream up on their website and YouTube. And it's on the Fed website, too. I would get really familiar with the Fed website. That's always good to have. And Druckenmiller's coming out. Let's see. Yeah. It is out. So Michael Burry added Baba JD4, sold Real, half of it, and then 60% of ACAC. So he just added Olaplex by a little bit, and then added 22% more Melina, added more Baidu for JD and Baba. Wow. Yeah, really deep in China. Big fan. Now. So, yeah, here it is. I just took this from the Michael Burry tracker. Literally, I don't know if there's more to it, but we've seen bigger moves. So he has 20 million in Baba, 20 million in JD, 13, 2, and 4. Again, is Shift 4? They're not Chinese. And then he has 13 million in Baidu, American 10 million in Melina. So he also bought BCAB. And then bonds even coming back down. So remember, like we said, something needs to come up or bonds will probably come down. Now let us see. That's crazy. Michael Burry. Well, he's been liking China for a while. I mean, it's getting closer. So where is it? Someone said he also bought something else, but I don't see it. Powell, I have no idea. We were just discussing it in like 15 minutes before. Let's recap everything with Powell, and we could talk about what is expected. So we're getting close to it, but I mean, it could either be a big thing or it could be nothing. But right now, there's a lot of gaps in the market between bonds, and this is kind of like day number 3 now of like cooling down since the like election trades started. So it's a very interesting spot that we're here. So he could either do a lot or do nothing, but we will find out. HIMS. Apparently there was a double downgrade at Bank of America at HIMS, but I mean, it's been a while since we've seen the Amazon effect. You don't remember that? This was back in the day. You saw it a little bit, but Amazon announces, it's just like Apple. They're like, we're getting into drugs. Everybody died. We're getting into robots. So that's just the way it is. Things that never mean it, never mean the same. Damn, my Twitter posts don't show up for you? No way. But yeah, you should start to see them otherwise. Let's see what ever since you guys started tagging me in a bunch of stuff when I told you I was going to go over it. Someone just tagged the Parliament. Yeah, I agree, bro. The UK stuff, I mean, that's something we should have been talking about since Monday, and we kind of did, but a lot of people are kind of like overlooking it. Wait, what? Oh, that's not the real Roaring Kitty who tweeted that. I don't know if that's true. Did Gary Gensler resign? I don't think that's... I've heard people say that, but I think it's a joke. Meow, meow, meow. Powell's at 1. He might be in between. I mean... It should be at, I thought it could have been, I think it could be at like 2, but 3 p.m. is when it starts. At that point, we're going to know if he's like actually saying anything, because once the live stream starts, if there is like a pre-written statement, it might come out. And then from there, you'll be able to go. But if it starts and there's no pre-written statement, then it's going to start doing its thing, and then we're just going to get surprised with it, or he'll come on in like 10, 20 minutes. I don't know. It's either he's going to just do the intro, or it's going to be all about him and he has a speech, or intro, someone else, and then Q&A. So we'll find out. The real Roaring Kitty? Did he? I saw the fake one. Keith Gill. No, Roaring Kitty did not tweet that. So that's what I'm saying. Homie tagged me. There's a Roaring Kitty on Twitter that it's a parody account. I mean, if you haven't been on Twitter in 10 years, that's common. But, so yeah, the last tweet Roaring Kitty ever made, the real Roaring Kitty, it was this one right here, right before he dumped out of Chewy 1 month later. So let me see where it's at. I think Braxton tagged me in it. Yeah, right here. So this Roaring Kitty is not the real Roaring Kitty. So yeah, see, so not affiliated with Keith Gill. This is just some account. So I don't know. Did Gary Gensler resign though? I guess that's what he keeps saying. He's going on this, but I'm not too familiar. I have not heard Gary Gensler resigning. And then you say, is this why Buffett sold? Oh, nice one, Mose. No, I don't think the Buffett about the indicator. I mean, he's still pretty invested. I think he sold tech. I think something with Bank of America or interest rates is tweaking him out, but I think people made the Buffett indicator, but I don't think the Buffett indicator is used by Buffett, if that makes any sense. I don't know why he's selling, but don't underestimate how much he has. If anything, I would argue he is rotating more than not. And then because again, he's going pretty hard in Japan. Oh, so that's what you're saying. Breaking: Gary Gensler releases statement suggesting that he may be leaving the SEC. Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy. So, yeah, I guess there is getting some of that. So he's not resigning, but kind of like a somber message, like the song in the background. It's been a long day with crypto, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when we buy the dip again. It's been so I think he put out a statement with that music in the background, and now everyone's getting sad. That's crazy. Yes, sir. Yeah, El Coyote, I got yep, there it is. That's crazy. You can't fire me, I quit. You never liked Gary? Well, I'm not going to say anything until we know who our new chair is. Just I don't know about you, but I haven't formed an opinion yet. I haven't formed an opinion until Inauguration Day. So we'll see, bro. We'll see. No one makes me bleed my own blood. That's hilarious. No day without you, my friend. And I did you all about it. That song is so sad. He went to about 30% cash. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, diversification. 20-30% cash is a lot. But if you have other investments and you do it all, I mean, that's it. It's kind of easy. The link, go on my Twitter. I retweeted the source. It's on the SEC website. El Coyote tagged me in it. Honda's I like Toyota better. I think Toyota could be a long-term play. It's just so expensive. If that ever came down, I think that would be great exposure. I love Japan, and so does Buffett, but you need the right price, and Toyota is great. And again, Honda, it's like a financing play, right? Like that's the funny part. A lot of people don't realize that. Like they make money off of financing vehicles. Both Honda and Toyota, they actually like make a bag off of that. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. I know, it's stuck in my head now, too. I'm sorry. That's my fault. It's a joke gone wrong. Now I'm crying. Wires solar. I think because of the Elon. They're saying Trump and Elon's down with it, too. They want to get rid of the EV tax credit, but I think people are assuming that it's going to like give solar credit, and then Elon has solar too. So I don't know. It was a weird move. I mean, I'm still kind of scratching my head on it, but I think people are reaching, not in a bad way, but I think people are thinking ahead, and they're like, yeah, well, get rid of EV tax credit, keep the solar credit or expand it, and then, yeah, Elon. And they're going to keep the manufacturing credit. That's what Chad's saying. So, yeah, it's something along those lines, but all depends. Oh, where is it? Do I have solar? Yeah, I bought a lot of new builds back a couple years ago. They all have to have solar in Cali. I love solar. That's what you guys should think about if you are ever buying a house. And if you could buy a house with somebody's solar and they already paid for it, oh, dude, it's the best thing ever. You know, I'm a big fan of solar, believe it or not. I think the costs are high. And it sucks when, like, the costs are really expensive in the beginning. But like I'm saying, for the second hand, third hand, like if you're going to buy someone's house and they already paid for solar, it's the best deal in the world. I'm telling you, it's actually fire. Your Sunrun, $220. Yeah, mine just pays for all my electricity. My electricity bill is either nothing or like $20 max. And I'm running the AC. I'm powering a bunch of computers and monitors, and I leave my lights on. I'm terrible for the environment, but solar balances it out. All right, man. Powell in 20. All right, give me in 1 second. I need to go to the bathroom and get me a water. It's crazy. I'm getting excited.
That he was planning to.
All right, BRB.
To move higher. So we like cyclicals. We like U.S.-based companies. And we think, obviously, not all the policies that President-elect is proposing will get implemented. But if we get lower taxes and we get a better regulatory environment, that's going to be favorable for U.S. companies. And it will drive earnings growth higher. And we think the uncertainty that's moved away as the election has been completed will increase capital spending, also good for earnings growth.
There's no corporate tax reform this time around, and S&P multiples are at 22 versus 16. Does that cap the potential upside?
Well, I think valuation is something we need to keep an eye on. And so one of the things we're really focused on, Kelly, is we don't want to see an aggressive Fed rate cutting cycle next year. We want to see earnings growth expand, and that's going to require economic growth, capital spending, and animal spirits. And so the key today is that the market is looking for 15% corporate earnings growth in 2025. You're not going to get that if the Fed is cutting 100 or 150 basis points. The two just don't go together. So we would like to see continued strong economic growth, higher earnings growth than what we saw this year. And then ultimately over time, the Fed can reduce the Fed funds rate to the neutral rate, which is probably 3 or 3.5%. But we don't want to see that quickly next year. We think earnings need to go up for the market to be able to justify current multiples.
No, I think that would make everyone feel better. And that's, again, the corporate tax issue, without that catalyst. But again, there's some positive signs, kind of broadly speaking. You're favoring cyclicals and companies with high U.S. revenue exposure. I think the revenue exposure overall is, 40% for the S&P 500? Maybe that's too high. But Martin Marietta, Visa, Intuit, 40% overseas, I mean. So that's the way that you're thinking about this.
Well, the market is expecting significant tariffs, which will have an impact on companies that generate a lot of revenues overseas. So whether or not the tariffs occur like they're expected to, obviously, those things are being priced in. So a company like Martin Marietta, which has virtually all of its revenues in the U.S., we think will benefit. It'll benefit from increased development and construction as they produce aggregate and concrete. And it's got a 15 to 20% earnings growth profile. Intuit's another company, virtually 100% of their revenues here in the U.S., they provide AI-driven tools for small and mid-market businesses and consumers, things like TurboTax and Credit Karma. And we think that the Trump policies and these animal spirits are going to increase activity in the small and mid-market business arena. And we also think consumer spending will remain robust. And that's one of the reasons we like Visa today.
Hey, David, it's Dom. How much are those animal spirits and how much of those Trump policies, how many of those Trump policies are predicated or need fuel from the Fed cutting interest rates? Is that going to be an important part of the discussion going forward? Does this market, in order to be constructive, need the Fed to keep cutting rates?
Not when you, and that's a great question, Don, but not when you're talking about tax cuts and deregulation. Now, clearly, President Trump will want to see lower interest rates. However, we believe that the best scenario for the market is to have normalized interest rates, and we'll get there over time, not right away, but most importantly, broad economic growth that will drive earnings growth. And obviously, we need that both in the U.S. and overseas. But at the end of the day, the optimism that clearly is coming out of this election is something that needs to continue. When you look at what gold's doing, falling, the dollar's rallying, these are all signs that people believe that at the very least, some degree of policies will get implemented that will be positive for the U.S. economy and for earnings growth. And quite honestly, we'd much rather see that than an economy that's slowing enough that the Fed has the impetus to cut rates rapidly. That's not what we want to see. We want to get back to fundamentals driving the market.
All right. David Spica, Turtle Creek, thank you very much. We'll see you soon, sir.
Sure.
All right, bond yields are falling today following the PPI report and comments from Federal Reserve officials. Let's get out to Rick Santelli in Chicago for more on the bond market action in today's bond report. Rick.
Yeah, Dom, it was a rather confusing session, still is. Let's take a look at the core PPI. Just like yesterday, it was warmer, and this is ex-food, energy, and trade. It came in at 3.5%. Last month it was 3.2, revised to 3.3, but obviously 3.5 is higher. As a matter of fact, every metric is higher than it was in September. And every metric but one is higher than expectations. What was equal was the headline up 0.2. But yet the response in the marketplace was, well, unfazed for the most part.
All right, boys, Powell,
investors need
15
to ask
minutes.
Is why. And I think that's a pretty easy answer. You had part of it. Fed officials seem very comfortable with the progress of inflation, not necessarily the fact that it isn't where it needs to be. And the market and investors, they are only too willing to buy into the Fed's model and Fed speak in terms of easing at these levels, even though inflation has been much stickier, as evident by the last 2 days' worth of numbers. Now, if you look at an intraday chart of 2-year yields, completely different than yesterday, Dom. What we're seeing is short rates, like a 2-year note, have reversed after lots of volatility, are now higher on the session, whereas the 10-year, which
Amazon questioned by Congress
the curve,
over growing TikTok relationship.
Even though it's just recently turned up, it hasn't done it to the extent of twos. It's still down about 4 basis points from yesterday's close. 2s to 10s have given back a portion, but not all of the steepening from yesterday. Ultimately, I think that the long rates are going to remain a little warmer, but I wouldn't look for investors to kick the tires too much. They're buying in, and I wouldn't be shocked to see the equities have some type of reversal to the green going into the weekend. Back to you.
Rick,
yeah, so he's saying he's surprised equities. Like I'm saying, I mean, if bonds hold up, equities should benefit. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom there. We got 15 minutes till Powell now. So we could talk about it a little bit. Again, make sure I got to close all these links. So yeah, I posted the earnings preview on my Twitter, or X as some of you call it, Real Colt News. So that's there. It sucks. I got to restart that stream. Oh, this NVIDIA thing. We didn't talk about this one. I had this one up. So before, this one's going around right now. People are talking about this. But simply, there's this line in NVIDIA's earnings. Oh, is this the one? No, that's not the. I got to find you the other one. Christina tagged me in it, but there's another one. Pretty much like there's something in the latest NVIDIA 10K that says that they're recognizing profits off of investments. So they didn't necessarily profit off things, but it allows them to. I have to find it. It was something sketchy. People were getting somewhat worried about it. So we'll see. But other than that, that's it. Like that was the only thing. So I need to clear this up, and then we can start talking about Powell here. All right, I think I'm good. So here's the deal. Powell today, we were just talking about it. And again, I'm sure I'll be weighing in. So if you guys are, I'll say this again though. If you are looking for a more submissive host that doesn't talk over Powell, I suggest you go somewhere else. I feel like you would like if you like political propaganda too, I feel like you would be at home with Bloomberg. I think you would do great there. But I am going to comment if anything surprises me live. So that's kind of the benefit of being here, is that we could actually address it in real time. Now, that being said, we don't know what he's going to talk about today. And what I mean by that is there has been times where these meetings get hyped up and Powell does not talk about anything. He may not even talk about monetary policy. And that's a risk. Well, that would be a dud, but he's probably, if he has a Q&A, usually at these dinners, he has a Q&A. And if that happens, someone's going to ask him a question. Now, obviously, we have questions about rate cuts, how many, when, the economy, why did you do it, how do you feel about Trump? Some asshole is going to be like, is Trump going to fire you? Is Trump going to fire? Do you think Trump can fire you? Trump fire you, Trump. So you're going to get that, but here's the deal. All that matters for the narrative, the market, and everything right now. All that matters is December rate cut odds. Okay, I can't stress this enough, because even yesterday with the CPI, the data, this was important. And even today with the PPI, it changed a little bit. But this thing has been moving. Let me see the chart. Like, if you haven't been noticing, like, look, from the beginning of October, we didn't know if we were pricing in. Like, December is very volatile. I hope you guys realize week by week, we are going to be honing in on this idea that, like, yo, are we cutting in December? People are like, they're going to cut and then pause and cut, maybe pause, wait, whatever you want to. It doesn't matter. Point is, December is still like live. December is volatile. So everybody, or the algos at the very least, they're going to be trying to sniff out whether or not this supportive, the data yesterday, the data today, the data tomorrow with retail sales, is all of this supportive of a cut or not? Or is Powell about to change tones? Now, this isn't usually the meeting where he does it, but we'll find out. Tiger Global raises stake in Broadcom by 1.8 million shares, or to 1.8 million shares. And then Jamie Dimon says, I am not so optimistic inflation will go away. I'm telling, I hate Jamie. He's not a part of the administration. Jamie think inflation will go higher. Jamie more scared of inflation at 3% than 9%. Jamie, no. He's a liar, lying fool. Smart guy, but he lies. He lies a lot. I guess I lied too. I'm Donald. Nice to meet you. Like the video. So sorry. I have ADD. That's another. If you can't tolerate that, you might have to find another place too, my friend. I'm sorry. I know. But anyways, literally, I can't stress this enough, though. December rate cut odds are very important. And a lot of people have kind of downplayed this. And why I'm showing you this right here, so you could see, bro, like, this is a new development. The market has been volatile with rate cut odds. And many times, even last 2 meetings ago, right when we think something's a certainty, it could change. And this is the event. It's either data or it's Powell. And why do I say that? Because odds yesterday went from like 50 to 90. Now they're back to 70. So everybody's kind of down to be moving off of all of this. So that's all that's really going to matter here. I would pay attention to those questions. Obviously, inflation policy. He's probably, if they ask him about Trump policy and inflation, he's probably going to say punt and going to say, well, it takes time. I don't know. I can't do a Powell voice. But he's going to say it's going to take time. And he's saying they're not going to judge that. And, you know, he's going to leave both ends open. And then that'll pretty much be it. And see what he says about the data. But this is something I said on the watch list yesterday that I think a lot of people have not been getting. Damn, XRP is up 15%. Oh, they're starting the live feed. All right, we got music. We got music on Powell. So that's good because, like I told you, I don't know. It says it starts at 3. It's either going to be like an intro or Powell is the opening. and then it goes from there, or we might have to wait a little bit. I don't know exactly when he will be speaking. So that's another interesting part about all of this. So we will find out, my friends. But yeah, what was I saying prior to that? I got distracted by the music. The questions. Oh yes, it was on the watch list yesterday. Inflation either goes higher or jobs go down. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but that is literally all that matters. That is what everybody on the Fed has been saying. This balance of mandate, balance of risk, cutting, not cutting, none of it makes any sense. Why are they doing all of this? Very, very simple, because it's either inflation skyrockets up or the jobs are going to crater. That is all that they care about. So we'll see how it plays out, but either way, Chatadonia, we should be fairly locked in, and in 8 minutes, we will find out. The keys are, like I'm saying there, just anything that signals December odds. So I wish I could tell you about the words to look for today, but it's going to be a little trickier than that, if that makes any sense. So really, we got to watch how any question that, if his attitude or direct language points to December rate cuts or not, that's what's going to really start moving things. So we will see. You're going to co-host, no one will work harder. Well, you have a 5-year interview period. So we'll start today. We could talk about it in 2029. We'll see if your Chad Facts changes in that time period. But I'm open to it. Longevity, though. Longevity is the key. You bet January. Well, that's the thing. January, everybody's still on ice on January. It's actually kind of good that you brought that up, because we think January is going to cool down. But, December odds are so volatile right now that we're not even we're in another, we're so focused on that. January, once we knock and hammer down December, then we'll go there. But yeah, January could go anywhere, man. It will be wild. So again, we have music here for Powell. So he is ready to go. Jerome Powell. All right. Marcus Wright, back to VWAP again. Bonds. Bonds are doing good. This is the opposite of the last couple of days. So I've been saying it for 6 hours, 5 hours now. There's a lot of tension. There might be another move in store, either bonds or equities. So equities are already getting ready. A lot of people are waiting. I think there's already a couple thousand here. 1,200 people in this chat room already. This is the actual, event that's hosting it. So, yeah, it's odd. I just feel like a lot of people are waiting for this. Oh, I need to redo the Twitter. So, Twitter, guys, I'm going to end the Twitter, but I'm going to restart the Twitter for you guys, okay? Sounds good? Sounds good. I forgot. I might as well do that while I still have some time. Media Studio. Okay, we ended that. Chamber. We did it, Joe. Yeah, my bad. It's not as easy to get it done on it's not as easy to get it done on here. Twitter's wild. All right. think we're good to go. All right, Twitter. You guys should be back up. Sorry for the brief delay. All right, Twitter. Yeah, there they are. You guys should be back up. Oh, wow, that's faster. Sorry for the brief delay. Wow, that was way faster. That's kind of impressive. Nice. Nice. All right. Well, bonds even coming down into it. 4 minutes. This should begin. We'll find out if we have a opening statement or not. But, yeah, get ready. So 4 minutes. This will all be beginning. Where is it? All right. Am I talking about TLT? Well, I think TLT, we've already talked about it. Literally, it's doing good today. We went over it a lot on the watch list in a day. I mean, I think the answer is Powell is going to say something that can move the bonds, but after this, I mean, I'm looking for either equities or bonds to close the gap. So if stocks stay the same, bonds might come down, or if bonds stay the same, stocks might come up. And that's where we're going to kind of be trying to suss it out here with everything going on. All right, man. Well, good luck. Good luck. Powell is coming. Powell is coming. Dollar hits all-time high. It's going to come down with rate cuts. Maybe, but that will probably be dependent on policy. The dollar is wild, and the other currencies. That's where, like, Europe and the UK is so important right now because, again, depending on how they do, that even if we want the dollar to come down, if they can't get up, I mean, look at what Japan has done, that will get in the way. So it's a little more complex than that, but we'll see. Again, that's why there's so much uncertainty we're going off of right now, or we got to look way ahead into the future. So good luck. All right, man. What a jam. And then bonds. Are bonds right at open? Yeah. Look at that. All day today. No matter what this looks like. Just ahead of Powell. Bonds just gapped up and practically did nothing. So, yeah, the market made its move. And I want to say the market's holding yesterday. Yeah, these are the lows of the last, 3 days. Isn't that funny? And even where you bounced from last Friday. Woo! So, yeah, let's see. Powell, this is going to be very interesting. I'm excited. I hope you're excited, man. This one's going to be very interesting. And then 1% gap, 2% gap between bonds and the Russell. So you have plays. If someone asked me about power plays, yeah, you could go for bonds and TLT, but realistically, I think the Russell or one of these that could either go back and forth. So hold on. If the bonds start moving again, that's what I'm saying. Bonds are moving like a pre-reinstatement came out, so hold on for a second. We got about 1 minute now, or 10 seconds. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Pre-reinstatement on the wire. Does not need to be in a hurry to cut rates. Economic performance has been remarkably good. Economic health allows Fed to approach decisions carefully. Labor market remains solid. Inflation likely rose 2.3 PCE. Oh, is he leaking the PCE? What? Fed expects inflation to continue declining on somewhat bumpy path. Fed will carefully monitor inflation against these forecasts. Says solid economy allows Fed to consider rate cuts carefully. I think that's a little hawkish, honestly. It just seems like he's saying economy good, giving you a stable PCE expectation, not saying anything bad about the jobs, and then just saying we could be careful. He's not saying he won't cut rates, but he's kind of keeping the door open, if that makes any sense. So I wouldn't say, that's why I think bonds will get clapped a little bit. They may even go red off of it. So like we're saying, maybe bonds close the gap instead. But watch out. That's pre-written. So that means the first like 5-10 minutes of talking, I mean, if you're here right now, you're going to know what he's going to say. But then wait for the Q&A. That's going to be the next thing there. So yeah, he's saying economy is not sending signals that central banks need to be in a hurry. That's hawkish. Again, moving policy time towards neutral. That's the thing. He's saying towards neutral. Every other Fed person has said we are at neutral already. So that's a little dovish. That's what I'm trying to tell you there. And then he said he's committed to finishing the job on inflation. Economic strength gives the Fed the ability to approach decisions carefully. Total PCE likely rose in 2.3 versus 2.1 in September. So he's acknowledging PCE going higher too by a little bit. That might neuter some more data, but it's not bad. Again, it's, I think, slightly hawkish. It doesn't knock out December, but it definitely brings doubt. This is part one. If he does a Q&A, this move isn't done. But for now, bonds will probably catch up to the market. But then again, the market's going down on it too. So watch out for that, and we'll see.
Over the past 5 years,
Oh, hella quiet.
has led the nation in job growth.
Okay, watch your ears, baby.
That's been going on
I'm turning this thing up.
Since 2010.
Just watch out, bro.
1.3 million new jobs. Let me say that again.
Any loud other noises, if they fix it,
new jobs
your ears will be clapped.
Here. Since 2010, 276 companies have established their headquarters right here, including 6 Fortune 500 companies. If Dallas-Fort Worth were a country...
How does that sound? I turned it up 15 decibels, which is a ton.
Our economy would be ranked 23rd
and then
in the
FDA
world.
approves first
today,
generic
right here in this
fluorenficil
many of the leaders and companies
for controlling mortality in freshwater fish.
Help create that prosperity. We
Good.
have
Oh, wow. It's so quiet on my end.
Community. Give it
All right,
up
just
for
watch
our
out,
business
though.
community.
For real. Any other noise comes in on my computer, you're dead. So just watch out.
At the Dallas Regional
Can you
Chamber,
listen? No,
the
go to
team works
Bloomberg
hard
if
every
you don't want
day
me to talk.
to help make the
That's
Dallas
wild,
region
bro. You live
the
in
best
America.
place
You
in
could go
America
anywhere
for
right
all
now
people
on the internet.
to
I'm not
live,
even that big,
work,
you know?
and
I don't have a
business.
monopoly on this.
By driving
So
progress
if you don't
in
like
4
people
key
talking,
areas,
you're going to hate me.
prosperity and economic
So you got to do your
development,
thing, bro.
education,
There's propaganda
talent,
TV
and
all over.
workforce,
You could go and have fun.
public policy, and diversity, inclusion, and community engagement.
I think I just got you everything
believe
Powell
one of our
said before
greatest
everybody. I don't
strengths
even
in
think the
achieving
news
that
people
mission
already
is
told you
acting
about
as
this
the
statement. So I
connector
don't even
of
know
our
why you
region.
pissed. We got to wait for the
Connecting
Q&A now.
people and companies to each other, connecting the public, private,
Wild.
and nonprofit sectors to address opportunities and narrow opportunity gaps in our region, connecting the present to our future, and connecting our community.
If you love me
to
talking,
great
follow me on
opportunities,
Twitter.
Such as today's
Okay,
event.
real cult news.
What great timing
Shameless
to have
plug.
Jerome Powell speak to us at this moment in time. As head of the Federal Reserve, Chair Powell's decisions have profound effects on every part of our lives and businesses, shaping our economy, impacting industries, and touching communities
Pony
in ways
AI
both big
IPO between
and
11
small.
and 13. I have no idea
Today
what that
is one of those special days we will long remember, and I hope
That's
you
who
are
you go follow.
excited
I
as
posted,
we are
again, a lot of the
about
updates there,
program
too.
Today.
And then
Now,
SPY going lower.
to
This is
introduce
wild.
today's program,
Like I'm saying, I think
I am
bonds
happy to
should be
introduce
going
my
lower,
good
and then
friend,
SPY,
Liz
pretty much it
Welsford,
catches up to the SPY, but
President and
the SPY
CEO
keeps running
of
away.
the World Affairs
So that makes it
Council
harder.
of DFW.
This is just the
Liz?
intro. We already got the statement. He was a little hawkish, introduced some doubt. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Thank you for that warm welcome, Sent, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liz Brailsford, President and CEO of the World Affairs Council of Dallas-Fort Worth. The Council is an engaged community of diverse speakers, thinkers, and speakers focused on educating our business leaders and citizens of this region about matters of international, national, and local importance that impact your personal lives and business operations not only here at home, but abroad. We take great pride in our partnership within the community, united to enrich the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And to that end, I want to thank Dale and team at the Dallas Regional Chamber and Lori and team at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas for this wonderful collaboration. I want to tell you about 2 upcoming events. One is on December 3rd. We're hosting
They're milking
Sir
this.
John Grant. He's the former UK permanent representative to the UN.
They're milking it. They're
And
like, everybody's
he's gonna
here
be
for
talking
POW.
about
We
the
got to get our
European view on
announcements
U.S. foreign
in.
policy and all the geopolitical affairs that we have going on right now. And then on December 4th, I'll be in conversation with former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, and he's part of our CEO series, and it's focused on the journey, inspiring success stories, an American Journey series. If you're not a member of the World Affairs Council yet, please join us. You can join us as both an individual and a business, and we'd love to welcome you to our community of engaged citizens. A small reminder to please silence your cell phones. And
Silence
any
your cell
other
phones,
electronic
guys.
Devices that you have.
And then
so
they
thank
said
you for
follow
that.
me on Twitter,
And
Real
now
Cult News.
it is with great pleasure that
there-
I introduce today's speakers. Jerome H. Powell took office as chair of the Board of Governors of the
All right, this
Federal
sounds
Reserve
crazy,
System on February 5th,
but I did
2018
a
for a
next
4-year
Friday
term. He was
SPY
reappointed to
daily,
the office
well,
and
weekly,
sworn in for a
601,
second
139.
4-year term
I grabbed 2
on
of them.
May
I'm going to make it free
23rd
in a
of
little bit.
2022. Mr. Powell also serves as chairman of the Federal Open Market Committee, the system's principal monetary policy-making body. Mr. Powell has served as a member of the Board of Governors since taking office on May 25, 2012, to fill an unexpired term. He was reappointed to the board and sworn in on June 16, 2014, for a term ending January 31st of 2028. Mr. Powell served as Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary of the Department of the Treasury under President
I didn't make
George
it free
H.
yet, but I
W.
bought 2 of
W.
them.
Bush, with responsibility
Like I'm saying,
for
I'm trying to
policy
play
on
this idea
financial
of the catch-up.
institutions,
I think
the
bonds should
Treasury
come
debt
down and
market,
SPY should go
related
higher.
areas.
Just
Prior to
based off
joining
the
the
statement.
Bush administration, Mr. Powell worked as a lawyer and investment banker in New York City. In addition to service on corporate boards, he has served on the boards of charitable and education institutions, including the Bendheim Center for Finance at Princeton University and the Nature Conservancy in Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Moderating the conversation is opinion columnist at the Washington Post, Catherine Rampell. Catherine frequently covers economics, politics, public policy, and immigration, with a special emphasis on data-driven journalism. She is also a politics and economics commentator for CNN, a special correspondent for PBS NewsHour, and a contributor to the public radio show Marketplace.
Nice.
She serves on the advisory board for the Journal of Economic Perspectives. Catherine previously worked for the New York Times as an economic reporter and editor and columnist for the Sunday magazine's It's the Economy column. She also wrote theater reviews for The Times. Catherine received the 2021 Online Journalism Award for Commentary, the 2010 Weidenbaum Center Award for Evidence-Based Journalism, and is a 7-time Gerald Loeb Award finalist. She grew up in Florida and graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Princeton. And now, as we begin the moderated conversation, I ask you that you join me in welcoming Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to the podium.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the World Affairs Council, to the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, and to the Dallas Regional Chamber for the kind invitation to be with you today. I have just a few brief comments on the economy and monetary policy.
Okay, remember, he already made those.
To our conversation.
So that's what we're already reacting to.
So looking back, the U.S. economy has weathered
Q&A.
a global pandemic and its aftermath and is now back to a good place. The economy has made significant progress toward our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices. Dual mandate goal. The labor market remains in solid condition. Inflation has eased substantially from its peak, and we believe it is on a sustainable path to our 2% goal. We are committed to maintaining our economy's strength by returning inflation to our goal while supporting maximum employment. The recent performance of our economy has been remarkably good, by far the best of any major economy in the world. Economic output grew by more than 3% last year and is expanding at a stout 2.5% rate so far this year. Growth in consumer spending has remained strong, supported by increases in disposable income and solid household balance sheets. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has accelerated over the past year. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Improving supply conditions have supported this strong performance of the economy. The labor force has expanded rapidly, and productivity has grown faster over the past 5 years than its pace in the two decades before the pandemic, increasing the productive capacity of the economy and allowing rapid economic growth without overheating. The labor market remains in solid condition, having cooled off from the significantly overheated conditions of a couple of years ago, and is now, by many metrics, back to more normal levels that are consistent with our employment mandate. The number of job openings is now just slightly above the number of unemployed Americans seeking work. The rate at which workers quit their jobs is below the pre-pandemic pace after touching historic highs 2 years ago. Wages are still increasing, but at a more sustainable pace, and hiring has slowed from earlier in the year. The most recent jobs report for October reflected significant effects from hurricanes and labor strikes, making it difficult to get a clear signal. Finally, at 4.1%, the unemployment rate is notably higher than a year ago, but has flattened out in recent months and remains historically low. Turning to inflation, the labor market has cooled to the point where it is no longer a source of significant inflationary pressures. This cooling and the substantial improvement in broader supply conditions have brought inflation down significantly over the past 2 years from its mid-2022 peak above 7%. Progress on inflation has been broad-based. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data released this week indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in October, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories,
No, he's already
PCE
brought
prices
down the rate
rose
cut odds with this.
2.8%.
He introduced a little bit more doubt. He's not
Core
punching.
measures of goods and services
He's,
inflation,
again, it's all
excluding
pre-written. He
housing,
has
fell rapidly
optionality
over the past 2 years
but
and have returned to
he's
rates closer to those
generally
consistent with our goal.
introducing a little bit
We
more
expect
doubt
that
to
these rates will
December,
continue to fluctuate
but
in
keeping
their recent
everything
ranges,
the same.
and we're
That's
watching
why, again, you
carefully
got
to be
this
sure
little
that they
knee-jerk
do,
reaction so
however,
far off of the
just
statement.
as we are closely tracking the gradual decline in housing services inflation, which has yet to fully normalize. Inflation is
No, the
running
other
much
day he
closer
didn't
to our
talk
2%
about the
goal, but it's
economy
not there
and
yet,
labor being
and we
this,
are
like,
committed to
he
finishing
seems
the
more
job.
confident in that.
With labor market conditions in rough balance
besides
and
that, it
inflation
is the same.
expectations well anchored, I expect inflation to continue to come down toward our 2% objective, albeit on a sometimes bumpy path. Given progress toward our inflation goal and the cooling of labor market conditions, last week my Federal Open Market Committee colleagues and I took another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 0.25 percentage point. We're confident that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the economy and the labor market can be maintained with inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. We're moving policy over time to a more normal setting, but the path for getting there is not preset. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, we will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The economy is not sending any signals that we need to be in a hurry to lower rates. The strength we're currently seeing in the economy gives us the ability to approach our decisions carefully. Ultimately, the path of the policy rate will depend on how the incoming data and the economic outlook evolve. We remain resolute in our commitment to the dual mandate given to us by Congress, maximum employment and price stability. Our aim has been to return inflation to our objective without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied past efforts to bring down high inflation. That would be a highly desirable result for the communities, families, and businesses we serve. While the task is not complete, we've made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
Yeah, so they're doing Q&A. There's more to this. We're not done. So hold on. They cut off the audio, but why would he say I look forward to the discussion?
Thank you, Chair Powell, for those remarks.
Yeah. So we still have
I
more.
note that you are not the only Fed official who
It'll
has
get
given
juicy.
a public speech today.
Yeah, they're getting right
Your
into it. We don't have to waste any time. Yalla.
Governor Kugler gave remarks earlier today in Uruguay about the importance of an independent central bank. No particular reason, I'm sure, that was the topic of the day. We have a lot of students here today. I'm wondering if you could just explain in general why there is this bromide about it's important for the central bank to be politically independent.
Sure, I'd be glad to.
That's the politics question.
Let me say what we
No,
mean
the
by
yen dropped with the
first. So
with the
what
bonds.
that really means is
That's
that
hilarious.
the
That was
decisions
the
that we make
are you getting
about
fired
monetary
question.
policy,
Just
about
said
interest
nicer.
rates cannot be reversed by any other part of the government except, of course, Congress. Congress created the Federal Reserve by statute and can do what it wishes to do by statute, but our decisions are not reviewable by any other agency. And we are charged to make those decisions with regard to the medium and longer term well-being of the public that we serve. So we're not thinking as we make our decisions about the well-being of any political party or anything like that. So we're just looking at the macroeconomics and doing the very best we can. There's been a lot of research about central bank independence, and what it shows is that central banks who are independent, meaning independent from the other parts of the government, do a better job on inflation. And that makes a lot of sense because, we're thinking really just of getting inflation under control while keeping the labor market strong, and we're not thinking of political factors, which would frankly be a distraction to the already difficult work that we have to do the main job. So the academic research is very clear globally, by the way. This has been a global trend for more than the past 50 years. Advanced economies like the United States economy around the world all have central bank independence of one part or another, in one form or another. The other thing I'll add is that what comes with that, on our part, is an obligation to be highly transparent about what we do, to explain ourselves to the public, to Congress. Congress has oversight over the Federal Reserve in our system. So we spend a great deal of time talking to the oversight committees and the broader Congress in the House and the Senate, explaining to them why we're doing what we're doing. I testify as a matter of statute 2 times of the year in each of the House and Senate. So that kind of gives us the accountability that we need to be democratically legitimate in a situation where we do have some independence.
The macroeconomic conditions that you just described in your remarks sound tantalizingly close to a soft landing. I know you're not willing to declare victory yet. To what extent do you think the fact that the Federal Reserve is credibly independent is responsible for the good
That's great. This is the first question.
So
Fed independent.
Credibility is really everything in our work.
Again, credibility is them
I
following
think,
the Fed
as you know,
futures.
Inflation spiked
Fun
really
fact.
globally, all around the world, as the economies around the world reopened after the pandemic shut down, and on the back of a lot of fiscal and monetary stimulus. We saw a burst of inflation all around the world. And what happened is we raised interest rates to bring that down, but the public had faith. We measure inflation expectations many different ways, surveys and based on market-based instruments, and they all kind of showed the same thing, which is the public all through all this believed that we would get inflation down, that we would restore price stability, which we define as 2% inflation. And that's ultimately the key to it. Inflation is a social phenomenon. If people believe that inflation will be higher, then it probably will be. And if they believe that inflation will come down, then people who make and take prices and wages, they will make sure that it does come down.
So everybody's saying inflation will cause inflation is causing inflation?
That we be credible. And part of that is that we responded so forcefully when it became clear that inflation needed a response from us. We responded quite forcefully, and we think that helped keep inflation expectations anchored, as we say.
And then one last question, and then we can move on, I promise, on this. There have been times in U.S. history when people look back and say that the Fed was not seen as terribly independent. What did we learn from those episodes, in your view?
Well, if you go back to the period of the high inflation, which I'm old enough to remember. It was during my college years. And basically the public kind of lost faith that the Fed would restore price stability. And the cost was a decade of very high and very volatile inflation, quite difficult. Business conditions, extremely difficult for people on a fixed income. Think what that does. You may have felt it. If you're on a fixed income and prices go up 20%, you're just in trouble right away. So inflation is worst for people at the lower end of the income spectrum and the wealth spectrum. So we've seen it here in the United States in the 1970s, actually, and it's not a pretty picture. So, I think this is very widely, by the way, understood and supported. I've spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill, and I think where it really matters on both sides of Capitol Hill, the Senate and the House, in both political parties, there's a broad understanding that an independent central bank is very important in just serving the public as best we can. We're not perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but you'll get the best results if you have people who are just focused on that task and separate from politics.
Thanks. A little bit more elaboration from what we heard last week at the press conference on this question. In that press conference, you basically downplayed the impact of the election on FOMC policy. You said we needed to kind of wait and see, but that does stand in contrast to how the FOMC behaved at the December 2016 meeting, when roughly half of committee participants, according to the transcripts, upgraded their economic forecasts based on expected changes to fiscal policy under a Trump administration, and in particular a previous trifecta in which the Republicans controlled both chambers of Congress and the White House. You were, in fact, one of the policymakers who made changes to your forecast, finding that the staff's assumptions around a tax cut was a reasonable placeholder, which gave you greater confidence in the outlook. Does that approach seem reasonable in the current circumstances? That basically, since the FOMC has been starting to judge some downside risks to the growth outlook, does the election and the results that we have today remove or at least substantially mitigate downside risks to growth?
So does it? That's your question?
That's your question.
I think it's too early to reach judgments here, and I'll tell you why. So the job of staff is to go, and be very nimble and make assessments in real time, much like capital markets do. The markets are pricing in assessments of what policy changes will be made and what their effect on the economy will be. And staff will do all of that. I think policymakers are going to wait longer to see what the actual effects will be. And so for sure at our December meeting staff will present what we know, but the thing is, we don't actually really know what policies will be put in place. We know that policies in several areas will change. We don't know how much. We don't know over what time frame. When it comes to fiscal policy, it takes quite a long time to get a bill through Congress, and I think this year what we're looking at is something that doesn't need to get done until the end of the year, and therefore probably won't have any economic effects this year, but it'll be more 25. It'll be 26 or 27. So I think we have time to make assessments about what the net effects of policy changes will be on the economy before we react with policy. That's not to say we won't be doing quite a lot of analysis. And the analysis we do, by the way, is informed by the best research, the best thinking, the best experts, and there's a lot of research on the effect of policy changes on the economy. We'll make those assessments, but I think we'll be careful about changing policy until we have a lot more certainty.
You've spoken before about federal debt as being at unsustainable levels and the potential consequences for growth. Do we get to a point where deficits and debt get so high that it makes your job harder, essentially, that it makes it harder for the Fed to achieve its goals?
So we're not at that point now. I want to be clear that we're not in any way
the bonds are coming
into
up.
Account fiscal issues when we make our
rate cutoffs drop by like 10 or 15, but long end bonds are holding.
Guiding us in making our.
But again, I think that's going to bring up the SPY. Then we'll see. But I thought they would stay down a little bit.
First of all, it's not. We do not have a role of supervising the elected branches that do fiscal policy. In fact, it's the other way around. So we don't give them specific advice. But as I have often said, and as all of my predecessors have noted, the U.S. federal government budget is on an unsustainable path. It's not that the debt we have is at an unsustainable level. It's not. It's that we're on a path that's not going to be sustainable. We have a very large deficit at a time when we're at full employment, and I would just say we know that we're going to need to address that, and it's going to need to be done sooner or later.
He brought this up at the last
Fed
Fed
meeting.
meeting.
Than later. But
So
I leave
it
at
always
that.
sounds wild with the deficit, but I mean, this
In
is
addition
old.
to the potential long-term risks that higher deficits and debt present for growth, are there also
Give us some
risks to the
headlines.
functionality of the Treasury?
Scare us.
You know, when shocks hit the market, and if so, how might the Fed respond?
Well, the functioning of the Treasury market is incredibly important, and it does function very well. It's the most liquid and most important, probably, financial market in the world, certainly one of the most important. And you know, we did see some, at the beginning of the pandemic, you may remember that the Treasury market lost function because normally in an emergency, money flies into the Treasury market, but the pandemic was such an unusual event. People didn't want to own longer-term securities. They only wanted to own effectively cash. And so we had to jump in and support that. I think more broadly than that, it's just important that that the Treasury market remain well regulated, and you know that companies have an incentive to do intermediation in the Treasury market. It's relatively low risk. It's very important for the economy. And it's important that that be the case.
In the March 2020 episode that you're referring to, the Fed ultimately had to step in as a lender of last resort. Would the Fed do that if there were similar disruptions in the initial issuance of treasuries? That was in the secondary market, as I recall.
You know, we're not a fiscal actor, so that was a situation where we have a mandate that we share with other agencies to look after the financial stability, And part of that is if really important markets break down, and they kind of all broke down at the beginning of the pandemic. They just stopped working. And so we set up a series of facilities to backstop those markets, but they actually didn't get used because just the fact that we had the facilities restored credibility and the markets started working on their own. It was remarkable. So in the case of a financial stability event like that, or the global financial crisis, where really the whole global financial system was at risk given the failure of a number of large financial institutions around the world. In those kinds of things, we can use these emergency tools, but they're not for every event. They're really for financial stability events.
Okay.
You mentioned that it's a little bit too early to know what policy beyond the remit of the Fed would look like. You know, we don't know exactly what the fiscal picture will look like, but we do know directionally that tariffs are likely to go up, right? Even if we don't know how much, we don't know necessarily if it'll be exactly what was described on the campaign. And I'm wondering how you're thinking about that. Well, go on, sorry.
So what matters for us is we don't stand in judgment over these policies in any way. What matters for us is to what extent will new policies have an effect on our mandate goals of maximum employment and price stability, and do we need to change our policy because of these changes in order to achieve those goals? And that's the answer to that question is not obvious. So let's say that there will be some tariffs. We don't really we have no idea what that's going to look like.
This is a tariff question. He's going to say,
what about retaliation?
We're going to take a year
changes
pretty
the
much.
picture. In addition, that's happening at a time when there could be fiscal policy, which could be supportive of the economy. So what's really the net effect? We don't take one piece of this. We're looking at the whole economy.
Look at tariffs and the private
remember,
market.
This
Sounds
is
familiar.
way over a $20 trillion economy. Many
Again,
things
bonds
affect
aren't vomiting
the
on that.
economy
That's a good
all the
sign.
time. It's not.
He's not
that
scared of it.
common
That's what we said
that
last time,
changes
but market's
in
still
government policy
promoting that
have
idea.
immediate effects in the achievement of our goals. That could be the case, and of course we will use our tools as we're supposed to do to foster the achievement of maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. That's what we always do, and we'll do it here. I'm just saying we're going to be careful to wait and better understand the net effects of these things as those things affect the achievement of our goals.
If you look back to the previous round of trade wars under Trump's first term, the Fed staff prepared a report in the 2018 Teal Book where they basically talked about whether the Fed should be looking through any price increases that result from tariffs and assume that they're, it's a one-time step up in prices as opposed to self-perpetuating inflation or not. And the staff said at the time that the Fed should look through the tariff increases so long as, one, you think it's going to be a one-time adjustment and not a series of adjustments, and two, so long as inflation expectations are anchored. It's not obvious that either of those conditions will hold the next time around, right? Back in 2018, we had decades of very low inflation. Now we've had a much more recent experience with higher inflation. And as you point out, there could be a series of retaliations and tariffs and counter tariffs and counter tariffs. So are the risks bigger this time that a price shock could feed into trend inflation?
They're different. We're in a different situation. The debt situation has changed.
They're trying to get him to freak out. He won't.
And you're right. We're not. 6 years ago and such.
Not big. It's different.
Inflation was really low, and inflation expectations were low. Now we've come way back down, but we're not back where we were. It's a different situation. Inflation's still running above 2%. But we'll take all of that into account. I tell you though, the answer isn't obvious until we see the actual policies, and even then it's not obvious. So I just think we reserve judgment until we actually know what we're talking about, and I don't want to speculate. I don't want to guess. I think it's more important that we wait and see what actually happens.
Yeah, that's what he said last time too.
Last time around, as you
but she tried to press him.
Suggested, there were mixed consequences. There were mixed effects, and as I recall, during these previous trade wars, the Fed actually cut rates several times because there were consequences
RFK,
for growth and investment
HHS.
and confidence. So how does the Fed respond if higher tariffs result in both
Pfizer is dumping
higher
early, I'll
prices
check.
and slower growth? Do you have the tools to respond to that?
Well, so you're absolutely right. So in 2000 and I guess it was 19, we cut rates 3 times, and that was right after there had been fiscal stimulus, there had been tariffs, and so it really was because the net effect of what was happening, and what was happening around the world too. There was global growth was really soft. There was a feeling that the U.S. economy was softening. We actually cut rates 3 times, I guess beginning in mid-year, and that kind of worked. That restored confidence. We felt at the end of 2019, we felt like that had really worked, and that situation was quite a good one. Of course, then the pandemic arrived, and none of it mattered. So that's the way it happened. But that's exactly my point.
I don't see anything on Pfizer.
We had a meeting the prior December, and it briefed us on what might happen. But what actually happened was something quite different. So and I'm not talking about the pandemic. I just mean the way that played out. I don't think we started that year thinking that it would be appropriate to cut rates 3 times. So just know that we will do what we believe is the right thing. That's what we're always going to do. But I think it's really important to reserve judgment and see how this plays out. We're still months away from a new administration, let alone knowing the real details of what's going to happen, and then being able to project what will be the net effects on the economy.
Another major factor in the economy in the past year or so, you have said, is immigration. That immigration is a strong reason why supply and demand have gotten closer into alignment. In the past few months, we've already seen big decreases in immigration. What effect do you think that is likely to have on the macroeconomy in the near term?
So NVAX and Moderna too. It's probably vaccine related. Maybe UK.
Immigration is a question to be addressed by political authorities using such values as they deem appropriate.
RFK.
We're looking at macroeconomic effects.
That's the only headline.
and reporting on them. We're not. It's not a question of judging. We don't have
it's
a view
RFK.
on the right level of immigration. That is for the voting public and their elected representatives.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's RFK.
What we saw over 2023 and 24 was a surge in immigration, and also a surge in the labor force, and it certainly pushed up economic growth, and it may or may not have had some effect on getting the labor market back into balance. You know, it'll take time to really understand that, but it certainly made for a bigger economy. And, you know, we're coming off the back of a severe labor shortage. So there was room at that time for people to get work, and they went to work at roughly the same level as non-immigrants went to work. So that happened. Then the rules changed. The current administration, the Biden administration, changed the rules a few months back, and we've seen that come down. These are judgments that get to be made by elected people about what the right thing for the country as a whole is, not by us. You know, but you ask what the effects will be. You will see. Really, there have been two.
Well, he just stares at him like that, and the stock drops 2%.
U.S. potential output.
That's what he ain't saying. He just looked at him like that. I know. I can hear it too. I feel like I'm getting disciplined.
The other one is productivity.
I just threw away a bag of Cheetos.
The more workers part of it is
I couldn't even handle it. I said, "You're right. I need to fix my life."
That won't be something that's pushing up
Gotta make some changes.
Overall output. At the same time, the number of job openings has come way down, so it's not clear what the overall effect will be on the. There's about one job opening for every unemployed person now. In terms of productivity is incredibly important. That's just output per hour. And if you think about it, higher output per hour is really the only way for incomes to go up over time among the public. And we've actually had, for the first time in a while, a few years of higher productivity, going back 5 years now. This is incredibly important and very positive, and we hope it continues. And there's no reason why it can't. I will say, though, that over the past 50 years, if you look at it, if you have 1 or 2 or 3 years of high productivity, it tends to revert to the trend really quickly. Because it tends to be driven by longer run things like evolving technology and evolving educational levels and things like that. So you don't tend to get big increases of productivity that are sustained very often. It's quite rare, although it has happened.
I do want to ask you some more questions about productivity, but just one follow-up on the immigration point. So economic growth is about the size of the workforce and how productive that workforce is. I asked before about the consequences of decelerating immigration. What happens if the workforce actually shrinks as a result of, for example, mass deportations, which may be in the offing?
You know, I'm not going to be comfortable speculating on potential policies. It's not our job to be a commentator on.
No, I'm not asking whether it's good or bad. I'm just asking, what does it mean if the workforce
She's doing it respectfully, but she is.
I think we can do the arithmetic. If there are fewer workers, there'll be less work.
She wants all of the political talking points.
It
all
gets
of
too
them.
close to,
She has 5 questions on independence, on tariffs.
I just don't want to go there. This is getting
now
me
we're going
into,
immigration,
into political issues that I really want to stay as far away from it as I possibly can.
That was him saying, "Shut up, lady. Ask me a question about money."
All right, so let's talk about productivity.
Yeah. There you go. See? They're like, what
you're
the hell?
right that productivity.
The whole
has been
crowd
above
is just,
trend.
they said, yes, we voted. Mandate
GDP
from
from the
growth
people.
has been above trend, largely
great.
because of productivity. To what do you attribute that?
She's good, though. She's really
this
respectful.
This is something people will be arguing about in decades from now, but I would give you 4 or 5 candidates.
Yeah,
So
I think she's
one of them is that in the pandemic,
definitely, that's all she focused on.
People started a lot of businesses, and that many of those fail fairly quickly, or don't turn out to matter. But when there's a burst of activity in starting businesses, there tends empirically to be higher productivity because many of these are technologically driven, or the use of technology is pushed out into the society. So that's one. Another is that unlike a lot of our, for example, European countries, where they kept the labor force in place, here people had money from government transfers and also from forced savings. They couldn't travel, they couldn't go to restaurants. And so they quit their jobs and they went and found other jobs. And so there was this huge reallocation of people from jobs that they actually didn't want that much to jobs that they wanted more. And we think that's a real factor in this. In addition, given the tremendous labor shortages, a lot of time and effort went into supplementing and people's technological capabilities in ways that substituted for labor. So there's a lot of that.
Can you give an example of what you mean?
Sure. I mean, just call centers. There's lots of ways to you can now do call centers, so they're much more automated. We're getting to a place where call centers will be done by artificial intelligence probably.
Jeez.
But also just you go to a fast food restaurant,
service.
which of course I never do anymore.
Are call centers?
But if you go to, I'm told, if you go to a fast food restaurant, a lot of that is.
I've heard of.
and
My
I've seen
girlfriend
this in
said she
airports,
dealt with
actually.
that. My
You
girlfriend
don't
said she had an
necessarily
AI
need somebody to take
drive-through
your order.
window.
You've got a nice menu. You punch a screen, and the food appears. So, and there was tremendous incentive to do that when there weren't any workers. I mean, you saw stores that didn't have very many people in them, and that sort of thing. So I think that's an example that we saw.
I don't think I heard you mention in that response anything about like generative AI. I'm wondering, do you think that could be part of a new era of productivity acceleration?
Artificial intelligence, pre-generative AI, is used all the time by big companies and modest-sized companies too.
Okay, SPY going lower, but this time it'll allow it to get closer to the bonds there.
It's just in the early
but they're
stages.
both coming down
And
now.
certainly the companies and the banks in particular,
we only got 18 minutes left
are
in the
not
day.
really using it yet. They're not really deploying it yet, and they're very aware of the risks in it. So, but over time, I mean, you can find estimates from credible organizations that generative AI will create a burst of productivity, a large burst of productivity in the next decade. You can also find skeptics, very credible skeptics who think that that's hugely overdone. The history has always been that, there's innovation, there's technology, it doesn't show up in the productivity statistics at all, and then it shows up a lot, but much later. So it's usually later and bigger than we expect. That may be the case here, because this really, it is an extraordinary set of developments, and the ability to replace a lot of work that's currently done by humans, including well-educated humans, is obvious.
How does that influence your thinking about monetary policy?
It really doesn't in the short term. We keep extremely close tabs on the labor force. If you think about it, monetary policy is trying to keep the economy at maximum employment and price stability, trying to use our tools to do that. And that's you're thinking, at 2 or 3 years out, the kind of things that drive longer run productivity and that matter for the longer run are really not tools that are in our hands. The best thing we can do for technological evolution is to create macroeconomic price stability, by which I mean price stability and a good, strong, stable labor market, so that people don't have to worry about inflation, volatile or high. And so that's the most that we can do, I think, best thing we can do.
You mentioned that a lot of the financial institutions that you regulate or you oversee are also experimenting with these new technologies, with AI. Given that so much AI is not explainable, it's sort of a black box, a lot of the time the software engineers or others who work with it cannot explain how it came to the decision that it did.
Oh, dude, LPSN.
Does that make it harder to regulate in the sense that there might be blind spots for
I have a
certain
story
systemic
about
risk,
this stock.
right? If banks don't
Remind me
necessarily
after the
know
bell when Powell's
how they're
done.
coming
But
to
yeah,
the
it's related to
decisions that they're
AI
coming
call
to,
stuff.
and there could
and
be
just
some,
AI. I totally forgot to tell you guys. I
may
met
not be
somebody who works there.
It does it raises.
And I was like, "Is your
just
company
just that
real?"
kind of
And he was
question,
like, "Yeah."
many different questions like that. I would say.
Because I was like, "It's a
the good
penny
news
stock."
is,
I'm like, "Are you guys real?"
In terms of the institutions we supervise, we understand that, but they understand it very well. I think people are treating AI very carefully, and they're not just
Winnebago,
at least among the regulated banks, they're not just loosing it on their customers
Cali
and on the problems
sales of
they're being
RVs.
very careful and thoughtful, we believe, or at least I believe, about how they implement it, doing lots of work, but they're keeping it carefully under wraps and not deploying it so much yet in their business. And working, everyone's working to understand the technology, where it's going, what it's capable of, what the risks are. And you mentioned that. It's making decisions, and we often don't know why it makes these decisions. So how do you get after things like discriminatory outcomes in lending if you don't know why it's making its decisions? So it's going to be challenging, but I would say we're well aware of that, and so are the banks.
You have a 5-year strategic review coming up. How has your
So
experience
SPY
over
near the
last
low of
5
the day.
years
Bonds coming
made
back
you
too. They're both going
reevaluate,
hand in
if at
hand.
all,
A little bit more
the
surprising
strategy adopted
because
in
bonds are still
2020?
green.
You know, we had a strategic review, and we have a document called our Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. It's 1 page. The type is getting really small, so I think we're going to go to 2 pages.
I only did the call once. I'm down 7% on it,
but
$20.
Remember,
it went up. It went up like 20%, but then just came back down. I bought it at the low, so I'm not too worried about that.
For example,
and then it has an
major
extra
European
week.
countries, their longer-term debt was yielding negative 30 basis points and things like that. How do you even understand that? So rates were very, very, very
Stuck in
low,
negative rates
in the economy, and that's a problem for central banks because we can't cut rates meaningfully below zero, and cutting rates is what we do to support the economy. So we actually like having
I
significant.
don't know how long, but people are kind of losing interest already.
So what we did is,
especially after she asked the political questions, and he said, "Move on with it."
there was a whole literature on how you deal with, in monetary policy, how you deal with having interest rates stuck at zero in effect, and you can't cut. You're kind of stuck. You can't support the economy. You get into this trap where growth is low, inflation is low, unemployment is high, and you can't get out of it without fiscal policy, and fiscal policy is challenged. So there was a lot of research done on it, and we took a pretty mainstream, fairly vanilla approach to that, which is, I won't go into all the details, but it was to have a makeup strategy so that we would promise ex ante to let inflation run a little bit high if it were running too low. And the thought was, if people believe that you'll do that, if that's credible, then inflation won't run low. So that's all we did. 4 months after we announced that the pandemic hit, and then inflation a year after that came up. So the change, 20 years of low inflation ended sort of 4 months or a year and 4 months after we did the framework. So the question we'll be asking in this framework 5 years later is really it revolves around how do we think about the problem of the zero lower bound now? Now that interest rates are substantially higher than they were, substantially higher. Is that going to be so the question you're asking is, do we, in a world where we review the framework every 5 years, shouldn't we change the framework to reflect that interest rates are higher now so that some of the changes we made are probably not necessary, or in any case shouldn't be the base case anymore? They might be a case.
Yeah, bro, 10-minute rigged is right around the corner.
Remedy at the
is it weird?
handy,
He might be talking into the close. I don't
the
think
base
we've
case
ever
should be
had that
more
happen.
like a traditional reaction
This is really
function where
odd.
you don't promise an overshoot, you just target inflation. We haven't made any decisions, but those are the questions we'll be asking.
You mentioned the prospect of long-term rates being higher, the neutral rate being higher. You've said many times when asked by journalists, among others, about how we know when we've hit the neutral rate, that we know it by its works, right? Which
Is that a Bible
almost
verse?
sounds like ecclesiastical or something.
Yeah. It is.
How long does it take to evaluate whether we've hit it? When do we know? If there are lags between the time that we hit the neutral rate and then we can see it in its works.
Yeah, bro, SPY dumping now. New low. Bonds are holding near the low.
Risk for policy errors.
NASDAQ even down almost
Let me just take
0.79 now.
a second and explain.
Like SPY's catching
so
up
we
fast.
move interest rates up and down, but what is high and what is low? Compared to what is the question? You have to have an estimate of something that's kind of neutral, something that a level of interest rates that's neither pushing the economy up, supporting it, or dragging it down, which would be higher restrictive policy. And we fully acknowledge that there's no sort of either theoretical or empirical way to arrive at an estimate of what the neutral rate is that you can really have a lot of confidence in. So what does that argue for? It argues for moving carefully. So in our current situation, we feel like our policy is restrictive. We can't say exactly how restrictive it is. By that I mean it's weighing on economic activity and lending, and hiring and all that, because the economy was overheated and now it's cooling down, and it's moved pretty much as we had hoped it would, which is that we've had a gradual cooling in the labor market. Inflation's come down a lot, and the labor market's not quite stabilized, but it's in a good place. So it's actually worked very well. So we've started the process of cutting rates and moving back down toward neutral. I think the right way to find that level is carefully and patiently. You don't want to move too quickly. you may have to move quickly because if the labor market were to begin to deteriorate in a serious way, we would want to get ahead of that. But we're not seeing that. So I think what it tells you, as Catherine pointed out, we think that policy works with long and variable lags, to quote Milton Friedman. Monetary policy does have effects on economic activity, hiring and all that, but with long and variable lags. And that makes it all that much more difficult to know how far to go. I think in this situation, what it calls for is us to be careful, move carefully, and as we sort of reach the range of, or get near the plausible range of neutral levels, it may be the case that we slow the pace of what we're doing, just to increase the chances that we get this right. We're navigating between, as I mentioned in my remarks, the risk that we move too quickly, the risk that we move too slowly. We want to go down the middle and get it just right so that we're providing support for the labor market, but also bringing in, enabling inflation to come down. So going a little slower, if the data let us go a little slower, that seems like a smart thing.
The bond rate cutoff dropped like 10, 15%.
Interest rates are still restrictive right now.
Yeah, it was.
But if you look at the
hawkish, but not
CPI numbers that have came out recently, or today's PPI numbers,
we'll see tomorrow.
Core CPI is over 3%. I think when I looked, the 1 month rate is higher than the 3 month rate, which is, I believe, higher than the 12 month rate. The economy is booming.
Yeah,
the market is on fire.
25 now. It did get a little bit more
core
hawkish.
PPI
Rate cutoffs are at
came in
60
above
now.
Expectations today.
So pretty much this
Business
speech
formations are up.
unwound the
why
CPI
are we
yesterday.
cutting rates? It seems like the economy is doing pretty
You're
well.
literally back
The
there.
economy is doing very well, and that's a great thing. We totally welcome that. But look at the labor market. So what we've seen is a lot of the great data that we've seen has been because of the expanding supply side. Unemployment has moved up from 3.4 to now 4.1. By a significant number of indicators, it's still cooling. Our mandate is not for growth, it's for maximum employment and price stability.
CPI jacked up the rate
on the
cutoff,
inflation
but
data, so we
this
do
is weird. Again, we only
see
have 8 more
inflation
minutes.
continuing on that bumpy
People are already
path I
kind of
mentioned.
losing interest in this, too.
Today's reading was slightly more of an upward bump than we
talking
had
PPI.
expected. But I would say the broader trend, if you look back over the last 18 months, we think that's still intact. We're going to tear this report apart and look at all the details. We'll get another report in December before the December meeting. We'll get another labor report. We'll get the final numbers for October by the end of this month.
Yeah, Meta's starting to
look at
climb.
all that.
They
We'll
were
make
red all day.
Our assessment. We do believe policy is restrictive, and again, I would point to the labor market. It's not clear how restrictive it is. That's a very fair point, and we're well aware of that. And I think we're mindful of the risk that we go too far too fast, but also of the risk that we don't go far enough. It doesn't seem like that's where we are either. It seems like we're right where we need to be. I mean, I do feel like the U.S. economy is in a very good place, and I feel like our policy is in a really good place. We've got a lot of space to cut rates if the economy weakens. In the meantime, we can take the process of reducing rates. We can be careful about that, and that's what we're planning to do.
I know we're short on time, so one last question. There has been an idea floated to announce who will succeed you as Fed chair in order to possibly exert more influence over monetary policy, a sort of shadow chair, two popes idea. Your term on the Fed's board runs until January 2028, beyond your term as chair, which ends in May 2026. Under what circumstances, if any, would you consider remaining on the Fed's board after your term as chair ends, as Mariner Eccles did for a few years after he was no longer chair?
I would just say I'll certainly serve to the end of my chair term, and that's really all I've decided and all I'm thinking about. We're very focused just on getting the job done for the American people. That's enough of a job for us to do, and we're focused on that.
All right, well, thank you so much, Chair Powell. I really appreciate it, and thank you all for attending.
Wow, thank you all. Thank you.
We now have some closing remarks from President Logan.
Damn, Fed Logan too? I mean, I don't know. This is weird. Final 5? I don't know how you guys want to do this. This one's a little odd. Hold on, are we gonna? Because I don't know, man. We're supposed to be wrapping this up, but
and thank you,
what is
Chair
happening?
Powell, for joining us this afternoon for such an engaging.
I don't care about Lori Logan. I'm sorry, Lori. She's on the Fed too, but dude, very wild. It was a little bit more hawkish. I know some of you guys are having a little bit more debate. Yeah, I don't know. We might have to end today a little weird, man, because I want to give you the breakdown while it's still fresh. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, remember I was showing you this chart. Look how volatile it is. So CPI, if you don't think CPI did anything, I mean, odds went from, like, high 60s to 80, and then from today, literally, or from yesterday, 85 to 60 now after that. So it was a little bit hawkish, but I mean, it's generally the same. And I'm telling you, I mean, I think it's going to make up tomorrow, but there's a wide gap today. Bonds did good. Everything else did red. That's why I went for the calls there, but I got me a little bit of time. So let's see. We are about to invert on the yield curve, but very, very wild. But Chad Adonia, I can't believe it, man. I can't believe we are already coming to the end of the day. So we should land the plane, but I got to tell you, if you are new, I love you. Follow me on Twitter, Real Cult News. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. We have a live one, but here's the deal. It's about to get really loud in here. So I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to get mad at me. I don't want you to have a bad day, and it shouldn't be your fault. It's my fault. It's not even your fault. You're never wrong. You're amazing. You're beautiful. So, like, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see. It's just simple is when I say earmuffs, just know it's going to get loud. So if you don't like loud noises, if they make you judge people easily, if they disturb your peace, I don't know. It could do a lot of different things for you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want you to go through that. So when I say earmuffs, just know that that is your moment to mute the speakers and protect yourself. I don't know if it's landing. I don't know. Yeah, I lowered the audio, though. So, but even then, watch out, though. It's going to get loud. We have a lot of fun. There is a couple of earnings. The only one is AMAT. Again, I already posted those earnings previews for you. So, yeah, I'm probably going to yell. I don't know. A lot just protect yourself. It's not worth it, man. You're better than that. I'm better than that. You deserve to be safe. It's about you. It's not about me. It's about you. So just mute the speakers when I say earmuffs. If those loud noises, just terrible, okay? All right, earmuffs. Mute them now. Mute them if you're scared, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chad Adonia. What is this? Oh, U.S. Treasury report? I'm like, hold on. What is? Oh my! And listen, I'm glad that we don't have that many crazy earnings right now, because that's it, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You have to be subscribed for 24 hours to chat, so that's the only downside. That's why you don't get banned. Let me get it. GG, baby. Amen. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Way to hold it down. Everybody who held it down, good sportsmanship, brought something to the table. You are a part of it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for being respectful. Thank you for showing love. You know what I'm saying? For real. Thank you for not getting banned, bro. For real. Thank you for following the... Are you kidding me? Good game, baby. What a day. What a day. Stop it. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Did you hold it down or not? Did you not? Oh, I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Oh, I see you too, Twitter. Ain't nobody on the Twitter, bro. I don't even know, man. What up? No GG on the Twitter? I'm going to hit my own GG. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down, though. Thank you for your time, baby. Oh, there's AMAT. Hi. Hey, man. GG, baby. GG. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Ooh. Wow. That was touching. Oh, F350? I like F350. You guys like F350? Do you like country? I do country. I was going to play you something else, but yeah, hey, Matt, that was only earnings. I'll get you that report here in a little bit, but I only posted it on Twitter. I don't know if we got to cover it, but Chad, that's the day, baby. You can't chat on Twitter? Is that why? Oh, maybe I turned the chat room off? Oh, I don't know. I think that's why it's there. People are going to Blue Sky. I only think that's liberals, to be honest with you. And nothing wrong with that, but yeah, Twitter is more active than ever. It's actually wild. I've been again, it's been very helpful for the news and just getting some info out there, and even I guess interacting with you guys on stream. Oh, yeah, it's called X, I think. I call it Twitter. I don't know why I always call it Twitter, but Chatadonia, that is it. I hope you had a oh, the audio is loud on there. I forgot to turn it down. Yeah, I don't know. I think I didn't have the chat room on there, but Twitter, I'll wrap you guys up on the Twitter. I'll end that because that one's not. I thought the chat, I think I messed it up when I restarted it, but I love you. Okay, Twitter, so we'll see you guys later. So follow me on Twitter. For you guys who are still here, though, that is the day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. I hope you had a wonderful, glorious, beautiful evening. And for real, man, I hope y'all been excited, and I hope y'all been getting that long term. I hope the information has been helping you. I hope some of y'all getting real estate, make a business, all of it, baby. Yeah, AMAT already came out, I'm pretty sure. But I appreciate y'all. For real, man. Let's have a good end to the week tomorrow. It was great. I'll see you a live watch list tonight at 6 p.m. So when I end the video, it'll take you there for those of you. Where's the watch list? Oh, Zero! That's it, bro. You could give me like $1, bro, because he only throws 100s at me, bro. What up, Zero? Oh, and he does it again, bro. Are you kidding me? Wow. Thank you, my friend. Wow, Chatadonia. So I love you. Have a good day. And that's it, man. That's it. That's all I have. That's it. Buying down interest rates, unless it's like permanent buy down, I'm not really a fan, but it really just depends on how you want to structure your monthly payment. You know, sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't, but I only care about the real ones, like the ones where you could buy it down for like half the duration or the whole duration of the actual mortgage. That's what I'm into. So other than that, Chad, you know, let me give you another. I'm going to give you a classic Uncle song. But that's it. That's the day. I'll get you the earnings here in a little bit for AMAT. Well, actually, Sudeep's posting it. I'll verify that that's correct. But if Chad has it, Chad has it. So there you go. But I'll tell you this story when I come back, and then we'll wrap it up. And I better see you on the watch list, baby. Amen. Amen.
I said this fucking play that motherfucker.
Up in the foreign, rapping about, that shit get boring. Looking around, things more important. Before it go down, I'm gonna short it. Mama ain't proud, I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her I got a coat, need me a castle. I want a moat, financials are fragile. Watch it real close, the technicals lagging. That shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a straddle, play it on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent, PHILO 607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy with fear resist. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy make China in emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Or invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters. Now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Josh Answers, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice pitch but don't do nothing. Pull up dripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fire. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the market, trading on phenomenons. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon. You lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus. Got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa. I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax and if you asking me, I'ma laugh it up.
It's a classic. Classic. Ugh. Wow, Chad. God bless you again, Zero. Thank you, my friend. I hope y'all had a wonderful day, but that's it, man. That's it. Oh, so I think the AMAT, homeboy was correct. EPS, $2.09, 7.0 billion in sales versus 6.9. Q1 sales outlook, 7.1. And then Q1 adjusted, 2.29. 1.9 billion net income versus 1.8. EPS beat, honestly. And then margin, 47.5, adjusted, 29.3. But again, it hasn't moved more than 6. When they move, they really move, and that's it. Yeah, you are going to get those 13 Fs. That could drive a lot. I mean, we already had Burry in that. I saw Domino's. I was going to click on that one. Yeah, Domino's going crazy. Did Domino's have earnings? Let's see. Everybody in the DPZ. Berkshire Hathaway buys McDonald's, or excuse me, Domino's. Berkshire. No, Berkshire discloses stake as quarter ends. Yeah. Buffett. It shows up when I put in Domino's after hours, so let me double check, but I think that's the news. Hold on, my SEC link isn't loading. What the hell's happening? I think that is it, though. Oh, and then other people bought them. Somebody got Pfizer too. But yeah, my link I have a link to the SEC filing, but it's not loading up. Yeah, no, Domino's is there. So yeah, he started a new position on Domino's. Oh shit. Damn, are you guys ready for this? Yeah, what the hell? Bro, he sold out of Ulta. They lowered Ulta by 96. He sold out of Sirius Radio. Sold out of FND. Here, I mean, I'll show you right here. Here's the picture. He added Domino's and added Pool. So that's great, though. Now we could buy Ulta. I hope it sells off because of him. That's weird, though. He just bought it. And the Siri, you guys kept asking me about him, and I was like, I don't know about that play, man. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, Pool is up too. That's a new position for Buffett. He also added Pool. But dude, why the hell did he flip Ulta? I don't think I've ever seen Berkshire do that. I'm sure they have, but bro, they literally bought Ulta last quarter and then just dumped it. Like, no exaggeration. He bought it a quarter ago and then they just lowered the position by like 98%. Like, what? That's crazy, actually. And then somebody else bought, what's it called? Someone else got Pfizer. Wow. Weaker consumer. I don't know. Pool is like Leslie. They sell like pool supplies and like floaties and shit. And like, I'm no exaggeration. They sell floaties. That's crazy. I'm kind of blown away. I can't believe he just swing traded Ulta, bro. Like, that's what... Bro, you're telling me Homeboy just did a 3-month swing trade? I guess the position wasn't... It was like 700,000 shares, or, you know, a decent amount. But, like, what? That's crazy. Oh, you hit me with the super chat earlier? Oh, my bad. I don't know if it was Powell that I missed it. Oh, I got Sonny. He was eating syrup sandwiches. Eduardo, the Fed didn't raise enough. Real Cult News, sponsored by Chadvertising. Where is yours? What was the verse about questions and there will be no questions in hell? It's in Sirach 41. Where is my book? To be exact, This one's crazy. Sriracha 41.4 at the end of it. Whether life lasts for 10 years or for 100 or 1,000, there are no questions asked in Hades. Palantir, Big Pop, is it added to the NASDAQ? I mean, didn't that already happen, or is that just the S&P? So either somebody bought a stake in it, or it's probably getting added somewhere. It's not too crazy. Again, Domino's is up 8%. This is massive. And then again, Pool. Yeah, Pool's up. They're both up 8%. Oklo's even coming up after the bell. Very interesting after hours here. Welcome to 13F, end of the quarter. Oh, Oklo had earnings? Oh, there you go. They're like, we raised $20 billion, but we didn't earn anything. But they keep giving us money. Well, on that note, Chattadonia. Oh, yeah, let me tell you the story with LPSN. So this was when I was in Atlanta, because they're based in Atlanta. But somebody was like talking about stocks, and then they brought and then we started talking about AI, and then somebody was like, oh, I work at this company, and he said the ticker, and I was like, because again, this is like a penny stock. Like, look at this thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I asked him, I was like, wait, that's a real company? Like, I was genuinely I thought it was just like a penny stock scam or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, wait a minute. Like, he was employed there. Like, I'm like, you have a job there? And he's like, yeah, I've worked there for 5 years. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, you get paid a salary and every day? And he said, yeah. And he started telling me about the AI stuff and how they've been there. He said they have somebody with VMware, but and again, this is all public stuff, but I was like, no way. He doesn't really know about the stock. They said they don't pay him in stock options as much. He said they used to back in the day. They gave a lot of the employees stock options, but he said not as much now. So very interesting, but it is what's it called? I think it's a real company, but I didn't make a play on it. I just laughed because I was like, no way. I thought it was I usually don't meet people who work at some of these companies, if that makes any sense. But yeah, they work on AI customer service, AI call centers, stuff like that. I looked them up right after. I was like, damn, bro, this is wild. Roaring Kitty. Are you sure it's the real Roaring Kitty? Because again, we saw one of those fake accounts today. But yeah, very, very wild. But that was the story. It was just, I forgot to tell you guys. I just chuckled because I remember seeing the stock, and then the guy said, I was like, that's real? So yeah, it's like a real company, and people actually work there. So it's not too often I see these 50 cent, 80 cent stocks that I meet people who work there. So it blew my mind. But we'll see. I'll watch them for earnings. We'll see if they ever come up. I mean, I think they did. I don't know if they did splits or not. I don't know how that past history factors into it. But yeah, that was my story. Hopefully it wasn't too disappointing. Viking Global dissolved share in Sanofi. They raised stake in Sherwin. Well, there's a bunch of 13Fs coming out, bro. Elliott Management. They raised share in Western Digital. Berkshire, new Domino's. GE, new stake or cut stake from Viking. Viking Global sells out of United Health. Elliott gets rid of Marathon. Jeez, man. I think some of these are through the wire, too. Ulta drop. I mean, Ulta's great, but I think that is weird, bro. I don't know. Someone go look it up and tell me when was the last time Berkshire did that. Because, that is, wicked. When was the last time, yeah, that's why Domino's is up right now, is Berkshire bought it the first time. But, when was the last time Buffett and Berkshire bought a position and then sold it 3 months later? What world are we living in right now? Is this real? Activision? But wasn't that due to, a buyout? But is there any other example? Because that's weird. Wait, are they going to get bought out? Because, again, Activision had, its own craft. He did that 3 months. No. Swing trade Buffett. I mean, it is technically Berkshire Hathaway. But very, very, odd. I'm pretty sure their average holding time is at least 2 quarters, but very wild. Yeah, he went with Domino's over McDonald's. I mean, remember we were talking about pizza had bad earnings today. Remember we were talking about like pizza market goes hard, bro. But yeah, it's not like Domino's is the cheapest. Good Domino's rewards, always bussin'. Wow. Wow, mind-blowing. Well, Chattadonia, what a day. What a day. I think we might wrap it up here, though. So I did set up the live stream. It'll take you there right after this if you want to hang out a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I think that's it. I'll give you one more. We'll get one more quick one, a little bit. I'll give you a little bit, and then we'll end it up. But thank you for being here. That's it, though. That's all we got. That's all we got.
One turn.
Viper.
It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks. Please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips. You were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend. Know you want the money. I suggest you do not rush with it. Dias aren't plans. Make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved. By the second month you double it. Trading foreign currencies. I don't need a dub on it. I don't need a translator. Nod my head and run with it. Humble always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet you talking gay. Go ahead, you can cancel me, but don't act like you ever pay. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copied me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was there, right in front of market. Didn't say I lost,
I'm gonna end it soon.
You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself,
then I wouldn't put my trust in you.
Fuck it, dude.
That's it. The new song, you gotta wait for all of them. We're almost ready. We're almost ready, buddy. And yeah, I read Proverbs as well in the beginning. Proverbs 11:25, I believe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got my lazy eyes on the prize right here. Who said that? Quick. Yes, sir. I got my lazy eye on the prize. Who said that? Go. Hip hop quiz. Oh, let's see. Oh, first person to get it gets. Nobody? Then nobody got it yet. Y'all don't know. Man, do I have to show them? Oh, dang. Man, nobody got it? You uncultured. No, that's okay. I got to show you. This is one of my favorite songs, bro. He said, I got my lazy eyes on the prize. Oh, yes, sir. You guys don't know? Y'all don't know? The answer is the New Orleans rapper. Not Lil Wayne, but Currency. You guys have never heard? One of the best. And we gone.
Doors open in the living room of my home. Penthouse I own. I got it on my own. When I'm gone, engrave that phrase on my tombstone, nigga.
I'm in the zone, like the 131.
Looking down on the Superdome, getting super.
Y'all never heard this?
Orleans, I roam. I love where I'm from.
Surprisingly, this is a workout song.
If I said I'ma do it, you could consider it done. My track record to prove it. I showed you for 7 months. Mixtape after mixtape, all was solid. Google my name and you could read all about it. No longer no limit, but a nigga still bought it. No longer cash money, still got fat pockets. This is elevated music.
Come on, yeah, it's 15 years ago. I don't even think he said the. Did he say the line? I was vibing too hard. Yeah, man, you get added to the workout playlist. It's good. But Chattadonia, that's it, man. I love you all. That is the day. That is the day, my friends. You enjoy your evening. 6 p.m. Pacific time. That's where we'll be at tonight. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to go to the gym today. Today's full rest day. But I can do arms. I don't know, though. I don't want to push it. I think I got to just, like, relax. Palantir's starting to rip now. You guys are saying that. Now it's breaking out. So that means it's a couple more dollars. Oh, yes, sir. They just sat there. Man, no limit, do. All right, but, yeah, I think that's it, man. I might be on a play. We'll play COD tomorrow. I'm down. Tomorrow's Friday, right? I'm super down. Get down on the super dumb. But damn, I'm wrong. I know where I'm from. If I said I'm going to do it, you could consider it done. Oh, man, it's great. In that order each day. And I'll be on some of them and down. Dude, so great. So great. Anyways, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you again for being here. Shout out to the long term. Shout out to the y'all better get hyped. Let's go, man. And all them 11 out of 11s. We'll do one tomorrow, but y'all should be looking every day, baby. Let's go. It's your moment. Let's go. Are you going to take it or not, bro? That's it, man. Let's go. Get some with it. But I love you, Chad. Thank you for being here. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation. And the strangest secret in the world. And don't forget while we're here, while we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, appropriate and inappropriate shame. You got to balance it out. No gray areas. The marketing, your name is going to live forever, baby. So what are you going to do? Are you going to invest in it or not? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Wow. Chattadonia. You have a wonderful evening. If I don't see you on the watch list, sleep good, okay? And wake up and drive tomorrow. If I see you on the watch list, let's go. I kind of want to lift before just so I get hyped. I get hyped, bro, but I love you. Have a wonderful day, and peace. Hey. Does Josh still have Twitter? Is it called? Just follow him. And then Instagram. And then follow him. I can't wait. You know, I'm going to go on Joe Rogan. Once I leave office, I'm going to tell her. Every time I go to Joe Rogan, I'm going to tell Joe. I say, Joe, you'll never believe the things I said, Joe. You see what I see out there, man. I'm not, and we're still... before I leave, we're going to sell gas, all of it, for $1. Yeah, I'm going to leave a legacy. They want me to step down. Screw them. Yikes. And, Joe, me and Joe are friends now. He's a good guy. I'm telling you, he's a good guy. What they did to him, horrible. Horrible people. Horrible people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to elect Joe Biden as the head of every agency. As a slight FU to the deep state. Is that what you call them? These people, evil people, bad people. That's what I'll do. I'm going to take Jill. We're going to put Jill. She'll lead the new Department of Education. And then anybody that has loyalty to me, they will get a job. Except for Josh. I have no idea who Josh is. I heard he's good. Good guy. Good stock guy. But he might be Arab. Is he Arab? I don't know. Still, we'll see. We'll see. Elon. He used to beg. Now he tells me what to do. Either way, it's good. We're going to make this country great. Even better. Better than better. Better than great even. Terrific. Exactly. I'm going to start asking some questions soon if it's not hell, you know? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. Turn this off. Thank you.